Will Pope John Paul II be forced to resign? Opposing forces battle for power over pivotal issues. Will there be a Mr. and Mrs. Pope? Will women be ordained Catholic priests? Are traditional Christians on the way back to the catacombs? Will homosexual marriages be sanctioned? The long-running covert warfare against Pope John Paul II, led by powerful members of his own hierarchy, including cardinals and bishops in Rome, in the U.S. and around the world, has broken into the open over the past 5 months. It's going to end within the next 12. The prize is control of one of the world's most powerful positions. So predicts former Vatican insider and best-selling author Dr. Malachi Martin in his latest national bestseller, Windswept House. It's a double-day book, already recognized as, quote, one of the most powerful books of the decade, end quote. As in his earlier bestsellers, Vatican and the Final Conclave, Father Martin again draws aside the thick veil of secrecy that surrounds the world's oldest political power and vast financial empire known as the Vatican. This time he unveils a deadly global war, a winner-take-all campaign aimed at the target of targets, control of the power cockpit of the world, a war for control of the papacy itself as a nerve center of the only up-and-running, self-sustaining, worldwide governing structure. And this evening, I think what I'm going to do is let Dr. Martin speak for himself. But before he does, Doctor, welcome to the program. How would you prefer to be addressed? Malachi, Dr. Martin, Father Martin?
I think under the circumstances, seeing that I'm known to you and you're known to me and your listeners, I think I'd better be called Malachi Martin. Everybody knows that I'm a Roman Catholic priest, a practicing one, and that I have several doctorates. And let's not emphasize either aspect. Just call me by my name, Malachi Martin.
Malachi, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Art. It's such a pleasure and an honor.
And it is to have you as well. Let me tell you, after the last program we did, I don't want to say all hell broke loose. I guess
that would be in context all right, but I know what you mean. It may give the wrong impression.
It may. Might we have you, for the audience, describe your own background?
Yes, my own background is this: that I was born 76 years ago in a remote corner of Kerry, Ireland, on the Atlantic, in a stone house. And I was educated in Dublin, and then I entered the Jesuit order. I became a Jesuit in 1939 on the eve of the war, and I was a Jesuit until 1964. And in the meantime, I did special studies. I was trained as an expert in Semitic languages, Oriental art, and archaeology, and in anthropology and theology, and getting doctorates out of all that sort of thing. And I ended up as an expert, first of all, on Middle East questions, and gradually I was co-opted into helping a pope called John the 23rd, the roly-poly pope, Angelo Roncalli, as he was called, and then his successor, Paul VI, who died in 1978, to be succeeded by John Paul II, with an interim Pope of 34 days old, John Paul I. But in the year 1963-64, I went to Paul VI, whom I knew very well, and asked him for permission to leave the Jesuits, to keep my vow of celibacy, but to forsake my vow of poverty so I could earn my own living, and also forsake my vow of obedience so that I wouldn't have to obey people whose policies I did not like and whose theology I suspected. Not being orthodox enough for my mind anyway, whatever, because one must finally rely on one's own judgment, because you'll be judged only on your own judgment, not on what anybody else says. And I came to New York in that year, 1965, and I've been here ever since, for my sins and my happiness. I became an American citizen, the ritual time 5 years later.
Well, I hope it has been well for you. Are you comfortable with the decisions that you have made in your life? This isn't a work. I can't call you Malachi. That's somebody with this many doctorates. I'm going to have to call you doctor, so I guess I'll have to live.
Really, if I should call you Dr. Hart.
No doctorates. Anyway, doctor, are you pleased with the decisions that you have made in your life? Would you change any?
No. Life has been good to me. God has been good to me. No, I would not. I would leave it as it is. I might change a little thing here. You know, when you look at the old machine, you change a nut and put a little oil into this crank and polish up that little fly wheel. And but the overall machinery has served its purpose, I think, in my human judgment. God be my judge.
All right. Well, I have a lot of new listeners in Chicago, and sadly in Chicago, Cardinal Joseph Bernardine has passed away.
Yes.
And I was wondering if you knew the Cardinal, if you ever met him, and if you had anything to say to those folks in Chicago who surely are going to miss him.
Well, I'll tell you, all death is sort of a symbol of human defeat. You know, a life ends. And this life ended rather abruptly. We did know that the Cardinal was ill for quite a while, and I think they said pancreatic cancer.
That's right.
The ultimate identified cause. But it was a quick end because we did not expect it to be so sudden. And as in many cases like that, it's overnight almost that he disappears into the cold of eternity, as the French says, le froid éternel, into the cold eternal, although eternity itself needn't be so cold as all that if it's lit up by the love of God or the fires of hell, whichever really one ends up with. So it's always a defeat. It's always a sense of loss, and that's what Cardinal Bernardine was a very distinguished cleric. He came from South Carolina, and he ended up in the most populous and important Roman Catholic community of Chicago in his final apotheosis, in his final development. He is missed because of the central position he occupied. Yes. And that position should be summed up, frankly and honestly, as being the man in charge of a huge machine.
Many thought that he might have been the first American Pope.
Yes, he himself indeed would like to have been Pope. And in the last big public statement of his, which amazed a lot of people, and which we'll describe briefly in a moment, he sounded a papal note. That was a press conference and declaration he held in a couple of weeks ago only, in which he proposed that Catholics should seek a new ground of unity, as he called it. And this was astounding art because for Catholics, traditionally, since the time of the Emperor Constantine, the ground for unity has always been the papacy itself, the leader. And this time Cardinal Bernardine was stepping out, and his fellow cardinals in the United States, especially Cardinal Law of Boston and O'Connor of New York, and the man in Philadelphia, the cardinal there, they disagreed with what he said because they recognized immediately the papal conclave character of that statement. What Bernardine was doing that day was stating what he thought the church should become. It was a papal speech. And I think that by that time he knew that he was doomed to die soon, but still and all he made a pitch for it because he did belong and was the leader of a faction amongst the cardinals, which is a very powerful faction. And that faction would rather diminish the importance of the papacy completely and make it much more an affair of a consensus amongst the great cardinals and bishops of the church. So that was his contribution to it, and it stirred a lot of ire in Rome, and it stirred a lot of controversy here. Now, then, as regards his achievement as such, one cannot say that Catholicism flourished during his reign as Cardinal Archbishop of Chicago. Only 1 out of every 6 Catholics goes to Mass in Chicago.
How does that compare to the national number?
That compares rather badly with the national number. It's not as bad as that. And then several churches were closed in his time. Catholicism as a mode of devotion to God and to Christ and to the angels and saints, which is the essence of Catholicism, did not flourish under Cardinal Bernardin. We can't fool ourselves that it did. But he was a great public leader in the sense that he took a lead and he managed very carefully and skillfully, with almost an extraordinary touch, he managed that very powerful body of men, 280 of them, called the American Bishops, or the National Conference of Catholic Bishops, the NCCB, with its political arm, the NCCC. That's it's the political arm of the bishops in America. He managed that. And he also, during his time, he forced the hand of John Paul II in several points. And he forced them by using skillfully the Vatican's dependence on American money, American contributions from the bishops, to keep the Vatican out of the red.
So even for the Vatican money talks?
I think right up to the doors of hell, money talks.
I see.
To be awfully frank with you.
In the last 2 days of his life,
yes,
he wrote to the United States Supreme Court,
yes,
urging it not to allow doctor-assisted suicide.
Yes, he did. He did. And in that he was joined by hundreds of organizations and that sort of business, proposing the same thing. And by the way, the Clinton administration itself has decided and declared that it itself discourages the idea of any action on the part of the Supreme Court of the United States favoring a doctor-assisted suicide.
How would you, Doctor, argue against somebody who would say, look, I'm in the last stages of a horrible disease. I'm racked by pain. My life is no longer functional in any way that I can measure or want to measure, and I wish not to suffer out these last few days and wish to take my own life or have somebody assist me in that process, whatever the case may be. In other words, the argument of it's my life, whose life is it anyway?
Yes. The difficulty in answering a question like that, which is to be answered finally, in all honesty, is that this cannot be regarded isolatedly as a personal problem, because unless one is totally an atheist and one does not believe in any sense that God has any right or just has a say in anything or that God even exists. The difficulty is also that what it would open up by way, and even the American government in its comments to the Supreme Court is of that opinion, and Bernardine was too, and most of the organizations, hundreds of them that have communicated with the Supreme Court, say the same thing. It opens a Pandora's box. And finally, there's this fact about it, that you can nowadays, within the limits of medical practice and medical ethics, you can obtain palliatives for your pain, which will diminish the stress of it all.
Yes.
And I've always understood them, Art, I may be wrong, I've always understood it, that those palliatives, those drugs used to diminish pain, gradually reduce vitality. And don't exactly hasten death, but they don't promote life either. But they do, by diminishing pain, they bring you closer in a more comfortable way. And finally, you see, for a Christian, art is a terribly important thing, that any drop, any moment of human suffering has an eternal value in the light of the sufferings of the man God on his cross.
Yes.
On Calvary. And that, I know, is a hard doctrine, but because Christians believe they're here to prepare for heaven, not to establish a paradise on earth, and if the paradise ceased, then they can wipe themselves out. But that life on earth is a preparation. It's a hard doctrine. I know it's a hard doctrine.
So that pain is part of what we are here to experience.
That's right. If I have pain, if I have a toothache, if I have a breech birth with a child, if I lose a child, if I have arthritis, if I get a disease, it can be and should be used to merge with the sufferings, the meritorious sufferings of Jesus Christ. That's the basic Christian doctrine. For those who are not Christian, I know it's not much consolation, but it still operates in their case.
Well, I'm afraid it makes sense. Doctors, stand by. We're at the bottom of the hour, and we'll be right back.
Of the transsexuality or the transsexual operations. They are not. In no way can you say that signifies ipso facto possession at all. That's an illusion.
With regard to transsexuality, homosexuality,
yes.
What advice do you give if somebody comes to you and says, "Father, I'm a homosexual.
Yes.
I'm struggling with myself. I don't like what I am and what I'm doing, but I'm driven and I can't stop." How do you advise? What do you say?
If I have the occasion and the time and the convenience, it's all a matter of convenience. If they're calling from, say, Anchorage, Alaska, it's one thing. If they're calling from 64th and Madison Avenue in New York, it's something else, of course, because it's near where I live at,
Yes.
But depending on those ordinary human factors, which sometimes determine our fate, depending on those, there is a spiritual treatment, not therapy, it's the wrong word to use. It's a spiritual treatment which can resolve peacefully and successfully the struggle one has with one's sexuality, homosexuality or heterosexuality, or transsexuality for that matter. But that's a very delicate spiritual operation that must be done with authority and skill. But it can be done. It's not an irreparable and unchangeable situation. No, it's possible. But the one thing that the person involved must get into their mind is it's not a therapy. It's not the work of a therapist as such. It doesn't rely on psychological or psychophysical factors, although it treats those factors because they're involved in all sexuality.
Oh, isn't that interesting? So it's not psychotherapy and it's not an exorcism.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a spiritual treatment. See, but I don't want to be plunging into a description of it, which could take us the whole of our 5 or 6 hours together today. It really could. But if we have that much time. But I don't think you require that, or the questioner requires that. But no, there's more than hope. There are concrete steps to be taken. But as I say, it's a treatment. It takes time and money and take convenience of location. You understand me?
Yes, of course I do. Mm-hmm. Of course I do.
So it's not an impossible situation at all.
But the nature of the treatment is of a spiritual understanding.
That's right. It's spiritual understanding, but it's also this, that there is no doubt in my mind at all as a priest, and now I've been priesting since 1954 steadily. Before that I was in training. There's no doubt about it. There is aid, help. There is aid, succor, in the shape of what is called in Christian theology the grace of God, the special supernatural help which does repair any damage that our faculties has suffered through living. And our faculties do suffer, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. The way we live and what is done to us, If I'm reared by, I say, a father who is a drug addict and a mother who's a lush, I'm going to be damaged.
That's correct, yes.
So, anything like that can be repaired, but the chief factor doing that is a special help from God called grace. It's supernatural. It's not a dimension. It's not something you put in your pocket. It's not something you measure. But boy, is it powerful.
Mm-hmm.
It's yours.
On to another question. On the last program,
yes,
you said during the next 3.5 years or so, mm-hmm, keep your eyes to the sky.
Yes.
That something, and Doctor, I must tell you, mm-hmm, with the program I did last night,
yes,
with so many other programs, yes, with the remote viewers, all these, yes, different people, yes, yes, American natives,
yes,
they're all saying roughly the same thing. Something's coming. Something big.
Something's coming, but that sums it up, really. Sums up our mentality. And, if I could break into you, of course, that betrays my Irish blood. We Irish are always interrupting each other.
Quite all right.
To improve for the person is saying. If I could say this much to you, no matter what, along the entire spectrum of belief, from a fuddy-duddy Roman Catholic priest like me over to something radically different in belief. There's a common sensation today
Yes.
that we are passing through a window, as people have the expression, from one era, from one condition, human condition, to another condition. And half of our confusion and our squabbling and our impatience today and our fears, above all our fears are, because fear is a very dominant factor today in public and private life and personal life, that is due to the fact that we all sense, without being able to pin it down authoritatively, that we are indeed passing through a window of opportunity.
A kind of quickening is going on.
Yes, there is a thing going on, and it cannot be laughed at. I remember Freud in 1938 publishing a statement in Vienna. I followed it because my daddy was a doctor. I was a young man of 17, but I was engrossed in studies like this. And he's saying that, why is it, he said it at one of these psychoanalytic meetings that was held in Vienna, just pre-war Vienna. And by that time, Vienna was under the grip of Hitler with the Anschluss and the Nazis. Why is it, he said, that the majority of you, addressing his fellow psychiatrists, are reporting that a vast majority of your patients are tortured by dreams of barbed wire and bloodied bodies. Why? Why now? And of course, they knew nothing about the horrible things that were going to be transpire for the next 5 or 6 years. But there is and it does go back to something which was true about Carl Jung. I don't like Carl Jung at all. I don't like his personal life, and I don't like his theories. But he did talk about this sort of universal consciousness.
Yes.
And, of course, he made it into something else. Like a lot of other people, having found something valuable in nature, he proceeded to imagine what it was, and that was not scientific. And he went beyond the data. But there is a consciousness amongst us all, in spite of our differences, due to everything, from sex to color to shape to race to education, that there is something big taking place. The phrase is, we're passing through a window of opportunity into what we do not know, and that is confusing, because the old world, the one we knew, has passed away. There's no doubt about it. We're constructing something, or something is being constructed of us. We're the living stones in this new temple.
I felt as though we're past the point of no return. That doesn't mean the end of everything. It just means we're going to go on to whatever is next.
That's right. We can't go back. There's no going back. And we know that. And that's confusing, first of all, because, there are two things that are very frightening for a human being. The first is to be in a land he doesn't or she doesn't know. Totally alien.
Yes.
But one of the most disturbing things is to be persuaded that there's an alien being you don't know now in your presence or in your area.
I would do it.
It's very disturbing, because that arouses up the good old territorial imperative, as Robert Ardrey used to call it, but it also rouses up this fear of the alien. We don't like what is alien. We must know it.
Could what is coming, Doctor, be spiritual? In other words, something that will affect all of us?
Actually, and you've got a source of information that most people haven't got with your marvelous syndication and your own intelligence. There's no doubt about it. We all know that the big change we sense and are afraid of, in that sense, because we don't know what it is in our spirit, in our human spirit as such. We know there are forces molding it, shaping it, as the consensus of a race of people, and not merely as 5 billion different consciousnesses. You understand me? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
That the change is in our spirit. There's a change being operated. And sometimes we like the result, and sometimes we don't like it. But we know it's in spirit. And by spirit, we mean something other than my flesh. The skin on my hand, and the color of my face, and the length of my hair, and the timbre of my voice, and the look in my eye, and the way I walk, what I do. There's something else. We are something else. We are a soul. We are a spirit. And that is being molded, willy-nilly.
Well, I certainly believe that. I wonder if I can ask you a sensitive question.
Sure.
Being a man of God, have you ever, Father, doubted yourself?
First of all, I'm a man of God in the sense that I'm supposed to be devoted to God's glory. I'm a sinner like everybody else, but I do belong to God by avocation, by formal profession.
Right.
I have never yet doubted the divinity of Jesus. I've never doubted the existence of heaven and of hell and of purgatory. I've never doubted the value of his cross to solve life's problems. I've never doubted the creation of the world by God. No, I've never doubted that. What I have had by way of difficulties were the governing of my own passions and my own fears, above all my fears. Because I remember my grandfather saying to me, if I could be personal, he said once when I expressed some fears, I was about 18 at that time, and about to leave home forever and not go back, he said, measure your love of God by the quantum, use that word, the quantum of fear in your heart. And it's been a lesson all my life. And I've been dealing with fears. Anybody has.
Should people fear God?
Respect in the sense of fear. There are two kinds of fear, Art. Let's distinguish them very carefully. There's the general fear which has a little note of panic in it. And that is something you have to eradicate, because that produces confusion and errors in judgment and mistakes and therefore failure. And it's painful in a very deep sense. And it doesn't make you more cautious, it makes you stupid, because you make mistakes if you're afraid. It's self-control in that sense is necessary. There is a fear, though, of God, which is respect for him. He did make us from nothing according to our beliefs. But again, in all this, I'm a Christian and a Catholic, so you'll forgive it when it's biased, or not biased, but it's one-sided, there's no doubt about that. It's the Christian point of view, but it is that we do depend on him. And if it comes to the point of my rebellion against him for the sake of my own passions, for the sake of my own ambitions, for the sake of my own hates and desires, he can dole out to me a punishment beyond belief, beyond imagining, and that for all eternity. And that's a very healthy balance sometimes in life, when life does extend to you something which looks terribly enticing.
Yes.
It introduces a balance. Not always listened to when you're 20 and 30, but when you hit 40, 50, 60, 70 and face the 80s, you suddenly realize that there is a Lord of life, and he finally is the Lord of everything. So that's sort of a fear, yes, but not craven fear, Michael. Art, not craven fear.
All right. Father, the Pope recently said, surprisingly, shockingly for a lot of Catholics, and not for some, that evolution is more than just a theory. Seeming to affirm the process of evolution, and that was quite a shock for many. Were you surprised?
Not a bit. In my knowledge of the Holy Father, knowing what he is. Now, we better be very clear about this. This is a personal opinion of the Pope. It's not in any way connected with belief. He is, for various political as well as ideological reasons, in favor of regarding I want to call it what I think it is, the metaphysical myth of evolution, regarding it as a serious hypothesis. The reason I regard it as a metaphysical myth is this, that we know that we have now reached the end of the fossil record. We know that. There's no other fossil record to search any longer. And in that fossil record, since the time of Charles Darwin in 1850, we have not found one, but not one sign of evolution from the point of view of a missing link, linking phylum to phylum, primate to primate. There's no such thing. It doesn't exist. And now we know it doesn't exist. So evolution is a nice myth because it explains things, but when you look for, as a scientist, for the proof of it, concrete proof, there ain't no proof, sir. That's the difficulty. So the Pope has made of his own an opinion like that, but he has a political reason as well as an ideological reason for making that statement.
What is the political reason?
Political reason is that the more powerful cardinals in his Roman court, in his Vatican, and the more powerful academicians in his church, whom he has fomented, by the way, they are all evolutionists. And therefore he wants to play it very safe with them. He does belong to what is called, a bit too long to explain like this, unless you want to dump, which we can do, he belongs himself to the French school of thought in this matter. He's very sympathetic. By the way, Poland has always been sympathetic with France and France with Poland on account of the help that France gave to Poland while it was in the grip of Russia or Prussia or Germany. That's past history. I mean, Chopin is the example of that.
Indeed.
There was great connection between Paris and Warsaw always. And the French school of thought, which is a very, very brilliant school of thought in the 17th, 18th, 19th, and early 20th century, has a huge influence on Polish intellectuals. And the Pope is a creature of that, intellectually. He's not a Thomist, if you know what that is. He's not a follower of Thomas Aquinas. He's a French intellectual.
We all wish to think of the Pope as a spiritual leader and in that context, but in fact, the Pope is probably as much of a political leader as spiritual, is he not?
Absolutely, absolutely. You see, this poor man, I say that with great sympathy for him, he has to deal with the geopolitics of faith. That is the fact that the nations of the earth are the children of God and are supposedly, theoretically, anyway, according to Catholicism, they're under the mandate of Christ's salvation. At the same time, he has to deal with the geopolitics of reason, the fate of nations.
Yes.
And he did that, for instance, in Poland, where he was the instrument with Ronnie Reagan's government mainly. He was the instrument of making the first breach in the wall of the Soviet Union, which led finally to its dismemberment, and the rest is history. So he has that double function, and his agony, actually, it has been a real agony. His agony has been the balancing of those two forms of geopolitics.
How does anybody, including the Pope, indulge the politics he must without sinning?
Art, that is such a profound question. and no, it is. I'm not trying to butter you up or flatter you. It's such a profound question because, look, you know, in your ordinary life, passions comes in. You can't be reasonable, follow reason all the time. Your passions come in. Your prejudices, your former biases, the people that were nice to you and the people you loved, and then the people who were unnice to you and that you didn't like or perhaps hated sometimes. And then you've got national and ethnic and cultural prejudices. All that comes in. And any deviation from reason, any deviation from justice, divine and human, is wrong, is a sin in itself. Can be forgiven. God will forgive all these things and cleanse them all by the blood of Jesus. But it's a fact that we do err, and the Pope, sitting where he does, is more easily guilty of malfeasance in high office than I ever will be, because I was never Pope and never will be.
So your answer is, he can't.
He can't avoid it.
He can't avoid it.
You know, all he can do is, he can rely on the blood of Christ and the forgiveness of Jesus.
Forgiveness. Yes, there is always that. But the very process of politics, the very process itself, necessitates compromise.
That's right, it does. Exactly. That's where the difficulty arises. That's exactly where the difficulty arises. And sometimes both the present Pope and his big mentor, Cardinal Stefan Wyszynski, who's now dead, who's called the Fox of Europe, and who drew circles around the Soviets in his day, by the way, and they never caught him. They tried to do anything to him, including kill him. But he and the present Pope, as cardinals in Poland long before he became Pope, had to make compromises with the Marxists. Otherwise, they couldn't have survived.
That must have been a very sad personal time for the Pope.
It was dreadful, yes, it was. And it was dangerous, and it seared his soul, and it left an indelible mark. Art, I have always wondered all my life, which are deeper? The wounds of reality that scar my body and my mind, or the deeper wounds to my very being from my own errors and sins?
I imagine we wonder about these things all the time we are on this earth.
I imagine if we're humble at all, if we're realistic, and stop having too many illusions. I suppose the great thing is not to be...
Doctor, I've got to halt you there. We'll be right back, and when we come back, Major Dames. To the matter at hand, my guest, Dr. Malachi Martin. Doctor, welcome back.
Thank you very much, artist. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. It is a pleasure.
It is indeed. And you did say, did you not, Doctor, that remote viewing, you thought, was nitroglycerin for the soul?
Yes, understood in that sense. Yes, I did regard it as nitroglycerin for the soul, in the sense that it has the potential for a powerful explosion in the human soul.
All right. With that in mind, here is a man who did remote viewing for the U.S. military and now does it in civilian life for his company called SciTech. And he has been a guest on this program many times. Here is Major Ed Dames. Major, welcome to the program.
Hello, Art, and Father Martin, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here.
Major, you've no idea, I've looked forward to this very much. Art made me his complete slave by promising that I would be able to talk. He really did.
Two of us, I hope you have the same key to the ball around our foot.
Yes, we have. Well, tell me this. I feel like follow my leader in this matter because I'm purely and simply a non-technician as regards psychiatry or psychology or therapy or anything like that.
I'd like to share some of my own experiences.
I'd like you to do that.
The area of remote viewing and spirituality.
Yes.
Let me give you just a little background about myself as a military officer, and later on, if you have any questions about my religious backgrounds, we can get into this. But I was both the operations and the training officer for these techniques that are referred to as remote viewing. My company refers to them as technical remote viewing, which are a very precise way of extracting details about a target, a person, place, thing, or event. And I essentially civilianized the company. I took the best members of the military team and now employ them as consultants in my company, and I teach civilians how to do this. And so it's now my vocation. We work as a team against very significant types of targets. For instance, the FBI's Unabomber or the TWA Flight 800 disaster, to attempt to pinpoint the locations of people and things in that regard. When these techniques were first used within the Pentagon, they were construed by many senior officers to be associated with the occult, as you might guess, and probably have heard about. My mentor lives in New York City, Ingo Swann, and you may or may not have ever met him.
No, not many, but I've heard about it.
He himself wondered when he discovered the breakthrough techniques that we use. Prior to the techniques that we use, only natural psychics, very gifted individuals, could be utilized for military intelligence collection missions. Prior to his breakthrough, but he himself, when he developed these techniques, wondered aloud to me whether or not these were associated with something that was dark or the shadow. He himself was concerned about this.
He was concerned?
He was concerned, yes. And so that was the beginning of my concerns also.
Yes.
And we were a human use team. And there was a board that ostensibly watched us to see if there would be any deleterious effects on our psyches during the use and the application of these techniques. It was an experimental team. Well, the board was not that effective, and in fact, what happened was we found that in cases where individuals were already mentally unbalanced, we did run into some serious problems. We still experience that today.
You still experience that?
Yes, we do. If I attempt to teach someone how to open one's mind up, I'll use a loose term.
Yes.
Then, and they are not a balanced individually, emotionally or mentally stable, we do run into serious problems.
Yes.
And if that is partially what you are alluding to as nitroglycerin for the soul, then you are correct in that regard.
Yes.
However, for individuals that are balanced,
yes,
they can perceive many, many things, including turning this light onto the very deepest, darkest, scariest aspect of all, their own minds.
Mm-hmm.
And if they have the courage to look, they can achieve a great leaps in spirituality if they choose. But to get back to the subject at hand, I have noticed on the part of my seniors, including a major general, a 2-star general, and a very high intelligence executive, that remote viewing, these techniques became replacements for religion. These were people who were in their 50s and 60s who essentially were men without gods. It was a spiritual vacuum in their lives, and when these techniques became available to them, either as utilizers or as practitioners, they completely lost their balance and perspective.
In what sense, lose their balance and perspective? Religious?
Actually, in the sense of whole body, in both mental and emotional.
Oh, really?
This became almost an end-all. It became more than a passion in their lives, the answers to all questions, not only a means to an end, but an end itself. It was almost as if they felt empowered by this absolute knowledge.
Yeah, and that's what you referred to when you said a decrease in balance.
They lost their stability. They could not function in a balanced way. It was noticed by all around them, and these were people who were in positions of authority and great responsibility.
Was the imbalance to the point that they had to be relieved of their authority?
That is correct. They were relieved, including my commanding general.
Oh, that's very important because, my God, without an authority, stable authority, no achievement is possible.
No.
Very interesting. I find all that utterly fascinating, Major. Let me not interrupt you. You go on, please.
Well, I think there's some other things that you would like to know.
Yes.
What I would like to tell you some of the things that this has done for me personally.
Yes. Would you share that with me?
I would be glad to. I no longer require, I feel I do not require faith. I'm no longer what one would call a man of faith.
Yes.
And that is because I don't feel that I need faith anymore. I have absolute trust now.
Yes.
I've reached the point by looking at certain nooks and crannies spiritually with the techniques that I employ and have learned that I'm so trusting. It's when you can see things around you, perceive things around you that are divine and demonic, and put them in their places, their respective places. Then there are no dark areas. The darkest areas are within our own mind.
Therefore, there's no need of faith, you conclude.
I'm sorry?
Therefore, you conclude there's no need for faith.
And personally, only personally, Father.
Of course, I know what you're saying, yes.
And I'm quite sure that you would not only take exception to that, but you could give me some good cases.
No, take exception. I don't, Ed. I have no sort of horror or sudden say, "Oh my God," and I have no reaction like that. I'm just fascinated by it all for the moment.
Well, and some other experiences. Individuals who feel presences around them, or ostensibly within them.
Yes.
What these techniques can do, and they are difficult to work. It takes approximately 45 minutes of pen on paper with a disciplined remote viewer to gain any information whatsoever, and it takes many more hours to gain a good pattern of what we are dealing with, but its patterns are accurate. We're able to take that information and determine if, for instance, a presence is angelic, demonic, or somewhere in between, something like a diva or an elemental, all of the various sort and sundries of both religious realities or created beings and material or semi-material beings and their intents. And that is a very, very useful tool for a modern age where there's so much obfuscation. It can make life complex, interesting, but in certain regards quite simple.
And can't it also solve a lot of problems that people people go to psychiatrists and psychologists?
It can indeed. In fact, I listened to part of one of your programs on Art Show, and I thought if I would be with Father Martin during one of his exorcisms, I could assist greatly by using these methods and techniques, especially employed as a team, because we do medical diagnostics, to determine whether or not you would of course endorse these is another question, endorse these techniques, but to determine what we are dealing with, whether it's a psychological trauma, the source of that trauma. Was it a multiple trauma? Was it trauma over a long period of time? Or are we dealing with an attachment or attachments? And what is the nature of that? How affixed are they? And at what point do they depart? These are things that you already know. You can recognize those, I'm sure.
Of course. That would be a very interesting collaboration, Ed. It really would. Marvelous collaboration. It really would. Well, itself, objectively, just without considering anything else, because there are other implications also. But anyway, let me not interrupt you. Go on, please.
No, I don't have your experience in these matters, but I do have experience in discerning, in shining a light on these dark agencies, and they hate the light. They are very.
They do.
What I have found is, in fact, many masquerade as angelic beings or
angels of light, as Paul would call them.
What did Paul call?
St. Paul said that Lucifer can transform himself into an angel of light in order to deceive the believer.
I see. And
it's a phrase, an angel of light.
In fact, when in the early days when I researched many ways that we could use occult, formerly heretofore the appellation was the occult techniques as intelligence collection tools. When I looked directly into the eyes of someone who was channeling something, you could see certain things, and I could see that I was being lied to. I could see that I was being told everything I wanted to be told. And then in subsequent years,
it's so accurate.
Yes, and in subsequent years, after learning these techniques, I was able to really gain a complete appreciation for what these attachments were, the nature of them, and that became quite fascinating. And they are desperate to maintain that attachment, as you already know.
Absolutely.
I found that out as attempting to research these phenomena, various occult phenomena, as intelligence collection tools, of all things.
No. The connection is an obvious one to make. I can see it immediately. It's useful in the field of intelligence.
We did not know. We had to look at that. But that exposure to the knowledge, to the light of truth and awareness, it essentially drives away many of these shadowy forces. And when people who have been, I'll say, plagued all their life by fear that there's something following me or something is around me, sometimes what I have found in my work, is that thing, that so-called shadowy agent that has been tailing a person throughout his or her life may sometimes be angelic in nature and not demonic. And someone has been afraid.
What did you say? Yes, can be angelic, and then you add in a sentence I didn't catch. And
not demonic.
Not demonic, that's right.
In some cases, the person has been afraid of something that has been a loving,
benign.
Yes. Well, more than benign. Sometimes very, very loving and very
positively working for them.
Yes. Yes, and they were afraid of that. But with these techniques used correctly, and they are very difficult to use correctly.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
They high degrees of training.
It's a delicate operation anyway.
It's delicate, but it's repeatable, and the procedures are standardized. They just need to use their professional tools.
Yeah.
But what I wanted also to say is the connection with God does not go away during the process of remote viewing. One's soul is not lost. If your soul is already lost or saved, regardless of using these techniques, the connection is still there, and you take it with you when you go into this it used to be an altered state. That was quite a different modality. But here, one simply turns their attention to an idea. I'll use that roughly. So one's attention is half focused upon writing down information on a piece of paper, and half focused on something that is in, for lack of a better word, one's collective unconscious. There are technical terms.
Yes. Let's stipulate. We can use that phrase. It has to be defined further, ultimately.
But Father, it has been the downfall of a number of people. I've seen it myself.
Oh, I know it has.
And yet it's given me more than I could possibly. It's given me answers to many different things, and it's allowed me, most of all, when I wanted to give back the gift, when I wanted to serve, I prayed for about 6 months to make sure that I knew I couldn't return the gift that I had been given.
Of course not.
Answers to all questions.
Of course not.
Well, I was too naive to know that. Every time I tried to return a gift, I had received dump trucks of gifts back.
Yes.
So I changed my strategy and just asked to serve. And what this tool allowed me to do was to precisely determine, well, it took about 6 months actually to make sure I was correct,
yes, how
to serve, and how to serve my God. And that's what this tool gave me, the precise details of what to do, how to serve, rather than just a general sense. And that's why one of the reasons I'm so grateful to English One.
And indeed, let me add in, we all should be grateful that such a thing, because in theological terms, Ed, what you're talking about is a charism. It really is. It's a gift. It's an ability given you. And I still don't want to interrupt you because you have a lot more to say on this matter. I just want to add this one thing, or say this one thing, and it's this, that this is a very precise, well-intentioned, nobly intentioned effort on your part, or performance. You're not doing it for self-glorification, and you're not doing it for self-advantage. You use the word serve, S-E-R-V-E, which is very angelic, by the way.
Father, I'm going to have to interrupt,
sure.
and I'm going to let you continue with this when we get back in a moment. From a spiritual perspective, you would think, indeed, the odd couple, but maybe not. We're going to find out. Back now to Dr. Malachi Martin and Major Ed Dames. And Dr. Martin, I wanted to let you finish what you had started saying, and then perhaps explain to us, if you would, why you think remote viewing is nitroglycerin for the soul.
Yes, I will. Hello, is Ed there?
I'm here, Father Martin.
All right. I feel really funny. I should call you Major Ed Dames.
God, please call me Ed.
But anyway, let's get over that for the moment. The original statement I made when we asked the last time about this being nitroglycerin for the soul, because, and I think you might even understand it, as I do understand it, it is, if it's not done with the proper motivation and not done, as it were, scientifically, that is, with proper methods and checks and balances, it can disrupt the soul. It can blow it up. It can cause an explosion in it. We, from my side, from the point of view of exorcists, and that's when I say we, I really mean that, those engaged in this work, found that those who did remote viewing or channeling without any of those safeguards that you just described, that they underwent very severe disturbances and disruptions of their personality, their normal persona, and they also had manifestations that could only be explained in the light of Luciferian intervention in human things. The theory or the belief behind it is that there is the supernatural order and there is the natural order. The natural order is what you see, the flesh and bones and blood and earth and metal around us and wood and material things. And then there's the supernatural order, which is the existence of God and all that belongs to God. And in between there's what we call the middle plateau. And it's on that plateau that these powers can be exercised, the powers of the soul that apparently can be sharpened and developed. And my language is pre-scientific and pre-medical and pre-psychiatric, Ed, and you'll appreciate that, because I don't even purport to be a psychiatrist or a therapist of any kind. Just an exorcist and a priest. Now, when I said it was the nitroglycerin of the soul, I meant when somebody enters or tries to enter the middle plateau and deal with such powers and faculties and develop them without the proper intention or the proper controls and checks and balances. And the phenomena that take place in people who do that are those that attract us as a group of exorcists, and that demand or require, from our point of view, require the attention that we bestow on it with formal exorcism as such. Now, the one more thing I want to add in just as a pabulum, as material for talk, for good discussion, is this, that the difficulty is that the supernatural, as Christians conceive it, and still conceive it, is totally unimaginable. There is no human concept, and therefore no human word that can describe it, number one. And number two, it is imperceptible to a man without a special grace from God. He can't even perceive it. So much so that if a man has not got faith, he just can't imagine it. If he loses faith, he does not know he's lost it, because if he knew he lost it, he'd have it back. The mere fact of knowing you've lost it is a perception itself belonging to faith. It's complicated as a concept, but that's the reality we have found. Now, the only practical application outside of religious peace and a calm for people who come for exorcism, the only practical example was, strangely enough, for some army officers, purely as private citizens, who came for help because they had delved into the middle plateau and came away very disturbed. Then there are the normal people who use Ouija boards or who use remote channeling or remote viewing, and they entered an area where they were subject to terrible onslaughts from an angel of light, in that technical sense of the angel of light, and the only succor we could give them was precisely through these ceremonies, which are not therapies at all, because an exorcism is not a therapy; it's a confrontation. That may not throw much light, but it will explain to you why I called it the nitroglycerin of the soul. And everything else is absolutely enlightening for me that you have said, and I presume into the hopper of all those ideas, as the expression goes, would go the entire question of the Greenbaum programming and the summation that somebody like, what's his name, Corey Hammond, drew up for the American Psychiatric Association for MPD, the whole idea of the program. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I do. Just one comment, and I am familiar somewhat with operationally with the idea of the middle plateau.
Yes.
Channeling. There are the more that we have found, one gives up one's own identity. Let me go back to an operational perspective again. And, I want to emphasize that this evolved, the techniques I used as a military intelligence gathering tool. And
that's important.
It is. When we looked at the phenomenon of channeling, I already mentioned some of the characteristics that behavioral characteristics that I observed. It became very evident to me operationally that channelers never took responsibility for their work. or their lack of success or their lack of detail. It was always, well, it was somebody else, Manny, Mo, or Jack, that did that, and it's not my fault that the information is incorrect. That was an interesting thing. Another, the most interesting aspect was, of course, that the channeler gives up one's own identity, turns their identity over to something unknown, something that has convinced them that it's benign in most cases.
That is very, very, very important. That's where the nitroglycerin aspect comes in.
And that is the essence of channeling. But technical remote viewing is essentially a mind tool where we are fully conscious and fully awake. Even in the early days of the programs where the natural psychics in the Army were employed for intelligence collection purposes, that was an altered state, and there were some dangers in an altered state. When we would send, I use that term loosely,
yes,
an officer to a remote location, there were instances where in navigating that middle plateau, where these people were subject to great angst because they ran into other entities, so to speak, on the way. And this caused a tremendous amount of grief. We actually had two individuals have heart attacks. In employing these techniques, and of course, it was very nonplussing to
I would say so.
those of us in the unit. And so we settled on to these mind techniques rather than mind-body techniques.
Yes.
It became indeed, when used correctly, and they became almost a library card to essentially just an endless amount of information.
Yes.
One can do with that information what one chooses to do, act in any way one chooses to do upon the information, but nevertheless it's there to be downloaded. Sometimes, as in the case of at least one of my former students, and in the case of another Army officer who has recently authored a book, these people started to lean towards association with the very entities that they discovered in the middle plateau. And so it became they began to engage in what one could term a quasi-channeling behavior. Well, quasi-channeling is as good as channeling. Once you have something has its hook in you, it's got its hook in you, and you may be in the shadows, but it's got you.
That's right.
And that is why one begins to see a behavioral change. Frenetic. These individuals become frenetic, lose their balance, make statements that appear incoherent.
Yes.
And as you well know, and that kind of behavioral change is a red flag. Something has happened.
Yes, that's right. Something has happened, all right. Have you identified what that happening was, what did happen? Or have you any speculation?
We studied it, actually. And it's in the terms of basic psychology 101, the hook is in the individual's ego. Ego has completely been hooked, and the psyche the hook is in the ego, and the psyche is being pulled along, led by the ego.
It's entailed. Yep, it's entailed, as we say.
And
that's a very good description of the process.
And we've had to study it long and hard and use models in order to discern when we're on dangerous turf. And the further we cross over into giving up our own decision-making ability, because that's all we really have is our mind, and our mind is where we begin the basis for the formation of whether or not our soul survives.
That's right. If we forsake that, we've forsaken the very essence of us.
I agree. And when these individuals start to give up their decision-making ability and turn their minds over to something else, or their minds become completely imbued with ego, we lose them.
Well, that's the beginning of what is called, from my point of view, from my side, possession.
I'm not familiar that much with possession. I have only seen it once or twice in my career. I do want to reiterate one thing, though. The majority of people who come to me to learn technical remote viewing are commonplace individuals that are balanced. They're very interested and enthusiastic, and we can spot individuals who are, nowadays we have to, because we've had so many disasters, not so many, but when the disasters occurred in the past, whether on the military team or in the case of one or two civilians, former students, they were real disasters.
So that taught you a lesson.
It taught us a lesson, and we have to, we really scrutinize the behaviors of individuals that come our way.
You have a profile of the people you wouldn't touch.
It's not as much a profile as an art, not as much a science as a feeling.
And it's art. What would be a red flag to you for somebody that you wouldn't want to deal with?
Frenetic behavior is one. That is one red flag. The individual, another thing that we see, if an individual just cannot get away from, for instance, conspiracy theories. That just conspiracy. We sometimes that is an indication that someone is perhaps a paranoid schizophrenic, and that's the worst case. We would absolutely never want to touch that. To a paranoid schizophrenic.
Father, with what you've heard about remote viewing, those types of personalities aside, would there be a relatively safe way to do what Ed does?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You see, he. I mean, as his ordinary business, he laid out a system of checks and balances from the point of view of intention and method and technique, and an intimate knowledge of the various entities that do people this region in which he enters and works. And that is very different from the loosey-goosey, if I can use that expression, approach to opening my mind and receiving whatever comes into it.
May I say one other thing, Father?
Yes, of course, Ed.
I wish to in terms of experience, point out something else too.
Yes.
In terms of the what one might call the shadow demons and their ilk, I happen to be very afraid of them. I am very. They scare
Thank God you are.
out of me.
Thank God you are.
Yes, but I'm not afraid that they will harm me because of my connection with God and with angels.
Yes,
that's the only reason that I can deal in the areas that I deal in.
Ed, could I stop you there and ask you a question which is pertinent?
Of course.
You said that you no longer need faith. Now, you see where I'm going.
Not essentially, but what I said was I feel that I have absolute trust now.
That's right. But faith, therefore, on your lips meant something else other than what I mean by faith. Because obviously, if you do depend on angelic protection and divine protection, you have what in classical terms would be called religious faith. Do you understand me?
Yes, I do.
But it's not so. I have no words to describe this, but it is one. You've made several acts of what we call theological faith throughout your entire discussion of this, and you have a certain almost childlike dependence on their protection, to preserve you, because that's why you venture into this field unafraid. In that sense, you have certain fears, or you take care of certain things out of respect for your enemy, or for the things that could deceive you.
What I meant was by that was that I can perceive what these things are. They are although and in the past, when I was a young man, before I was exposed and imbued and learned to be a professional in the techniques that I use, I did not know what these were. And then I needed what I called, in my classical terms, faith. I had to rely upon a higher power, my God, to protect me from these from the darkness. But now I can see into the darkness. I can shine this light in there and say, aha, over here is this, over there is that.
Yes.
And that's essentially what I mean.
That was enlightenment. You still have that dependence on protection, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, you see, that's now, I only want to introduce a thing which I've talked about before, which I can never put exactly. It is the supernatural. The supernatural is by essence, in the Christian tradition and in the Jewish tradition too. But since I'm a Christian, I better speak authoritatively only about that. This idea of the supernatural is disturbing in one sense, but consoling in another sense, because the Christian idea is that the supernatural itself is totally alien to human nature, but has come to human nature to elevate it, and therefore to protect it in this field, especially in this field, but in the normal field of human behavior too. But that it's alien to it, in the sense that I myself cannot, of myself, just with my human powers, attain the wisdom I need in order to avoid collision and damage and harm. That's the idea of the supernatural in Christianity.
Doctor, may I ask you this?
Sure.
Could Ed's understanding or enlightenment protect him against possession?
It could, given merely the words he has used and the phrases he has used and what he has said. I find no trace of the things that betray the innate weakness of vanity or pride or self-reliance. I find a godliness in it. And that is one of the keys to it. He should be protected against it because the grace, or the supernatural grace, is there. And all I'm doing is saying that that has been with him apparently all along, because he cited his own career as a young man and then getting into the dark corners and getting the light to see the lurking dangers that were there, to be able to detect an angel of light, which is really the shadow itself, pretending to trying to deceive him. So yes, the answer is yes. He can do that with impunity. But then that would mean that if I were to be fully and completely thorough in that answer, I'd have to sit down with Ed and say to him, all right, now tell me how you pray and how you think and how you behave and how you live and your morality, etc. And I have no intention of doing that to Ed, because he wouldn't do it to me, in public anyway.
All right. Ed, do you want to hang on a little bit longer?
It's up. I'm digging in to Father Martin's time, and I can hang in for another 30 minutes.
All right. Why don't we do another 30 minutes, Father? Is that all right with you?
That's lovely.
All right, good. We will be back, and we will do exactly that next. I'm Mark. Well, all right. Back now to Dr. Malachi Martin and Major Ed Dames. And Dr. Martin,
yes.
Is remote viewing something that you would not participate in, or as described? Is it something that you feel would have value and something you might even try yourself?
Whatever about trying myself, because I'm not a technician or haven't been trained in this, I don't regard it as essentially dangerous. And in fact, I think at this stage, what we should do is sketch out where the discussion has arrived. Major Ed Dames has outlined a very careful and tried and tested. I was going to use the word technique, but he will forgive me if it's not exactly that, and if that is not the exact word. But it's a method of exploring and remote viewing, especially with view to intelligence, military, and I suppose civilian, and also as regards human behavior. Now, and he has pointed out that they have learned by bitter lessons that certain types of people, certain characters, are simply not fitted to be brought along this way because of the dire results that take place. And he didn't expand on that, and there's no need to. We can imagine what he means by it. The position of the exorcist, where we come in, is somebody who has gone off the rails, as it were. Somebody who has not merely become frenetic, but does seem to be possessed, as the classical term has it, and in his terms, it is that the shadow has become completely all-powerful over a particular individual, and the simple technique we use is a technique of confrontation between the exorcist and the exorcee, the possessed person, the presumably possessed person, and that's the initial problem, to find out, is the person really possessed or is it something else? And the confrontation between the exorcist and the exorcee, and an exercise of authority over the shadow, and forcing the shadow by the authority of God, of Christ, to depart. That's roughly the area we have covered. And by the way, I must ask a simple question of spelling. I don't know how to spell Citex. Is it Citex?
Ed?
Father Martin, it's a transliteration of the Greek letter Psi, P-S-I, Psi.
Oh, Citex. And T-E-X, is it?
T-E-C-H.
T-E-C-H, all right. And Ed, is it D-A-M-E-S is the way you spell your name?
That's correct.
I didn't know that. That's all right. I want to sum up because I would like to correspond or to be in contact with you, if I may. And I suppose I'll find it in California. I'll bet to find your...
I'll make that connection, and Art will be our middleman. I was going to ask you that perhaps we could corroborate in the future, or is there a case that an exorcist case in the past that you found intractable or irresolvable that perhaps my company could turn its attention to perhaps...
There may well be, and I think we should talk about that between the two of us outside of the public radio. But an answer to Art Bell's question, no. I'm not even chary about entrusting myself to the methods and the technology of use, because it seems to me, Major Ed, and I'm speaking as a priest here, and as an exorcist, it seems to me that you are overshadowed by a godliness, which I can only ascribe to my Savior. Now, I'm using my Christian language, and you'll forgive that. But
no need to forget that.
Yeah, but
I'm also a simple Christian.
Yeah, I know. And basically, it's a great simplicity, and there's a whole elaboration of that about the humanity of our Lord Jesus and what He has done and what He does, and the power that He gives and the authority it gives. But that's simply, those are the details of it all. So, Art, to conclude that, my answer to your question, no. I would have really illimitable trust in the methods that Major Ed James uses and the techniques. I have no qualms whatever. I really have not.
I find that remarkable. You both apparently agree on the general nature of the middle ground.
With that middle plateau, we both know. I think we've both been there, or are there, in that sense, in the work we do. Do you agree, Ed?
I absolutely do.
Many Christians, people who would call this program or send me faxes, would say that what Ed is doing is of the devil. They would just make that
Art, may I interrupt you and say that
the
head of the Presidential Foreign Intelligence Board, when briefed on the existence of our program, stated, after he went sheet white, that man should not know these things until he dies.
It's a funny inversion of what happened in the garden, according to Genesis. It really is. You shall be as gods, as if it was a temptation. But you see, Art, if I could break in there, I really do think that this is a charism that has been developed in Ed James and his associates, if he has them, who are like him. And it is the work of God, because it does enlighten us as to the shadowy personages that inhabit the middle plateau and that entrap people so that finally they end up on my doorstep in a pitiable condition. I remember being approached by some members of the armed forces, let me put it very vaguely, in the 80s, and their complaint was, and Ed will understand this completely better than I do myself even, look, we have trained officers in certain techniques, and we find that they have now developed symptoms that you describe in your last book about possession.
Oh.
It's been my experience, Father Martin, that those individuals who have taken lives in combat,
yes,
the more lives that a soldier has taken, there seems to be a storage area. It's
yes.
a denial. And when
yes.
one is by vocation or by order partakes of things that are spiritual, all this comes out of the closet. And I have seen soldiers break into pieces and stay broken.
Absolutely.
Because they've taken a human life.
And from the, could I say this and be understood? Because I want to be understood by you. Looking at it from the inside, it's logical. I mean, it's almost a necessary consequence.
Ed, I think we really can't do any more than this. I am surprised at the result that we got between the two of you and pleased by it. And I would imagine you are too.
I'm very surprised and I'm very pleased, and I've learned so much, and I've been enriched by this. I want to thank you, James.
This has been nothing but an honor for me, Father Martin.
May God go with you and give you the grace.
Ed, my friend, thank you.
Pleasure's been mine.
SciTech's Ed Dames. And as I said, he has promised to join us once again and is going to target himself this Hale-Bopp comet headed our way, and we'll see what Ed has to say about it. All right. Dr. Martin.
Yes.
You have a new book. It's called Windswept House.
That's right.
What is the central tenet? What were you trying to tell everybody in Windswept House?
I was trying to tell them the condition of the present Pope in relation to the papacy. In other words, the book says the following. For some time now, actually for about 5 to 8 years, it's hard to pin it down, there's been a movement amongst the more powerful servants of the papacy, cardinals and bishops, in Europe and in America, to persuade the present Pope to resign and retire, which he can do legally, by the way. The law of the Church says that a Pope may resign, and he needs give no reason to anybody on the face of the earth why he resigns.
Indeed.
Now, there has been pressure on him to resign, and since he turned the age 75 and is now he's in his 77th year and in very bad health, the pressures are enormous on him, so much so that the document they drew up to illustrate their wishes, and this document was in his hands towards the end of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s, he has yielded so far to this extent that he's drawn up another document which pertains to some legislation he would like to pass before he dies concerning the health of popes. In other words, supposing a pope becomes a vegetable, supposing he is rendered totally incapable of movement, physical movement, supposing he goes mad, supposing there's dementia there.
Yes.
So he has drawn up this. He has not signed it because he would trap himself if he did, because he'd be giving rules that should apply to him. However, the pressure on him has been very big to resign, and their motives for doing so is this. They say, we have such problems nowadays that only a more forward-looking, more liberal-minded Pope can really collaborate with the forces in human society to stave off disasters. They're talking about two disasters. They're talking about what they call the population explosion. We're, 5.2 billion now.
That's
and
right.
We're heading, they say, for 7.5 in the year 2030, and so weiter und so was. And that's the number one problem. And number two problem is education. The first problem of explosion, they say, can be curbed by abortion, contraception, sterilization. And sterilization is already being used in third world countries, manufactured by Canadian and American companies.
Might even add euthanasia.
And euthanasia. That's exactly. To deal with what some of the demographers who are heartless, the useless eaters. Little old babies.
See, that's right, useless eaters, yeah.
Yes, useless eaters. Little babies and old guys like me. But I say that as a joke. The last sentence, the last phrase of it. Now, of course, the present Pope is absolutely adamant I mean, you mentioned abortion, contraception, sterilization, euthanasia,
yes.
and he's airborne with the indignation. So they say, but all right, you can cavil about abortion, but anyway, contraception, can't we lighten up on that to some degree? Because even the officially blessed form of family limitation by Roman Catholics called natural family planning implies a certain contraceptive mentality.
Certainly.
So that's the difficulty. But he will say no. So they say we need somebody who is more receptive. Secondly, then, within the church itself, we do need, I think today, the modern mind does say, it would be better if a priest had the option of celibacy or the option of marriage. And then thirdly, there is the phenomenon of our age. One of the big phenomena is the rise of women as such, feminism in the good and the bad sense, because there's a good and a bad sense to everything. And the fact is, why shouldn't women be ordained priests? Why should it be all male? Does priesthood depend on testicles? Pardon my language, but that's briefly the argument that comes down. Is biology destiny in this matter? So they say that we need a forward-looking man who will be young enough and perceptive enough to start moving on these fronts, because in that case, then we can collaborate with the vast movement outside by very powerful and flourishing men and organizations for the control of food and the better nourishment. So the awful figures today for the malnutrition, and I forget the actual figures, but it's frightening. The amount of children that are suffering from malnutrition. So the pressure on him is great for that. He has refused so far, obviously, because he hasn't resigned. I do feel that the pressure has been so great on him, and his health now is so precarious, that it is now 50-50. By the way, I'm not a betting man. As I said to you before, I lost a few dollars on the Yankees a couple of weeks ago. My betting is not exactly blessed by God. But I do feel that it is now 50-50% possible that within one calendar year we would have another pope. He may resign or he may die, because his health is precarious. He has Parkinson's disease, there's no doubt about that. Mm-hmm. And by the way, it is accompanied by episodic dementia in its early stages. But again, I'm not authoritative in this matter, but I'm told this. He has also an osteoporosis, and he breaks things easily if he falls or hits against things. And then he has been operated for cancer.
Father, what you're talking about is sort of a papal version of a living will.
That's right.
That's really what it is. And you say he will not sign it himself.
Well, he may finally sign it and then resign. He may.
I see.
The pressure on him is very big. Now, by the way, the pressure is big because it comes not merely from his own people, his own colleagues, as it were, bishops and cardinals. It comes from very powerful organizations who share the same opinion as those colleagues, or the colleagues share the same opinion. For instance, there's no doubt about it that the thinking of the World Wildlife Fund in this matter, beginning with Prince Philip of Edinburgh and go on down along, or of the Ford Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Pew and Draper funds, they all think the same thing. They're all very keen on controlling the population, and they agree with those who would like to see a change of Pope. And everybody acknowledges the Pope's achievements and his work for peace and his compassion. We all know that. But they say we need a younger man now. The book is about that and about the pressures on John Paul.
Well, I would like to get your views on it. And to start with, let me ask you, I had no idea such a document existed. Would it not, in a way, for him to hold on in way past the point where this document would have taken effect had it been signed, for him to hold on and then sign it at the very end, would that not be, in essence, morally wrong, if not sinful?
Well, it would be, at least put it like this, because I must have some reverence for him, Martin. You understand that. It would be reprehensible.
Reprehensible.
Reprehensible. What grade of immorality, how far it's venial or mortal, is something else. And I find it very hard to decide that in the person of my Pope. And he is my Pope, and I am a priest of his church, and I'm a practicing when I say Mass every morning and all that, the usual priest stuff. Priest behavior. You know, I don't want to make a big thing out of it, but it's very sacred for me. It's my essence of my life. But yes, it would be reprehensible, because then he's putting his own personal position in preference to the good of the universal church, if the good of the universal church would be served by his resigning. And that's the crucial decision he has to make. And the book actually ends on that crucial note of doubt in his mind. Should he or shouldn't he?
So the book is not an advocacy, wasn't an advocacy tool for you. You didn't advocate that he should sign this and resign.
No. I leave it pendant. The book ends on a pendant note, and I've been blamed for that. They said, why didn't you decide the issue? I said, well, the issue has not been yet decided by the man who must decide it.
All right, I want to ask you about those three areas, that is population, the option of marriage for priests, and perhaps the women's movement and their place in the church. We'll be right back. All right, here we go. Back now to Dr. Malachi Martin in Manhattan, where it's getting very late. Welcome back to the show, Doctor.
It's a pleasure to be here, and it's still early morning.
It isn't. Well, it is. Yes, early morning.
Early morning, and this conversation is so stimulating that I find it difficult to imagine going to sleep. Although I'm sure if you told me to go to sleep, I would do so immediately. You know that lovely condition.
All right.
Anyway, let's go on now.
Let us do that. Now, there have been many studies in which rats have been put together in a tight little area. Inevitably, they end up killing each other, eating each other alive, behaving very badly indeed. Our world population, though the planet can hold many people, I'm not sure it can support many people, and we have many, many, many people. What is your position on birth control?
Well, I'll tell you, Art. First of all, I think that the phrase sustainable development is susceptible of a decent explanation. I'm sure Hitler would also use sustainable development in a completely different sense, and Stalin would too.
Yes.
But I think we people can use it in a good sense. As regards birth control, or the control of population, I'd rather put it in the general plane.
All right.
I can in no way sanction the killing of life once it has started in the womb. I cannot, in any sense of the word. I just can't. I can't take that from the point of view of natural law, and then from the point of view of the mandate of my Savior, as I regard him.
No abortion at any stage.
No abortion at any stage, no, is not justified. Even the extreme cases that one hears of, rape and
incest.
No, there's no way I can sanction the killing of a human life in any sense. That applies to capital punishment as well as everything else, even though I share the indignation of the population when somebody is really a killer, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's this instinct, let's kill him, let's get rid of him, but I can't even sanction that.
All right, what about those wonderful little birth control pills that, if taken regularly as prescribed, to 90% or better will prevent birth?
Well, they will interfere with, you see, Catholic doctrine is very rigid, and I think will remain so in spite of the zigzag split today. It says that once there's conception, once there's a zygote clinging to the endometrial wall of the womb, that's a human soul, even though it's utterly undeveloped, and you can't interfere with that once that's there. Now, most of the abortifacients, most of the pills are abortifacients. They will evacuate that life once started. That's why, to a certain degree, many Catholics practice some form of blockage. The old pessary idea, the old condom idea,
or rhythm.
Well, then rhythm is a different thing, because the Catholics, a lot of Catholics today, including the authorities, say it's okay if you follow the rhythm of your body, and at certain moments when the woman is fertile, you avoid.
All right, let's back away from that and move back to blockage.
Yes.
All right, how do you look at that?
Well, blockage, you interfere. You see, the difficulty is this, that here's the Catholic difficulty with that. And it's a real difficulty. And many Catholics have changed from this point, but it still is a difficulty. If I block the natural performance of the marital act, let's call it that.
Yes.
That means that I have a contraceptive mentality. Because the Catholic ideal is to be within the limits of nature, and the dictates of nature to be open to what God sends. Now, for instance, God does send me the power of walking on a precipice and falling down 300 feet to my death on the rocks below if I don't tempt God by doing that, because I may lose my balance. But the point I'm making is that he does give us the power of not coming together with my wife, say, when she is in a fertile period. If she has regular menses, by the way, that's another problem altogether. And many people try to apply the Catholic natural family planning and found out that she was irregular, and therefore they conceived.
Oh, yes.
And I know one family that conceived 6 children already.
It is nevertheless, though, still a sort of a blockage, isn't it?
It is
mentally, yes.
It is. And actually, I've always thought of the NFP mentality, natural family planning mentality, as a contraceptive mentality, because de facto I am avoiding conception.
There you are.
So I mean, between that and the actual contraceptive mentality, which says we shall use a condom, or we shall use, the intrauterine apparatus, or the pills, de facto the intention is the same. However, some moralists and some church authorities would allow you use the natural family planning because it is within the movement of nature. It's within the prescriptions of nature. I don't hold that, but that's merely my personal interpretation. But I'm rather rigid on this matter. So what is the answer? Don't laugh at me when I say it. Don't do it. It's hard.
Just don't do it.
Abstention. Yeah.
All right. There are many, Father, who said that the reason that Catholicism has this view is because the Church wants more Catholics.
Yes, that was an old shibboleth against the Church. But actually, I've never found a trace of that. Now, I've passed through all the echelons of training, philosophy, theology, and papal service, and that never enters into it. It's never that. It's the horror of interfering with an act which is of itself a natural entity. And then I've never seen any place, by the way, in any of the theoreticians or the theologians or in the books or in the lectures, and I passed through it all. I spent 18 years training before they allowed me to preach a sermon. I've never found a trace of that mentality officially. Now, it may be that somebody said, well, let's have as many babies as we can, Sal.
Well, we did talk about politics earlier.
Yes, we did. Yes, I know. Well, that's Ben Trovato, as they say. That's a well-chosen remark. But it's never, no pope has ever said that, and therefore we will increase and multiply and have more Catholics than dominate the population of the world. I've not found that, but it's an old shibboleth, chiefly because Catholics used to have orphanages, and with young pregnant women who are unmarried, they would adopt the child.
Yes. And
there have been many abuses in that regard, by the way. There was a recent 60-minute program on that, which was dreadfully distressing, the lengths to which they went in order to get the babies that were conceived illegitimately, as they used to say in those days. So that's where I stand on the matter. I do not think that any invasion of that serves finally the glory of God.
Then if you were Pope,
yes,
you would resist, as this Pope has, any real change in that area?
I would, Ed. I would, Art. I would indeed. I would do something else, though more positive. I would set about a different sex ed program than Catholic bishops have allowed in America and in Canada.
In what sense?
Well, you see, the sex ed program, if you examine it nakedly, not the pun, by the way, examine it as it is, it's a program that stimulates sexual excitement and interest.
Oh?
Yeah, it's not educational. And then if you turn to the, Catholic couples today in most dioceses in America must go through what they call Cana conferences. They're called Cana because Cana was the marriage feast at which Jesus functioned at the beginning of his preaching in the Gospels. And the Cana conferences are supposed to enlighten the fiancés, the engaged couples, as to their obligations. But again, it has taken in this country, to a large extent, a sexual turn. And it doesn't educate, because I think that the one faculty we have, the sexual power, the faculty, requires great education, especially today when we've passed through the swinging 70s and the swinging 80s,
oh, yes,
and the AIDS-ridden 90s. We need education. So I would change all that. I'd make sure we had another sex ed attitude completely. And I would not ask children to experiment with bananas and carrots, which they do.
So your attitude is basically boils down to just don't do it.
Just don't do it, but educate the human being to know that you haven't got to do it all the time, and when you do it, it must be done within a reasoned existence. You must be able to afford the child, and you must be able to afford the education, and all the other human considerations that make a responsible citizen.
That's asking a lot of
it is.
Of a person, indeed.
It is. An awful lot, and there are going to be accidents along the way and violations, but we have remedies for those too.
All right. Very traditional indeed. All right.
Yes, it is, Art.
Yes. All right. Let us see if you are also traditional in the area of marriage for priests.
Yes.
Now, you've been a priest a very long time, Father.
I have, since 1954.
Have you found the battle with the flesh to be a difficult one, or did you early on come to an understanding and are at rest with it?
Art, I must be awfully frank on this point, because otherwise I wouldn't be happy with myself.
Please do.
The battle with the flesh stops when the last nail is put in your coffin, as far as I'm concerned. That's when it stops.
I'm sure that's correct.
Yeah, I know it's that way. Now, difficulty or easement in this matter is, on the one hand, subjective, and on the other hand, objective. It's subjective in the sense that a lot goes into it. Your early background, your nature, your character, the examples you've had around you, your early habits, the way you're trained. For instance, let me tell you this much, that in Ireland of my day, I became a Jesuit at the age of 18. I never dated anybody. I never went to a dance in my life. We had no such thing as co-education at all. We had separation of the sexes, and we didn't look on it as separation of the sexes. It was the natural way we all behaved. It was the ambient in which we lived. We had parties at Christmas and Easter and birthdays in which we all were present, male and female, young boys and young girls. But there was a regimentation or a rule of life then which governed everything. The clothes you wore and the way you looked and the way you touched. And, of course, we were naughty at times. There's no doubt about that. And there was masturbation, of course. And there was mutual petting when our parents weren't looking and things like that. But nothing grave and nothing sustained and certainly nothing permanent at all. It was a different thing completely. Now, has it been easy? Oh, Ed, I'm 76, and I must tell you that the early part of my life, there were struggles. There's no doubt about that. Thank God they ended as they did. About the age of 65 or 70, things cleared up in the sense that it became easier to be reflective about it, not because I lost interest in the male and female aspect of life, but because other things came in that fascinated me more readily.
You nevertheless remember the days of struggle.
Oh, Lord, do I. Listen, remember, I have my days of struggle.
Then
never ceases it.
Okay, with respect then to marriage for priests as an option.
Well, I'll tell you, if life goes on as it's going at the present moment, I do not see, well, let me explain that. If the pressures continue to mount on this matter, and they are mounting every year, especially in America and Canada, if they continue to mount, I cannot see the authorities escaping the necessity of allowing the option of marriage. Why do I say that? Because if I took a poll tomorrow of the 280 bishops in the U.S., in the United States of America, and of the, I don't know how many bishops there are in Canada, I suppose there are about 20 or 30 or 40, a majority would say, make it optional today. And they have said so. They have said so.
Rome doesn't take a lot of polls, does it?
Well, actually, Rome does, but pretends it doesn't.
I see.
Yes, they take polls. They've got a man in Washington, the Pope's man, Cacciavillan is his name. He's an archbishop, and he is continually taking polls on all these questions.
Really, Rome's pollster.
Oh yes, Rome's pollster, and Rome has its pollster in every country. And they take polls on the point, and they don't always listen to the polls, as I say. They don't even pretend they take them, but they do. And they have this index of leading Catholic indicators, which indicate the condition of Catholicism. And it's published. They finally are beginning to publish that. Now, this is regards the actual mounting pressures. There are big pressures mounting, and there are underlying faults in the pressure. For instance, it is said by many priests, and many bishops too, stupidly, by the way, they say, well, if we did this, we'd have less deviancy, less pedophilia, which, of course, is garbage psychologically. Any psychologist or any psychiatrist will tell you that there's more deviancy amongst married people than amongst celibates. So it has no bearing on it whatever. Deviancy is deviancy, and there's more of it in married people, apparently, than amongst the so-called bachelors or celibate crowd of men and women.
So that despite the press's reporting on it because it's a very sensational subject,
that's right.
The actual amount of it you're saying is much less than in the average or in the regular population.
Much less. What is mounting is this idea that it's a human right which the Church has interfered with for a long time and shouldn't any longer. But it is the pressures, the socio-cultural and political pressures that are changing this. Now, will the Church yield on it? I think the pressures are mounting in such a way that in certain regions, say Latin America, the Church may waive the rule it has of celibacy. It may well. What do I think? Oh, I think it's going to be a net loss.
That was going to be my next question, yes. A net loss for all of those in the Church.
Yes, because I know it's anecdotal to tell you about it, but I was a U.S. chaplain for the U.S. Air Force and with paratroopers in Turkey for a period of my life. And we used to go on long trips to the radar domes that the USA maintained around the Black Sea, listening to the Soviet broadcasts. And it was the time when there was great competition about space and missile development. And I remember there were long trips, and the officers who drove me always called it an 18-beer trip or a 30-beer trip. We had 30 cans of beer because Turkey was terribly hot in the summer.
Oh, yes.
But I remember talking to them, and the chief chaplain with us in Incirlik, we were stationed in Incirlik, at the base there in Turkey, southern Turkey, southeastern Turkey. The chief chaplain was Woody. He was a Protestant chaplain, a very decent fellow, married with children, and a very decent man, and very good to me. I was a minor chaplain. And I was a temporary chaplain, by the way. But I remember the men used to say to me, they said, Father, look, having made a confession to me, made the confessions in the car traveling around, if you were like Woody, if you had a wife and went home at night to your wife and children, we wouldn't tell you all these things. We wouldn't trust you in the same way. It's not that we distrust Woody. We think he's a great guy, but and some of his own people, the Protestants in the force here, have a great love for him. But they haven't got the same approach, the same intimacy with him as we have with you, because we know that you are ours. You belong to us in a special way. And I was only a parish priest temporarily and in various parts of my life, because I was generally in scholarly work or diplomatic work or something like that, or teaching. But the times I was, the degree of closeness between a pastor and his people, behaving himself, hearing their confessions, serving them, baptizing them, and shriving them when they're sinful, or say they're sinful, and helping them to die in God. The closeness is something unbelievable, Art. It really is. And it's all, I think, influenced by the fact that you are totally at their disposal.
So then there would be a degree of loss in that area.
There would be a degree of loss in that area. Now, by the way, look, there are certain sections of the Catholic Church, like the Maronite Rite, which is the Catholics of Lebanon, who have always been married. And then there are the Greek Orthodox churches and the Russian Orthodox churches, their priests can be married. Their bishops, no, but they allow their priests marry. And they have a very magnificent priestly tradition, you know? So this is a human law. Just has developed in the West to be the universal norm.
Doctor, hold it right there.
Sure.
We'll be right back to you, top of the hour. Now, back to Dr. Malachi Martin. Dr. Martin, maybe this will set it off properly. I just got a fax. It says, Art, there is no question that there have been horrible injustices toward women throughout history. But it seems today as if the feminists are so determined to achieve equality with men that they do not care whether they concurrently bring down the very institutions they are trying to achieve equality in. How do you feel about that?
I'll tell you, Art, the first thing that strikes me is this, and I've often asked women, very powerful women I know who are leaders in, say there's a group called the Women's Leadership Forum, and I know all the leaders very well personally. Mm-hmm. I've eaten with them and walked with them and talked with them and discussed things and wobbled with them in a friendly, loving fashion. I've always asked them, when they happen to use the expression, who wants to be equal to a man? If I want to be equal to you, it means that I regard you as superior.
Uh-huh. That's right. The
mentality I started with, first of all. Then, of course, there comes the fact we must acknowledge the dire effects of male chauvinism. Take medicine alone, Art. I mean, medicine has been created on the male body and for male ailments. And this was brought home to me very, very sharply when I had open heart surgery a couple of years ago. And I said to the doctor, Subramanian, a marvelous Indian doctor in Lenoxville Hospital in New York, is it the same operation for women? And he started laughing. He said, no, this was invented for the male body.
Yes.
We have to adapt it for the female body. And this applies to the whole gamut of health. It is really men's ailments that were envisaged by men.
No, it really is true. And if you look at the budgets allocated for study of problems, disproportionately they're allocated to men.
Mm-mm. You're right there. And then there's now a big push to get a study of breast cancer. But it's mainly women pushing it. It wasn't done by the academic community. Mm-hmm. So there has been injustice there. And then there's no doubt about it in finance and in industry and in the armed forces and in general in public life. Women were given second place in that sense. They were considered to be the weaker vessel and just their proper place was at home. Having babies and cooking and taking care of the house and the family. Now, there's nothing wrong with all that. The only thing was that the time came when women were needed in the workforce and when women felt they should go into the workforce. There's a different force blowing today, and it has also entered into the church. And there's the difficulty. Now, there are some women, just a few, very highly placed in the Vatican as regards decision-making. And between you and me and the Holy Spirit, if I want something from John Paul II, and at times I've wanted something for other people, obviously,
yes,
I always go to one of those women.
Oh, why?
Because they have a direct manner, they go straight to the horse's mouth, and they usually get what we ask for.
I see.
Because they simply have they have this power of communication. The men are all tied up with their egos. And they're not.
Well,
so it's a good sign. Now, the difficulty is when you come to the question of ordination.
Yes.
That's a different question completely. And I must say, it's a trap into which I've seen so many so-called eminent bishops and theologians fall that they finally, you reduce them to saying, just because you have testicles, you can become a priest. It comes down to that. Because you ask them why, there was one man, to give you an example of the difficulty, and it does illustrate for our listeners, there's one bishop who was very adamant, but he's an Anglican bishop, but a very celibate man and a very good bishop, by the way, he's in Canada, and he finally was splutteringly reduced to saying that no, unless you're male, you can't be a priest, and that determines your ability to become a priest, and of course, which is a dreadful conclusion, because then it reduces the whole question of priesthood to to physical things, and there's nothing wrong with the physical things, except one would have thought it was a higher reason that you became a priest.
Well, what is the higher reason? In other words, why may a woman not be a priest?
Well, I'll tell you why a woman, a female, God has arranged, as the church says, that women do not become priests. It's for the very same reason. I'm not really dodging the question. I'm giving you the reason. It's a very profound reason, and let's hope the time allows us to at least delve into it.
Sure.
It's this. For instance, Christianity says God the Son became man. Christianity also says, by implication, God the Father could not have become man, and God the Holy Ghost could not have become man. And the reason is this. It's the nature of God, the nature of the Trinity. The Son can be generated, can be born. The Father was never born, and the Holy Ghost was never born. Their natures, their personalities are such that they, being born in any sense, doesn't fit in with their personalities. Whereas it does with the Son. He's the Son. He's generated by his Father and his mother, usually. Now, the basic reason is this, that within creation, as a Catholic sees it traditionally, only a man pictures, reflects, reproduces the function that Jesus chiefly filled, namely as high priest. Woman does something else. She actually is the source of eternity. She's the source of future generations. She's the source of love and marital bonding. But she doesn't reproduce at all. Her function is not to reproduce the functions that Christ had as high priest. It's as simple as that, and it's as complicated as that. It's a long consideration, and there's a deep theological reason buried there, and it's very hard to give it in a few words, but that's the essence of it, that only a male reproduce, and not because he's a male, but because he's a son, he's generated. And the Son, Jesus himself, was generated by the Father in eternity, and he was generated in Mary's womb by the Holy Spirit. He reproduces that condition, that origin, that personality of the Son, and therefore he can reproduce, therefore, the functions of that Son as high priest. That's the essence of the theology of priesthood, and of course it doesn't apply to women. Women have a greater, in the eyes of Christian theology, they have a more noble function. They conceive.
You're a very traditional priest, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm dyed in the wool in that. It has informed my entire existence and corrected the cannibalism of my nature. And I'm a natural bum, and I'm also a natural barbarian, I think.
So you must have a great sympathy then for the Pope who is being assaulted by the liberals.
Yes, I am. But see, I do know that there's this inconsistency in my Pope, which I regret very much, but he has it, and I have to bow in front of consistencies. Most of our characters are inconsistent, and his inconsistency is as follows. That on questions of, say, abortion, contraception, homosexuality, genetic experiments, anything like that, he is absolutely adamant. Absolutely adamant.
Mm-hmm.
On everything else, he's liberal. He really is liberal. By the way, if you go to the Holy Father and say to him, Holy Father, may I commit an abortion? He gets airborne. Sparks fly.
Sure.
And same thing with contraception, same thing with homosexuality, same thing with divorce and remarriage. No, sir, nothing like that. But if you say to him, Holy Father, I would like to see women priests, he becomes pathetic. And he will say to you, I wish I had the power. There's no sudden, he doesn't become airborne. He's not protesting, but he wished he had. And by the way, in the year 1995, there was a meeting of 15,000 altar servers. You know, those people that serve the masses in the churches. In St. Peter's Square, 15,000 of them, and the Pope came out to address them. And he came out on the famous balcony of St. Peter's. Now, by the way, there were 4,000 girl servers there amongst the 15,000. And he knew that. And he said to them in his speech, which was a very enthusiastic speech, he said, I hope that some of you, or the majority of you, will one day celebrate Mass at the altar.
Oh my. So
and he knew what he was talking about.
In many areas, then, he is altogether too liberal for you.
Well, too liberal, no, I regard liberalism and the way he's liberal as fatal errors. I regard it. But listen, I'm a little man. No wonder they didn't make me Pope. I couldn't manage it hard. But I can't judge him. Just from my poor little mind, it is very dangerous what he has attempted to do outside of sexual morality. It is very dangerous. He has endangered the integrity of his organization, not of the Catholic faith, but the organization itself is in danger due to his liberalism as regards sharing things with other religions.
So then, given an opportunity, you would urge him to resign.
That's a judgment, Art, I'd be afraid to make because, as I say, I'm just a poor little fella.
On the air, Doctor, or off the air?
Both. I really have no... I would, by the way, I don't think... You see, I'm looking at his replacement, and the replacements are awful in my book. The possible replacement... You see, there is now a race. Anybody coming from Rome nowadays who tells you the truth and who speaks to Roman language of what they're talking about, they're all talking about one thing and one thing only, the conclave. And you know what that means.
Yes.
It means they're lining up for the next pope. There's no doubt about it. This is the evening of John Paul II's papacy. We all know it. And therefore the papabile, as they call them, the popable ones, have come to the fore. And none of them are to my liking.
May I run a theory of life by you, Doctor?
Please do. Please do. I'd love to hear it.
And I bet it applies to your situation as well as mine. And it is that I watched the change. I'm only 51.
Good heavens.
You're 76.
That's great.
And I even at 51, I look at the changes that are going on in society, and I have sort of come to the conclusion that as we get older, and society continues to change and change and change, by the time we're ready to go, or near ready to go, we sort of look up and say, Lord, these people are out of their minds. Get me out of here. I'm ready to go.
But that is a sentiment that starts as a tiny voice about my age. I'm sure when I get to the end of the 70s, I'll be saying, Lord, look, please give me a ticket. You know, have mercy on us all. I suppose it's inevitable because so many of your friends go, so many things change, that you feel that you're no longer really at home. Do you understand me?
Yes, I certainly do.
Little pieces of you have departed. My parents are gone. My closest friends are gone. My brothers are gone, 3 of them. And it's not that I go around moaning and groaning. I don't. You know me too well.
I understand.
But I do feel that a lot of me has departed with them and is waiting for me.
Yes.
You know what I mean? We'll all get together again. But I agree with you fully about the way life changes.
And no doubt up there, the church is the way you recall it.
Yes. Of course.
All right. I would like to begin to take some calls here, if we might. Lots of people want to talk to you. So, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi. Hello there. No, I guess I didn't push the right button. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, I'm on. Am I on the air?
Yes, you are. Turn your radio off.
Oh,
you better do that right away.
Hold on.
That's the difficulty.
All right. If you have your radio on, folks,
my radio's off.
Where are you calling from?
San Diego, California, a long way away.
KFMB. All right.
Yes. First of all, I wanted to say that it's fascinating to. I'm a little nervous here. It's fascinating.
Don't be nervous at all. We're all nervous from that point.
Thanks. I just wanted to say this is. Dr. Malachi Martin reminds me of some detective story that he's in New York in the middle of the night, and he's mysterious and very fascinating. And I mean that as a compliment, though.
Yeah.
So it just reminds me of something out of an old detective novel or something. But
well, interesting.
But what I wanted to ask was, would you guess who you think would be the next pope? And I have ventured a guess or a possible candidate of the Archbishop of Milan, Carlo M. Martini, and I was wondering if you were familiar with him.
Yes, I know Carlo Martini. He was rector of the house, the last house in which I lived, although he wasn't rector when I was there.
Oh, okay.
The Pontifical Biblical Institute.
Right.
He was a Jesuit, a very brilliant man, by the way, and good at his biblical profession as well as in cardinaling. He has become a front runner for the papacy.
Oh, he's on the side of Rome then.
Oh, yeah.
Well, per se.
He's although he's Cardinal Archbishop of Milan,
right.
He's one of the front runners.
So he could possibly be the next pope?
He could possibly be elected the next pope.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, it was interesting to me, you've been talking about feminism.
Yes.
And it was interesting to me that the new version of the Psalms
yes.
For the Catholic Americans
yes.
was disapproved by Rome. Is this a sign of what you were talking about?
Well, you see, what happened was that the translators of the new version of the Psalms decided to be inclusivist, and therefore they wiped out any his or hers, his or him.
Right.
That's ridiculous. It goes to extraordinary lengths, and the use of the word man was ruled out.
I see.
You know, and human even is avoided because the word man is in it. At the demands of many feminists, and really, English becomes emasculated as a language. You know what I mean?
Right, I understand. Gender neutral.
There's no such thing. We're not gender neutral, you know.
Right.
I know Hungarian is, and Gaelic, my Gaelic language, my native tongue Gaelic can be also gender neutral.
Right.
That doesn't mean they don't cease to be chauvinists. The Irish and the Hungarians are terrible male chauvinists.
Right. Well, it was an honor to talk to you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your call.
Okay, bye.
And take care. Father, take a rest, a few moments. We'll break here at the bottom of the hour and come back and dive into these phone lines.
Lovely. I'll be
all right. My guest is Dr. Malachi Martin, and I guess I'm going all over the place here with titles. So be it, I guess. Doctor, our coverage is worldwide. We're heard worldwide, and the following question is from David in New Zealand, sent by fax. Dr. Martin, a person whom I trust, while he was, quote, out of his body, end quote, attempted to enter the secret archives of the Vatican. He said he was repelled by two angels at the archives door and was forced to return to his body. Can you comment on it? Can you tell us who is allowed to enter and read these archives?
The archives are now under the care of a man called the Bibliovicarius, the papal librarian, or the Vatican librarian. And it's a position similar to the Librarian of Congress. It's a very honorific job, and it's an onerous job. He actually must sign permission for you to enter the secret archives. And in order to get that permission, you have to have a qualification, of course. You have to be a historian or a researcher on an authorized mission, and you have to know definitively what you want to get, because there's so much there, and you must know what you're looking for. And you may then get permission to do so. Once you get permission, though, it's carte blanche. They give you full facilities and a full easement in your work there. But it's a difficult thing to get just right off. You can't get it by simply showing up one day and saying, I'm so-and-so, I'm Malachi Martin, I want to enter the secret archives. No, there must be, and usually if it's a priest, he must have a letter from his bishop or from the rector of the institute to which he belongs, the university, an academy, or whatever it is, or a theologate, or a philosopher, or a seminary of some kind or other. In other words, they insist on very closely monitoring the identity of who enters. And it has to be so because there are invaluable things there, and they've had terrible robberies there. People they did trust and came in, and they walked away with very valuable manuscripts, you know, and they were eventually caught one way or the other.
You would think that a place you wouldn't want to steal, if there was any place where you wouldn't want to steal, that would be the place.
Well, there was a case in my time there where a very, very rich Brazilian wanted a certain document referring back to a papal prescription in the 16th century or the 17th century. And he paid somebody, and I arranged the ID and everything else, so they would be accepted. and he did get in, and he did attempt to steal it. He was caught. There are such things as that. But there are invaluable things there, and things that have never been unearthed.
One can only wonder.
Yeah, one can only wonder. You wonder, really. And there are 7 miles of archives beneath the Vatican. 7 miles.
7 miles?
Yes. Actually, it's a fantastic thing, Art. When you go through it, as according as you go, the light starts and the light behind you dies out.
Oh, my.
The light follows you wherever you go.
That is incredible.
It's air conditioned, and it's maintained.
Very careful environment.
Because they have papyrus there, they have ancient books that can fall to pieces merely by being handled.
I understand. All right, first time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Dr. Martin,
yes,
Art, it's an honor and a privilege.
Where are you?
Japanese, I'm on my knees.
Where are you?
Silly.
I'm incorporated Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
All right.
Yes.
I have 6 questions, but I'll narrow it down to 4 if all possible.
Okay.
I foresee the way I perceive the world as an apartheid and genocide corporate in America as a corporate American society. How do you perceive this being in the near future?
Oh, I'll tell you what I think the structure of the near future of the world. I will not see it. I think unless God prolongs my age to 120 or something like that.
A prediction of it.
The idea of a national government, of a nation state, is disappearing.
Okay.
We're going to have regional authorities. And we're already slipping into that with our NAFTA and our European Union. We're slipping into that already. And even within a vast community such as we have in the United States, 250 people, 250 million people, I can foresee the day when, for instance, there'll be certain black or white enclave and accepted by people as such. Because, you see, I think we're coming to the stage, lady, and I hope it doesn't frighten you or shock you. We're coming to the stage that laws will be made affecting our salaries, our vacations, our education, our birth and death, our medicine, our politics. Laws will be made by more than Americans. It won't be Congress. It won't be the Senate, merely. Okay. It'll be foreigners. I mean, non-Americans.
Okay.
I think we're at that stage of regionalism.
Yeah, I got the point.
You got the point?
Yeah, I understand it quite clearly. That is very factual. Absolutely. The other question is my ability to predict without the personification of predictions. Yes. Like this plane that just went down. Now they're saying it was a laser. I always had the assumption, I would say, that it was. Am I going into a middle plateau without checks and balances there, or how do I receive?
I know. I'll tell you. My advice to you is this. Mm-hmm. My advice to you is this: if you have that ability and it comes up unbidden, do you understand me?
Yes.
That's one thing. If you were to use it to guide your life or to guide others' lives in a very active interventionist way, then you need guidance.
How do I get that?
You get a very good confessor, a very good priest, who knows his stuff, who has what they call discernment of spirits. Because, what is your first name?
Liza.
Liza, you have to, you see, it's discernment of spirits, what spirits are moving you. Once you exercise those gifts of the middle plateau, then you need somebody to say, no, that's the wrong instinct.
Yes, because sometimes I don't know and I get really stressed out.
You must get a very, very saintly confessor. But
now, mummification, is like, after dying, mummification, it's like being mummied instead of being buried in the ground. Is that a thing? Yes.
Well, mummification, are you in favor of that?
Yes.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Technically speaking, religiously speaking, there's nothing wrong with it at all. Okay. But be very careful, because it's a great gift, can be used, as we saw with the Major Ed Dames in his work, but it also can provide your undoing, but not necessarily so. It's a gift of God. You can use it for God's glory.
Okay. I bid you peace, love, joy, and happiness. Thanks so much.
Same to you.
Thank you.
Eliza.
Very interesting call.
Wasn't it?
Yes. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hello, where are you calling from?
Tucson, Arizona.
Yes, sir.
My name's Mike. Father Martin, fascinating. I have a question for you.
Yes, Mike.
Suppose there were extraterrestrial visit to the Earth that was so dramatic that it couldn't be denied.
Yes.
How should Christians feel? Afraid or?
No. And Mike, I must invoke a privilege here. How will I put this? It is dangerous for the mind to pursue the whole idea of beings on another planet. It is dangerous to the mind for the moment because we haven't got any physical basis for it, really, nothing concrete. Christians should look on it immediately as the presence of beings who also, if they're beings with a mind and a will, have been saved also by the blood of Jesus.
Isn't sin just here on earth?
No, because Jesus said, all power is given me in the heavens and on earth.
But the devil's confined to the earth, right?
The devil for the moment is confined to the earth, but that doesn't mean he would be confined only to the earth. And I'm sure that if we had colonies on the far side of the moon, or in Mars, anyway, the far side of the moon, that the devil could be active there.
Yes.
All right. Father, let me interject here.
Yes.
As you know, there have been recent revelations here and in Europe with regard to, at least at the microbial stage, the discovery of life on Mars.
That's right. There's a strong possibility that there was microbic life. At that level, there was life.
And kind of like with where there's smoke, there's fire, we may eventually discover that there is life elsewhere. It's not unreasonable.
Well, I'll tell you, my personal belief, if you want to ask me, you can call me crazy, a crazy Irishman. I firmly believe there is life in other galaxies.
And then...
Not in our galaxy.
Yes, and we must presume that that life may have a technology that one day may allow them to come and see us.
Absolutely. And by the way, listen, you and I know, we all know, but we don't know much more than that. We do know that we have exhausted the means of energy. We have fossil fuel, and we have got nuclear energy.
It's finite supply.
Yeah, number one, it's finite. And number two, we know that for what we want to do, travel, galaxy travel, we need another source of energy.
Yes, sir. And
we will get it. We will get it.
So then Christians should not necessarily cower down at the possibility.
Oh, no. Baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hello.
Good morning. This is Tim in San Diego.
Hi, Tim.
Good morning, Jim.
Dr. Martin, you impressed me as a wise person.
Well, thank you very much. It's a compliment, really.
So that's why I'd like to ask you a question about, choosing a religion to put your faith in.
Yes.
Someone like me, I've never really been able to do that because there's so many different religions that claim to be the one way.
I know.
How would you advise someone like myself?
I'll tell you. Did you ever kneel down and pray?
Yes, I have.
Well, I'll tell you. Morning or night, once a day. It's a simple thing, and it's not a trick. It's just simply it's a habit that can produce results. Kneel down and address God and say, "Look, you want me as your creature to adore you and serve you on earth and to give you glory. Send me somebody. Send me the means of knowing that. Ask him. Ask him, and he will send it. As sure as I'm speaking to you."
Okay.
That's a good answer.
You must do it as a child. You must do it trustfully. You must do it knowing that he is your father finally.
What if you have not done it, as this gentleman is not a child, and wants to know now? Same process?
Same process, but be childlike. You must be childlike in your trust, as you would with somebody who loves you dearly.
Ask him as a father, in other words.
Ask him as a father and say, "You want me to give you glory. You want me to serve you. I feel the urge. You've given me this instinct. Now show me how, because I do not know how."
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's what I would say, Mike.
All right. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Fantastic. Great show.
Thank you. Where are you, sir?
I am in Sacramento.
All right.
Yes. Father.
Yes.
Yes, I'm interested in finding out your opinion on the revelations from Father Don Dobby.
Yes. I'll tell you what I think. Unless you, I'm sorry, I've interrupted you.
Oh, no, I was just also going to ask you about Fatima and some of the other Marian apparitions as well.
Yes. Well, let me tell you about Father Gobi, as I call him, Gobi or Gobi. Look, the Virgin Mary, from the Gospels and from what we know of her, is a woman of very little words. She's a woman of a lot of actions, but very little words. And there is no way on the face of God's earth that she could have said all those words that Father Gobi puts on her lips in his books. And I guess if Father Gobi was asked, I'm sure he would say to you, if he were asked, no. What I've done is I have clothed her thoughts in human words to make them more intelligible. You understand me? So that not everything is ipsissima verba, as they say in Latin, the very words of Our Lady. You know, it would take a lifetime for her to say all that to Father Gobi. And for him to copy it down, you know, from her lips, number one. Number two, as regards Fatima, he is very sound on Fatima, and the Fatima prediction is being worked out at the present moment to our cost. But in the end, as she said herself to the children, my Immaculate Heart will triumph.
Now, I understand that through, I believe his name is Father Fox. He's
yes, Matthew Fox.
Fatima. I saw him on a program recently, and he was saying that he got a message to go to Sister Lucy's convent, and that the consecration of Russia to the heart of Mary had been accepted in 1984, and that he expected that the year 2000 would bring about at least the beginning of an incredible new period.
Well, I'll tell you, here's the point, that what Lucy did say, and has said more than once, is this, that although the consecration hasn't been done as she asked it to be done, what the Pope did in 1984 in St. Peter's Square will suffice. That's what she said. That's what Lucy said. And that, but it is quite clear to you and to me and to anybody looking at it that Russia has not been converted.
Sure.
That hasn't even started. True enough, since the disappearance of the USSR and the rise of Russia as a separate nation with the other former nations in what they call the CIS, the Confederation of Independent States, the 4,000 churches have been reopened. They were closed by the Bolsheviks.
Yeah.
But there is no religious revival in Russia.
Oh, you're so correct. Caller, thank you.
Absolutely no religious revival.
Father, I think you would be very surprised. I was in Russia last year.
Yes.
And other than in name, I was unable to detect the differences, other than a few surface differences, in Russia at all. To me, it was still...
just the same thing.
You betcha.
Same thing. Just more corruption, more immorality, more brutality, and more real... low-grade villainy.
That's a good, accurate description. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hello.
Yes, Dr. Martin.
Sir.
Yes, I wanted to ask a question. I wanted to get your opinion on Dante's The Inferno.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
I am indeed. I have it, and I read it every day of my life.
Do you?
I do.
Okay, it's a very interesting book, man. It brought a lot of questions upon me about...
I'm sure it did, but he has views of his own, and it's beautifully done.
Yeah.
Where are you calling?
I'm calling from Memphis, Tennessee.
Memphis, all right.
Memphis, Tennessee.
Yes. Yes, by the way, I wanted to mention, Art Bell, you got a great show going on, man. I just recently started listening to it.
It's the best show on the face of this earth.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It really is. Nobody has done this thing, only Art Bell.
Stop.
Yeah.
All right. And anything else you want to ask on?
No, I just wanted to ask about Dante. I just wanted
It is very enlightening, and I'll tell you something, caller, too. If you do read, do you read in the Italian or the English?
I read in the English.
Okay, it doesn't matter. In double Dutch, it's just as good. If you read it and cultivate him, you'll find that you begin to get great instruction from it. Do you understand me? And enlightenment. And encouragement, too. Right. But enlightenment above all. You begin to understand human frailty and human goodness and God's justice and that sort of business, you know. Right. Besides, it's very beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
It's just very beautiful.
Yeah, this guy, he got pretty freaked out there.
Oh, yeah. He got pretty freaked out, that's right.
I don't know how you would explain something like that. I guess he done the best job he could.
Yeah, well, it's heavy. I think the thing that always struck me about Dante was his relationship to Beatrice, the woman he fell in love with. Right. He never really got to know. Yeah. And he made her his guide. And there's a famous picture, do you know it, of he meeting her on the Bridge of Sighs?
Right, I remember that.
And he did meet her on the Bridge of Sighs, holding his heart.
Right.
And he obviously was smitten deeply with a deep love of her. He was a Republican, by the way.
Was he?
A very active Republican in his native country.
Yeah, it was a pretty great book. I just recently checked it out.
It is.
All right, caller, I've got to interrupt. We're headed toward the top of the hour here. Well, all right, here we go. Back to Father Martin. A question for you, Father, and then we'll go back to Jones. Is it true, this is a fact, that the greatest collection of astrology manuals are at the Vatican, and why?
Well, it is because the formation of the Vatican Library was started very early on, before most other libraries were begun in Europe and in the world. Mm-hmm. And the popes were avid collectors of everything, number one. And number two, when books on astrology were published in countries in Europe mainly, the local bishops sent copies of them to Rome to be vetted. And they went into a certain section. And by the way, there's a section, we're going to make you laugh at, but it's true, there's a section there which is for pornography. And you know that we theologians who were over there, we used to refer to it as hell.
It is there. Why?
Why what?
Why is it there?
Well, because they were again sent for censorship, for vetting, and they have a principle: don't destroy books there. They don't burn books easily.
Huh. Well, I assume that when one gets permission to visit these areas, it's not the most visited of them.
No, it's not. It's not, actually. And it's part of that 7 miles of underground stuff I mentioned.
That's remarkable.
Yes.
First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Oh, Father Martin, I'm so glad to talk to you. This is Beverly from Chicago. I met you when you were on your book.
Yes, Beverly, I remember. Well, how are you?
Beverly, you're going to have to speak up good and loud. You're kind of weak here.
Okay.
Yes,
Father, I wanted to ask you.
Yes.
They found Caiaphas' tomb in Jerusalem. Does that have anything, do you think, to do with Revelation?
Well, it may or may not. It's not very clear as a sign of Revelation, Beverly. It really isn't. They found, you're referring to the tomb of Titus, are you?
Caiaphas.
Caiaphas. Oh, it does. It's a confirmation that the man existed, because 100 years ago, many scholars were denying that Caiaphas ever existed, and they were denying that he was one of the high priests. Now this comes to confirm it, and it just illustrates something, Beverly, which is very funny, and which is a backward procedure. The older we get, and the further we are removed from the sources of the Bible, the more confirmation we're getting. For instance, it's only nowadays we found out a stone on which the name of Pontius Pilate was written. There were scholars, and their books are still on the shelves, in the last century and the beginning of this century, who denied there was ever such a man.
I see.
So, I mean, it does. It confirms that, but it doesn't give us much more light about Caiaphas. The only light we have is really from the Gospel.
Well, I thought in the Gospel of Christ saying, "And you shall see me, Caiaphas, returning in glory," or whatever they...
Yes. Well, what he said was this. When Caiaphas, a Jew, I said to him, listen, I impose an oath on you as a Jew, and I'm a priest. Tell me, do you claim to be the Son of God?
Yes.
And he said, yes, I am the Son of God. And you will see the Son of Man, meaning himself,
yes,
returning on the clouds of heaven. That's referring to, he was telling Caiaphas, look, you know from the Bible, from your Bible, from the book of Daniel, you know well, the Son of Man comes in judgment on the nations. I'm telling you, I'm that man.
Yes.
Do you understand me?
Yes.
Whether Caiaphas listened or not is something else. Only God can judge him.
Is it true also, Father, there should be a sign in the sky?
Oh, I would say so. She said, is it true there would be a sign in the sky? And you certainly alluded to that with keep your eyes on the sky.
Of course. There will be a sign in the sky.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Art? How you doing?
Okay.
Tony from KVEG country.
In Los
Got it.
Yes, sir.
Hey, this is a great show. Hi, Dr. Malachi.
Hi there, how are you? What's on your mind?
Oh, well, Well, I got a
Just
comment.
general goodwill.
Yeah. I got a comment for you and Art.
All right.
Well, he deserves.
I've been watching. I've been watched by people for a little while, and you know they try to plug me as paranoid schizophrenic.
Yes.
And that's just recent. That's all recent. But I've seen, you know, I've been there and done that as far as seeing unidentified UFOs and sightings of unnatural origins.
Yes.
And it's hard for me to follow up on and participate as much and as interesting as you are, Dr. Malachi.
Yes.
As much as I'd like to with some of the things that you do say.
Yes.
But let me, if I may, I've been watched during UFO events by military jet planes, I assume, that are also in the area.
Yes.
And I can't, for the life of me, describe stuff like this to people without them thinking I'm a paranoid schizophrenic. And, you know, I just kind of wanted your quick comment on that. And then I got a question for Art.
All right.
Well, I'll tell you, the only comment I've got to make in it is this. Look, put your trust in God, and it doesn't really matter what men say, provided you don't break the law. Then they have to intervene. And I'm sure you do not break the law. But we all find in life that at a certain moment you have to be independent of adversary comments on your life. Otherwise, you wouldn't do a thing. You'd be afraid.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Hi, Father Malachi Martin.
Yes, sir.
This is Ed from Madison, Wisconsin calling.
Ed, I'm glad to hear your voice. What's on your mind?
The Bible says that Jesus fasted for 40 days and for 40 nights, and Moses also before him.
That's right.
And many saints have done so in the Christian tradition.
That's
for
right.
myself, in the last year, for 20 days, I've fasted twice. And I would highly recommend it to anyone. And so I have two questions for you. One, what is your opinion of the spiritual practice of fasting? And two, why has the church shied away from recommending fasting?
All right.
Well, number one, Christ himself recommended fasting very much, both by his example, as you've alleged, he just fasted for 40 days before he started his work, and also when he spoke about dealing with the devil and dealing with evil. Prayer and fasting he recommended. And we have all found in the past that fasting is a very salutary thing. It does sharpen the wits, and it does make you more attentive to spiritual things. Why the church has shied away from it? Well, here I have to appear to be an old curmudgeon and to have the grumbling and grousing. The reason is this, that a lot of clerics, a lot of prelates, a lot of bishops, a lot of cardinals have lost the spirit of Christianity. And they themselves like a good square meal 4 times a day, and they think everybody else should have it if they can afford it. So it's a lack of faith, believe you me, because fasting is a part of salvation.
Does it not induce itself in kind of an altered state?
Yes, it does. It does, if you exaggerate. But it's a very good thing.
All right.
Even people who are training for football and swimming, they fast in their own way.
Oh, yes, indeed. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Good morning, Dr. Martin.
Good morning, sir.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, I'm calling about, I have a dilemma here because I've had a problem with the priest in the past with sexual molestation.
Oh, boy. Were you molested?
Yes.
Oh,
but this was after, I'm a handicapped person, and this happened after I was 21. Well, I'm calling for Albuquerque, New Mexico, and they just recently had a thing for people to call in that needed help. And a friend of mine, he's a pathological liar, and I don't know, he steals, and then he's just really confused. And when I told him about my problem, we used to live together, and then he kicked me out, and he went to the church, and his lover is a lawyer, and they went and sued and won. And he told me, he goes, well, I already know, like, I'm going to go to hell, so it don't matter anyway. And when I tried to convince the sister Casey that he's looking over the case about my situation, she said, well, because you're over 21, when it happened, there's nothing we could do. Yet my friend...
She's not correct. You can. By the way, try and contact Father John Fitzgerald at the Queen of Heaven Church on Claremont Avenue.
John Fitzgerald.
Father John Fitzgerald. Fitz, we call him. He's a very good priest. He's at the Queen of Heaven Church on Claremont Avenue, and he will help you. Tell him that you spoke to Malachi Martin.
Okay, well, what do I do about my friend that I can't believe he did this? And when I called to give information about what he had done, they said, well, the case has been settled and closed.
Well, has it been settled and closed?
Well, I presume so, because he's got a lot of money and he's taken a lot of trips and he's bought a new car.
Well, I would check on that fact, but I think Father Fitz will give you very good direction in the matter. He's a very good, just, holy priest. He really is.
All right.
Okay, and the name again is what?
John Fitzgerald at
John
the Queen
Fitzgerald.
of Heaven Church. Yes.
All right. So there you go.
On Claremont Avenue.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Martin. Hi.
Hi, Art. I'm calling from New Orleans.
Yes, sir.
I'm not receiving you on the radio right now. How you doing, Father?
Hello.
I'd like to ask you a question.
Sure.
If I perceive plausible, if I receive plausible, intelligent thoughts, should I perceive that as divine intervention?
If you receive plausible what?
Intelligent thoughts,
But?
Thoughts. Thoughts.
Oh, thoughts. Sorry. Yeah.
Right.
If you do.
Should I perceive that as divine intervention?
Yes, on one or two conditions. First of all, that the thoughts don't recommend you to do something sinful, number one.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, that they don't bring disturbance to your soul, they bring you peace.
Right.
If they do that, if they fulfill those two conditions, then you can go ahead.
One more thing. If I'm not baptized, does that mean my soul is doomed?
No, it does not, but it means you've got a job of work to do.
Right.
Because baptism is necessary for salvation, and you know about it, and you can't say, I didn't know about it. Well, so you should go to a good priest and ask his advice.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Hi.
Turn your radio off, please.
Okay.
All right, where are you calling from?
Riverside, California.
All right, you're on the air.
Yeah, I just want to ask, Doctor.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the 1 Timothy 4:3? What it says about that you was talking about now the church will allow the priest to get married?
Well, at the present moment, the church doesn't allow priests to get married, but there is a proposal that they should be allowed. It isn't yet the law.
Oh, but are you familiar with 1 Timothy 4:3?
With I don't get familiar with what?
Are you familiar with 1 Timothy 4?
1 Timothy, yes.
Yeah, okay.
What about it?
What it says that they forbidding the priest to get married.
Yes, that is there, all right. But we're not talking about marriage for bishops. We're talking about marriage for priests when we speak about priestly marriage.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Oh, good. I'm glad I got through. How you doing, Art?
Fine, sir. Where are you?
Joe from Santa Monica.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you spoke of Satan and Lucifer on the show last time as being two different beings, and I was wondering which one is the devil and what's the difference?
Actually, the difference is this. By the way, if you were sitting in a room with your family, how many people in your family? 5?
Yes, there are.
5. Okay, there are 5 people in your family, and if you're all sitting in a room, and I say to you, how many people are in this room? You'd say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You count the bodies, isn't that right?
Right.
Now, with angels and spirits, they haven't got a body, so how do you count them?
By their being?
Their function. They do.
Okay.
Now, the angels were created to function on this earth for man's benefit. 1/3 of them apparently revolted against that and said, we will not serve, and they were condemned to hell. They became demons. Their leader was a being whose name was always called Lucifer, the light bearer.
Right.
Son of the dawn. His aide-de-camp, his sidekick, was a demon whose name has traditionally been called Satan. And Satan is merely a Hebrew or Semitic term meaning adversary, Satan. Satan is an adversary in modern Hebrew.
Oh, just one thing. Don't cut me off. I have one more thing to say, Art, by the way. Keep going. Sorry.
Okay. So Lucifer is the chief angel, and his sign is the scorpion.
Uh-huh.
The sign of Satan is the serpent.
Okay.
That's the distinction. But we know, as in exorcisms, there are two very distinct beings. Very distinct beings. In fact, every demon is distinct from every other demon, but it's by their functions, you know.
So Lucifer sent his sidekick to bring the apple to Eve.
Yes, he did. He directed all that.
First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Hello, good day, Art. Good day, Dr. Martin. My name is Joan.
Where are you, Joan?
I'm in San Fernando Valley outside Los Angeles.
Very good.
Dr. Martin?
Yes.
With that lovely name, Malachi, pronounced in the Gaelic, you obviously have heard of the prophecies of St. Malachi.
I'm sure I have.
Art, the prophecies of St. Malachi are a little like Nostradamus, but not quite.
That's right. They're always sufficiently clear to interest you, but sufficiently vague to puzzle you.
Yes, and they're only on the popes.
That's right.
Yes. Well, I understand that there's, according to the reading of them, there's only room for 2 more popes.
But the prophecies themselves don't exclude the fact that there might be popes in between. That's again the hazardous character of predictions like this. It doesn't mean there couldn't be 2 more popes, 3 more popes in between. But the last 2 popes will be called Gloria Olivae and Petrus Romanus. We don't know in between, unfortunately. That's the terrible thing about oracles and predictions, that they tell you a lot, but they leave you puzzled.
Now, can I get a copy of those anywhere, Doctor?
Oh, yes. If I had an address, I'll send you a copy. They've been published in ordinary pamphlet form.
Okay, both of you, I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt. Think about that one. We'll pick it up after the break. Back now to Dr. Martin. And, Doctor, are you there?
Sure.
Let me ask you a little bit about your constitution. For 76 years old, I'd like to know how you do it.
First of all, I like doing it. That's a lot.
That's important. That's important.
Very important because it makes it so much easier. Otherwise, you could be very tired and bored and you could fall asleep or want some food.
Yeah, but are you sure that you're not sent a little secret potion from the Vatican that keeps you going like this? No.
I wish there were such a secret potion. It would make my creaking bones much less creaky as they are. No, I think it's sheer interest. And I have a good constitution. I've only had really one bad illness. Well, I was open heart surgery when the old heart started giving trouble and saying, hey, I need some help. And otherwise, though, life has been uneventful. I still have my hair and my teeth, and that's our business, you know.
No big secret, then?
No big secret at all. No big secret at all, really. I wish I could find something and say, oh, it was this, it was that. No, I have nothing, Art, I can communicate at all, except good luck with my health and God's blessing.
Well, you certainly have that. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Good morning.
This is me, Joan, again?
Yes, it is.
Well, I've one up on the doctor. I'm 81.
Oh, you are? Oh, good. But I'm always glad to greet somebody like that because they can tell me something about it.
Well, to come back to the subject we were talking about, Doctor.
Yes.
First of all, regarding the book, I have the address you gave the last time, and I'll send a stamped addressed envelope and ask you to give me the information.
Would you do that? I will get it to you. I promise you.
But second, you've completely blown my theory about the last 2 popes. What I came to the conclusion of some time ago, it was considered that it was going to be the end of the world.
I know, they thought that. But
then they thought it was going to be the end of the Catholic Church.
That's right.
But my theory is completely different. And in view of various thoughts, and I think in view of your recent book, my theory was that perhaps the papacy would change back to what it was, Bishop of Rome and first among equals.
Well, I'll tell you, it's of course we're dealing now with the imponderable, Joan, you realize. But my feeling is roughly the same, except that I add in what Our Lady said at Garabandal, in which I believe, by the way, in that vision, that appearance she made in Spain, in Garabandal, the town of Garabandal, which is a part of, it's near Santander in Spain, in which she said that the present Holy Father, the present Pope, is the last Pope of these Catholic times. Not the last Pope of all time.
No.
But the implication is that these Catholic times are coming to an end.
Yes.
And Catholic times meant a period of time, roughly since the year 400 AD, 325 to be exact, but 400 AD, when Catholicism grew to be very important and integral to Western civilization. In fact, it created a Western civilization.
Mm-hmm.
That period is coming to an end because this civilization is no longer Christian, and the church itself is being marginalized and sent into a new form of the catacombs. Now, the Pope was always first among equals, but he always had that little extra thing called the Petrine privilege. And that I think is going to stay.
Yes.
But a modified form of papal power is going to come through because of the fact that the political power, the socio-political power of the papacy is going to be diminished even further.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, you and I know, today it's a liability to be a Catholic.
Absolutely, yes. Well, of course, that would be a help with joining, having friends with the Orthodox.
It would, of course.
That's one difference.
It would, of course. Although that's a long way away to judge by the Orthodox. They don't want to hear or tell of it. Bartholomew of the Patriarch of Constantinople and Alexei of Moscow couldn't be more contemptuous. But the present Pope is almost groveling with them in the good sense of the word. But they sort of walk by and they sort of say, "Oh no, you've got to change everything. We don't hear about the papacy." It's quite a distance away. Unless keeping our eyes in the skies, we see the sign and the Queen of Heaven comes. It's at that stage, at the age of 81 and my age of 76, we shouldn't really care about it, John, because I think that it may be after our time, darling. We'll be playing harps, looking down, I hope.
Dear lady, thank you. We've got to leave you.
Thank you. Bye-bye, and thank you, Doctor.
God bless you.
Take care. Before I forget it, before it gets away from me, you've got a lot of books out, latest being Windswept House.
That's right.
A double-day book. People can get that.
Any normal bookstore.
Any normal bookstore, huh?
And if they want to order it, they can order it at 1-800-323-9872.
Wait a minute.
1-800-72.
1-800-323?
9872.
9872. Now, everybody's going to be driving me crazy to have a way to contact you.
Well, I'll tell you, let them write to the following address, Art.
All right.
217 East 66th Street, New York, 10021.
All right, say it again slower.
217 East 66th Street,
right.
New York, 10021.
021.
That will get me.
If I can get it, they can get it. So they got it. All right. Wildcard line. You're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Hi, Dr. Martin.
Yes,
my question is: Do you feel that the Ark of the Covenant is contained somewhere 7 miles beneath the Vatican?
Well, I'll tell you, the Ark of the Covenant did disappear when Jerusalem was captured by the Romans in 132 A.D. Now, and it appears there's an arch. The Romans had a habit when they had a big victory, they built an archway, and the Arch of Titus is in Rome, and on the Arch of Titus there is a picture, a drawing of the Ark of the Covenant. So far, so good. There is now a story, a legend, an idea, and in fact somebody has written a novel about it, that actually the Ark survived into Christian times and is now finally in the possession of the Vatican down in the secret archives. Now, I've never been through all the archives, but I know the Vatican very well. And if there was such a thing as the Ark of the Covenant there, I would know about it. I really would, because I was one of the privileged scholars of Judaism in the Vatican itself.
Yes.
So it is not there.
I don't think it is. And the Ark of the Covenant was made of wood anyway. And, of course, it can always last that amount of time. And it may well be there. There's another legend, or not legend, but a tradition which says that it was tied up and bound carefully and then buried beneath the Tiber itself. We don't know. I'll tell you one thing. If God wants us to find the Ark of the Covenant, we will find it.
Yes.
Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
But it probably did go to Rome if it's on the Arch of Titus. It's pictured there as amongst the spoils of war. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir. Can I ask you one more question?
Yes.
Is this a false report that the Vatican is surrounded by Masonic lodges and the Vatican officials are actually controlled by the Freemasonry doctrine?
That is false. That is really false. It's no such thing. There are Masons. Members of the Lodge are members of the Vatican. There's no doubt about that. Just as several bishops in the United States are Freemasons.
Doctor, let me ask you about something, and that is Egypt and the pyramids and the Sphinx.
Yes.
Many people feel we are on the verge of discovery with regard to chambers below the Sphinx.
Yes, I'm told this, yes. I don't know much about it because I remember climbing the Sphinx and climbing the pyramids and entering the pyramids, but I know nothing about the present excavations there.
What is your sense of those monuments?
They are marvelous monuments to the religious instinct of man. That the entire civilization of pharaonic Egypt, which is a marvelous civilization, and started way back 3,000 years before Christ, by the way, contemporaneously with the Chinese civilization in 3,000, 4,000 BC, that could be built on the idea of death. Everything centers around dying and immortality in the pharaonic religion. And it was an amazing achievement, and the Book of the Dead, one of their more famous books, is full of this very sublime truths. And they had a beautiful civilization. It also has its warts, as we say. It has its faults.
So they knew some things before they knew.
Exactly, they did. And there's some do you know that we have love stories and love letters from pharaonic officials that would touch your heart today, and they were written before Abraham.
Wow.
Fantastic beauty. Fantastic beauty.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Yes, hello.
Hello, ma'am.
My name is Eugenia from St. Louis, Missouri.
Yes, ma'am. It's a lovely Greek name, Eugenia.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm Irish, and as a matter of fact, my father took our family on a 2-week trip to Ireland, and he died at the airport.
Oh, no.
Yes, but it was a big 12-hour delay, and he died after the 12 hours right there at the airport. And
Shannon Airport?
Yeah, and a priest was right there to give him a blessing and everything. So.
Well, ma'am, that's where God, from the time that he was conceived, that's where God destined him to die.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, I also believe in Garabandal.
Yes, ma'am.
And
so do I.
The warning and the miracle.
Yes.
The warning, I study about it, but I cannot quite figure out what it really is going to be.
Well, nobody can, but it's this. It's not a warning, really.
No.
There's no English word for it, but it's putting on notice. When you say, I'll put you on notice that your rent will have to be paid by Monday or something. To put somebody on notice. That's what it means by the warning. It's avertimiento in Spanish and Italian. To avert, to alert, to put on notice. And it's a putting on notice that God exists. And the promise is that when that sign appears, it will be visible to every human being existing at that moment on this globe.
Yeah.
And that everybody will know their relationship to God. It doesn't mean they're going to believe in it.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that they're going to be justified, that they will go to heaven if they die. No, it just means they will know exactly where they stand in their conscience.
So in other words, not to worry, you'll know it when you see it.
That's right.
The miracle, I would like to ask, could the miracle...
Miracle is something else. That's going to be a permanent sign.
Okay. It wouldn't be the rapture, would it?
No.
You don't think that?
The rapture is something totally different.
And Fatima Lucia has even said that communism will eventually take over the whole world. It will be all over the whole world.
Well, no, she didn't say that. What she said was the errors of Marxism.
Oh.
The errors.
And she talked about an annihilation of nations.
Well, unfortunately, but truly, that is also predicted in the Third Secret of Fatima.
Father, are we in this country making those errors now?
No, we're not. We're indulging in some of them. The main error was sheer materialism. The denial of the supernatural, denial of heaven, denial of sin, denial of evil, and the just living for this world. That was the main error. There also was the social error of Marxism, and we're not committing that yet anyway.
All right, good. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Hi, Dr. Martin.
Yes.
I believe you'd mentioned before the break that you did believe that the Earth would be hit by a comet or something like that.
Say that again?
That the Earth would not be hit by a comet, you would say.
Yes. I don't believe that God is going to destroy it with a comet like that. No.
Okay. My question is, in Revelations, it states that the Earth would be impacted by a star and that a mountain would fall into the sea. I was wondering what your belief on those might be and
well,
if they might be associated with it.
That could happen. It wouldn't necessarily destroy the Earth as we know it. I think that several predictions, which I trust, but who am I? Several predictions I trust speak about a part of the continent being washed away by the sea, by a tsunami.
Uh-huh.
And I don't like to think about that because of the people that would suffer and the loss of lives and the children and the animals and the destruction and the pain.
But it's within the realm.
It's within the realm, yes.
Mm-hmm.
It is within the realm.
Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Yes, hello, Dr. Martin. This
hello.
is Hieronymus from Los Angeles.
Yes, sir.
Yes, could you speak specifically about the role that the Vatican is going to play in the emerging New World Order?
That's a very interesting question. It'll take a longer time than we have at our disposal, but the essentials can be said very briefly. The New World Order finally, essentially, and as it is now is and will be increasingly, is a new arrangement of global finances. And it's a new control and direction of the flow of capital and the flow of capital goods. Have you noticed, for instance, that Russia and China have both been invited by the President of the United States, President Clinton, to join the World Trade Organization. And both Russia and China have recently become members of the Bureau of International Settlements, which is in Basel, and which is in membership. Members are always just the heads of the central banks in every big industrial country. And in other words, the world, the church in Europe, based in Europe and spread all over the world, is going to be involved in an economic and a financial and a monetary and fiscal system where it has very little liberty. And therefore the ancient liberty of the Roman Church to finance itself, to have its own bank, and to have its own funds is going to be severely restricted. Number one. Number two, there are laws now, for instance, in the European Union, which is going to unite every nation from Galway Bay to Vladivostok in one union, monetary union as well as political union finally. They have laws that are strictly anti-Catholic. For instance, every constituent member of that union must have laws permitting abortion and financing it.
I see.
And they also want laws permitting homosexual marriages.
So from your assessment, is the New World Order a good or a bad thing?
I'll tell you, it's obviously a stage in the development of human civilization that we can't avert. We can't stop. Do you know what I mean? It's coming whether we like it or not.
If it's money, that aspect of it is very nearly in place already.
It is. That my point always, Art, is to say that don't speak about the coming New World Order. It is here.
It is here. If it's money, if it's finances, it's here now, and the political changes will follow on.
They will, and the pressure now is not from below. You see, up to this, in our century and previous to this, the pressure was from below, from nations rising up in revolutions and in popular uprisings. The pressure now is from on top, from those who guide the finances and say, look, in order to manage this financial system, which is now globalist and manages every country's finances, in order to do that, we have to have certain rules. Nation states and the idea of nationalist governments and local parliaments, that's all got to be diminished. We're going to have regional authorities.
And then ultimately global.
Obviously, Art. I mean, but to answer this gentleman, it's not it's whether it's good or bad, it's here. You know?
Well, I think it's probably good and bad, like most everything else.
Like everything human, Art, it has its negative.
Another place that I was blessed to visit was communist China. They're going through economic changes now that are astounding, even a little frightening, and inevitably, whether they like it or not, the political changes will follow. So you might mark that down as good, but then, of course, we can see many negative aspects of it.
That's right. But you see, it's a human situation. It's not paradisiacal.
Exactly. Yes. Father, we are at the end of yet another program. It just went by like that.
It went like a flash of lightning. It really did. And I want to thank you so much for having me on.
Well,
giving me that privilege. It is a privilege.
I want to be sure to be able to have you back on again.
Well, you can, Art. You can. Just call, establish it, and it will be done.
I shall do it, my friend.
And I want to thank you. And Art, I keep you in my prayers in a good, benign sense of the word. Not that I'm praying for you as a sinner. I'm praying for you as a brother and as a fellow traveler on this. You know, Christians used to speak about being in via, being on the road. And those who are dead are in termino, they've reached the end. But we are in via, you and I. And as long as we're associated, you have my blessing and my prayers and my goodwill.
Doctor, thank you.
God bless you, Art.
Today we have the good fortune of interviewing Father Malachi Martin in his home in New York. And in the first of our interviews, I would like to discuss the church and the new geopolitical situation. We're coming out of the Cold War and we're headed into something else, but I'm not sure really what. So maybe you might have some insights as to what exactly is replacing the Cold War.
Yes, there is. You put it rather correctly, I think. And I'm not saying this in a patronizing fashion, Bernard. I'm saying it because a lot of people can't even formulate it as you formulated it. We are leaving, the Cold War is behind us. There's no doubt about that. There will never be another Cold War like that again. We're heading into something else, which is much more hazardous, in my opinion, by the way. But we're in the transition period, and therefore all we can do is give educated guesses and outline the dim shape of what is taking place. And this new world is geopolitical. That is, it is a world which is dominated by trends that involve several nations at the same time, the same trend. For instance, we had a small example there recently about nuclear development. Hitherto, we've had this tidy little club of England, Britain, France, the United States, China, and Russia, and Israel, because Israel is a member of the nuclear club. They have their missiles tipped with nuclear warheads, and they have the power of delivery. We don't speak about that in public because the Israelis have never admitted it, but we all know it. So there was this tidy club, and lo and behold, the Indians suddenly break loose and they explode bombs, and they're on their way to thermonuclear power. And remember, India is shortly going to be 1 billion people. It's a huge populous country. And then immediately afterwards, the Pakistanis exploded their bombs, and they're on their way to being fully fledged members, and they have the means of delivery. They both India and Pakistan have the means of delivery. Unfortunately, they don't like each other an awful lot, these two countries. They're fighting a continuous war in Kashmir, and one of them is a great friend of China. Pakistan is a great friend of communist China. India is not. India has lost land to China, and it resents and fears China's grip on Tibet. Tibet, as you know, is being extinguished with our connivance. We, the center of democracy and the stronghold of freedom, we are acquiescing totally in the enslavement of Tibet and the crushing of anything like Tibetan language, Tibetan nationality, Tibetan culture. We're acquiescing in that because we're afraid of China. We're afraid of China. And China is the one we want to have a partnership with at the present moment, and for that we will do anything. Even the President of the United States will go to Beijing and celebrate Tiananmen Square, the anniversary of the communist movement. But this is another thing completely. We're not engaged in criticizing the politics of the United States. This is just a statement of fact. So this is a new thing that's geopolitical immediately, because if India and Pakistan have the bomb, Iran is going to have it soon, within a year or 18 months. Iran is going to have it. And if Iran has it, then it imposes a totally new configuration on everything, because they can stride into UN meetings and thump the table and say, no, we disagree. And we can attack too. And that means that, for instance, the geopolitical, the policy of the United States in the Middle East is changed forever. It can no longer rely on Israel, because the Arabs are going to have the bomb.
Now, in this new geopolitical world, since the Cold War, there have been some attempts to make sense of it. There have been books like The End of History, The Sovereign Individual.
That's right.
The Clash of Civilizations.
Professor Samuel Huntington, yes.
What is your opinion of these attempts to explain the post-Cold War world?
I'll tell you, Bernard, they are not solutions or explanations. They're exposés of the facts. They admit themselves they have no answer. They describe things. They're purely descriptive, because the authors of those books you've just mentioned fight completely shy of anything to touching human spirit and religion. They will not bring in the religious question. As you know, today the fashion is explain everything, examine everything, analyze everything, describe everything, but without any reference to religion. Any reference whatever. That's the law. And that's why the United States Supreme Court in Planned Parenthood versus Casey, this famous case, came out with a statement that anybody who enters the public square in America with a religious point of view has no place in the public square. No religious ideology, no religious belief has any place in our courts or in our public square. And that applies to England, applies to France and Germany and Italy and Spain and Belgium and Holland and China and India and Pakistan. The same thing. Except you have large bodies like Islam and large bodies like the Catholic Church, which is nominally 1 billion members. And then there is another 500 million Christians between all the Protestant churches and the sects. But they have no longer any say, because this geopolitical situation is dominated by one thing and one thing only. That is the flow of capital and the flow of capital goods on a daily basis. No country can stand outside that. Witness what happened to Albania. Witness what happened to North Korea. They were starving. They have to, if you don't enter that, if you don't share in the flow of capital and the flow of capital goods, you perish.
So the attempt in the New World Order is to make religion an entirely private matter.
That's right. Completely out of ken and out of account. You can't rely on that. You can't brandish your religion in any way or say, I'm justified in doing what I'm doing because of my belief. No, you can't do that. And you must conform to the new geopolitics of trade. You must share in the capital. You must depend on the IMF. You must depend on the World Bank. You cannot stay apart from it. Your whole economy has to be geared to the flow of capital and the flow of capital goods. Otherwise, you're going to perish.
Does this influence the moral order? For example, could your home country of Ireland, let's say, have its own divorce and abortion laws, and even if it participates, let's say, in the commerce, on the moral question, stand aside, let's say, from the rest of Europe?
No. Europe has accepted Ireland as a member of its European Union, but on condition that it finally produces laws that provide mandated abortion, that approve of domestic partnerships instead of the traditional marriage, same-sex marriages in other words, and sterilization and contraception. Those are now considered to be human rights. And if you don't grant those, then you're anti-human. You're committing a crime against humanity. And shortly they hope to have an organization attached to the UN which will enforce these laws and bring anybody who violates them to court as a criminal. And they hope to have a blue helmeted police force international to go and arrest you. We're moving in that direction.
Could we eventually be headed in the direction where some aspects of our Catholic faith become criminal offenses.
Sure. That if the church condemns homosexuality, same-sex marriages, and condemns homosexuality, that will be a hate crime. It's already a hate crime. You can't do that. And in a place like New York, by the way, or in Washington, at the normal dinner table, if you show any adversity to contraception, abortion, homosexuality, you're not invited back. You don't belong. You simply don't belong. I thought the question you were going to ask me at that point was very near it, but it's not quite it. It's this, that what's going to happen? Will the church make a compromise? Or will it go underground? Or what will we do? Because it will be that you will not get jobs, you'll be dismissed.
Now, during the Cold War, the church actually did have an active
underground
role to play.
Sure.
What was that role? And I think wasn't John Paul II, he was a player in that.
He was, because you see, the American government, really under Reagan, but even before that, but under President Reagan, they made a special agreement with the Polish underground. And they supplied money and machines and faxes and typewriters and radios and money through the Vatican to finance a huge underground which crippled the Polish government. But that's no longer possible, because now the thing is in the open, and it can't happen like that ever again. And that's why actually one of the difficulties John Paul II is having was that the means by which Poland was saved from communism was a purely secular means. Because, as you know, the average Polish woman has 9 abortions in her life. Today. And right through the communist period, because abortion was very possible. They still have it. And so that it was a purely human organization called Solidarity, Solidarność, which has nothing to do with the church. But the church used it to cripple the government economically, so that finally the communist government had to appeal for help, and finally collapsed, and then went into a troika, 3 people governing, and finally then the communist government in Poland, like the communist government in all the Eastern European countries, collapsed economically, and they were beaten economically. Capitalism beat communism economically, and that's why they finally collapsed. But the church did collaborate. However, this is different, because if you can't school your children, if you can't go to the university, if your views are unacceptable in any faculty of the university, whether it's medicine or science or biology or whatever it is, or history or literature, you will be downgraded. You won't get your degree. You'll become an outcast. You become and we become outcasts. And that's what we are facing. There's a further development, though, Bernard, which is far more significant in our geopolitics. It is this. I'm a citizen, I vote. You're a citizen, you vote. The power of my vote is so diminished today, so that the laws passed by my Congress in the United States and the Senate, for instance, and then signed into law by the President, my vote is of infinitesimally smaller value than it was, because in between me and the legislators, there is now a whole series of layers of foreign interests. And de facto, many decisions made by our Congress in the United States and the Senate are at the bidding of non-Americans. They're at the bidding of non-Americans. So my vote is diluted in its power. And that's what's happening. We're becoming increasingly the American liberty, American activities, American outlook is diluted by non-Americans, completely non-Americans, because anyway the people who make decisions, economic decisions affecting me, are not Americans.
And of course the same complaint is made in England, where so many of the decisions now are being made by the European Union.
That's right.
and not in the Parliament in London.
That's right, and that's the big gamble. Can Britain stay out effectively out of the EU, the European Union? Most people think it cannot. I don't know. I can't predict, because there's a time limit on all this, Bernard, this new geopolitics. There's a time limit, which is a very, very ominous time limit. It is this. As things are going, most honest and frank commentators say it's going to fall apart. It's going to fall apart. It can't go on. There's too much explosive material in the hands of people who have no scruples whatever. They're not governed by any religion or morality. It's self-profit. And America, the USA, can dilly-dally and have a dalliance with China for the sake of its exports and for the sake of money. But eventually, something is going to give. They say that something is going to give, because not on bread alone doth man live. They don't add, but on every word that comes from the mouth of God. But they know that human beings need something else. And there is nothing else on the horizon today but bread and food and employment and dollars and prosperity. And if that can hold, which nobody believes it can hold, we can get past the 2000. But nobody believes it's going to. That it's going to collapse and explode. And if it does explode, then we have worldwide depression. And it's not merely the, you know about the Y2K crisis about the computers. It's not merely that. It's simply the internal moral resistance of nations is going to collapse. And that's apparently what the gamble is, that it won't collapse. And most of the commentators say it must collapse, it can't go on as it's going. So this geopolitical situation can't last. Unfortunately, the steps now being taken are being taken by people who believe strongly in world government. And the day may come when we have to yield 2/3 of our sovereignty in the United States to the United Nations. That may come. And forget the other nations, they're already at the beck and call of the UN.
Now what we need to discuss is, what is the Vatican's role in all of this?
Well, that Vatican role is very important, and it must be understood very clearly, and has to be understood in terms of John Paul II, this present, Papa Wojtyla, as we call him, Papa John Paul II. He is primarily a geopolitician. That's his beef. That's his trade. That's what he's interested in. And he has, over the period of almost 20 years, he's gone around, he's met anybody worth meeting in government. He's sat down with them in private as well as in public. He's been acclaimed by nations. I think it's 82 nations he's visited. That's a lot of nations. And received officially every time. And he has been enormously successful, attracted huge crowds everywhere. I mean, he is charismatic in that sense. And he has established relationships with all the governments, every one of them, even the most oppositional ones, except the one place he has not succeeded is Russia and China, those two places. Because their tradition is that he is an enemy. And that's why he has failed to be able to go to Russia, which is one of his dearest dreams, by the way, to go to Moscow and to present an icon, a famous icon, Our Lady of Kazan, which he has in Rome, which belongs in Moscow. But they won't allow him in.
Now, John Paul II, as we've mentioned earlier, has been a very effective geopolitical player in the Cold War. Has he been successful in making the transition to the post-Cold War world?
No, he has not. He has not. For the simple reason that he was nurtured in the Cold War. He was educated in the Cold War and in the techniques of survival in the Cold War and defeat, finally, of Marxism as such. Whereas we're not up against the raw, crude Marxism of the Stalinists. We're up against something else completely. We're up against a creeping materialism based on genuine achievements economically, scientifically, socially, medically. I mean, there are huge advances everywhere. And he's not used to that at all.
Now, is this why he seemed to relish that trip to Cuba, because it's one of the last places that the Cold War is still going on?
It was, and we must understand, by the way, that his visit to Cuba was done in complete coordination with the State Department of the United States. I mean, the Vatican never makes a move like that unless it consults with the governments concerned, and we're the most concerned government about Cuba. And there's no doubt about it. I was asked to comment in public on it all, and it was quite clear that Castro regarded this as the last fling. It was the last sign of his, gave him a chance to lambaste America again, and propose again the socialization of the world. But he was obviously a little boy in the presence of his father, and he was most humble actually, and most acquiescent with the Holy Father. There was no effort to, and when the Pope openly criticized Cuban communism, there was no objection to that at all. He got, the microphones were left on, and he wasn't shot at, and he was held in great honor. And obviously it was do you know what I think, Bernard? But I know somebody is going to attack me for having said this. I think it was a waste of time, because anything that the Pope could have effected, he could have effected from Rome in Cuba. But it was again another magnificent appanage of papal power and papal influence. But that's all it was. It hasn't increased the membership in the Church. It hasn't eased things. Right enough, at the Pope's request, Castro has let loose about 300 prisoners, I think. There are many more languishing in the island of Pines, where it is the infamous Cuban prison that he runs, which is a torture chamber. But nothing great was effected by it at all, except that the Cubans suddenly found out that somebody could come in and speak against this system, against the regime, and get away with it. But you know, they had to teach the Cubans how to make the sign of the cross. They had to teach the Cubans the Our Father and the Hail Mary. It was completely de-Christianized, de-Romanized, de-Catholicized by Castro's people. And Castro himself had to put all his communist cadres in sacks and keep them quiet, because they didn't want the Pope at all. But Castro saw great advantage in it. And the advantage was the pulpit. The pulpit. And then one more thing. Castro is going to die sooner than later. And he did confess to the Pope that he is a sinner, and he wants his blessing. So perhaps Christ is touching the heart of this man, Fidel, who's committed so many crimes against humanity, and has been the cause of so much killing in Africa and throughout the world, and lies and deceptions and cruelty and torture. I'll never forget the books, but that book by Valladares, who was in his prison, who came out and published it in the United States. It's a horrible tale of man's inhumanity to man, directly caused by Fidel. He's been a very bad man. There's no doubt about that.
Now, I want to make a contrast now, which should shed some light on our discussion of the New World Order. The Pope did, let's say, achieve some results from his trip to Cuba, and that there were these 300 people released.
Sure.
A few months later, the Prime Minister of Canada, Jean Chrétien, visited Cuba, and he left empty-handed. What does this show us about, let's say, the power of the Church in the world?
You've underlined something which is the residual value of this papacy. The charism of the Holy Father. There's no doubt about it. When you meet this man, even in his present reduced physical condition, because he now is very reduced, you're still overwhelmed by this. He has papal charism. He means something. He signifies something. And I watched, fascinatedly, I watched every scene on CNN and the other shows which showed Castro in the presence of John Paul II. He was like a little boy with his parish priest, bending down, because he's a tall man and the Pope is bent over, and Castro was behaving like a little boy with his uncle, or with his papa, or with his parish priest. He really was humble in his presence and addressed him very, very decorously. It is the charism of, and then you see, he laid it on Castro in private. He laid the obligation on him to exercise some mercy, reminding Castro that you too will need mercy at the throne of God when you die. I mean, somehow he touched the religious chord with Castro, and that brings up the whole point. if your Prime Minister, Chrétien is his name, isn't it?
Yes.
If he could speak religious language, perhaps he could touch Castro's heart. But he went there as a geopolitician and a Prime Minister. And Castro has eaten them by the dozen.
Now, doesn't this contrast or series of incidents show that perhaps the architects of the New World Order are going to have a problem with the Catholic religion?
Yes, they are. They're going to have a big problem. We must be very perceptive about that problem, though, Bernard. There's no doubt about that the level of corruption amongst Catholics, and there's 1 billion nominal Catholics in the world today, the level of corruption has risen. From the point of view of contraception and sterilization and homosexuality and neglect of the sacraments and neglect of prayer, and that's really chiefly, in my opinion, the fault of the bishops and the priests. But whatever is the cause, there is this level of corruption. But there is this extraordinary resource of Catholicism that can evoke in somebody who hasn't practiced the religion, suddenly inspire him and her. And they come forth and they say, no, we don't want that. We're Christians, we're Catholics, we don't like it. We revolt against it. We go back in our decision. We want to recall you from Parliament or wherever we've elected you. So there is this resource. The only thing is that this Holy Father is incapable of evoking it in the established nations of the world. He's incapable of it. For instance, he came to New York and he held a mega mass, really a mega mass in Yonkers. And there was a huge crowd there. And the reporters went around a little afterwards asking the people, what do you think of the Holy Father? Do you like him? Yes, we like him. He's our Pope. And do you like what he says about abortion? No, I don't obey that. Do you go to Mass very frequently? Well, now and again when I feel like it. It was the standard answer. So he doesn't evoke that Catholicism. He doesn't evoke that. He evokes loyalty. So the basis of it is there because they're all baptized and they're all within reach of what we call in the Church sanctifying grace, the supernatural help of God. But this Pope has not been able to evoke it. He gets huge crowds, whether it's Madrid or Paris or Częstochowa or New York or Atlanta. He gets huge crowds. How many of them go there because of faith? Probably most of them because of some splink of faith in them, some splink of faith, but not because they're fervent practicing Catholics. No. And you know that demographers of religion have a ready figure. They say any world religion, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, Shintoism, at any given moment only 25% are practicing. Only 25%. That rises in moments of crisis and of war, and it falls in eras of prosperity to about 20-25%. So it's normal probably, because you don't get crusades in the middle of prosperity. You always get crusades at the time when people are hard put. And there was no doubt about it, during the war years, the practice of religion was tremendously high in the countries at war. But once peace came, it went back to its normal 20-25% rate. So that, but there is no doubt about it, there is this residual Catholicism, which is very dangerous for the secular politician. It can turn on him. It can turn on them. And that, but this Pope is not capable of evoking that. He has no support whatever. And that's because of certain characteristics of his papacy. We can enter it, we can describe those later on in another section of this conversation. But he has not got that power. By the way, let me add, he never set out to evoke it. John Paul II never set out to reform morality. Never. He never set out to create huge Catholic movements. No. It's not his wish. He has a completely different idea of what he would like to do. He may not be able to effect it before he dies, because now he's infirm and old, although he's not much older. He's only 1 year older than me, but still he's much more infirm in health. But he may be able to attain it, but he hasn't achieved his goal yet.
Now, this leads us to a question. Pius XII would have evoked, let's say, a deeper sense of Catholicism.
Absolutely.
In that the people at that time, let's say, didn't have abortions, they did go to Mass, they did say their rosaries.
Absolutely.
What has happened since then?
Well, within the Catholic Church, what happened was a 3-year event from 1962 to 1965 called the Second Vatican Council. That was the beginning, the first step. The second step was the destruction of the old structure of the Church. A destruction. It was destroyed.
You mentioned Vatican II, and you have recently written an endorsement of a book called In the Murky Waters of Vatican II.
Yes.
What are the major themes of this book?
The major themes of that book are simple and stark and can be stated in short sentences. It is this, that by one means or another, for one cause or another, through the instrumentality of one man or another man, the Second Vatican Council succeeded in liquidating any traditional, official Catholic resistance to modernism. And this book, In the Murky Waters of the Vatican II, by this young Brazilian, which will finally consist of 11 volumes, we only have one volume now, takes everything said and done at the Vatican Council and analyzes it, and shows very clearly that it goes against what the Church used to hold up to the year 1962. And he doesn't say it anywhere particular, but we've all been talking with him, and he agrees with the general formulation today that Vatican Council provoked an apostasy, the apostasy. Now, apostasy is a word that really dates, it was used before him, but it dates from the time of a man called Athanasius, Saint Athanasius, way back in the 3rd and 4th century of this millennium. And the apostasy is a Greek word meaning to stand away from, and was used for those to describe the attitude of those who renounced basic Catholic dogmas. And this work, In the Murky Waters of the Vatican II, by Guimarães, this brilliant Brazilian young man, shows that on basic doctrines, Vatican stepped away from traditional doctrine. And I can name to you, for instance, marriage, human liberty, the papacy, the nature of the Church, the Blessed Sacrament, Mass. Basic things were abandoned in favor of modernist positions, backed by the present Holy Father.
Could you perhaps give one example of where a traditional position was abandoned?
I think the one which would touch most people would be marriage. It was the traditional belief and teaching of the Church always until Vatican II, the year 1964 actually, to be specific, that the purpose of marriage was the procreation of children. Period. That was the purpose of marriage. I got married to you, my beloved husband, because I wanted to live with you and have children with you. In addition to that, there was the fact that we would console each other. We would love each other, and we would make love, and we would have a happy marriage. But that's a secondary cause, a secondary result. And it was really consolation for us. Because having and rearing children, as you probably know by now, better than I do, because I've never had and reared children, is a tough proposition, and you need some support. Adjumentum, as the Latin was. So the marriage, therefore, was instituted for the procreation of children and to provide the partners with adjumentum, with the consolation and help, and something to help them along the road. Vatican II said, no, sorry, marriage has two purposes: the love of the spouses and the procreation of children under certain conditions.
Now, does this change in doctrine perhaps explain why, even in some Catholic countries like Italy, Spain, Poland, birth rates are now below replacement level?
Of course it does. It also explains the fact that, for instance, if you meet in America a normally good, as we say, good Catholic couple going to church, sending their children to school, blah, 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 yada, 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 but only with 2 children. 53% of them we now know have been sterilized. They've gone in for sterilization completely. After the second child, they're both sterilized. So the idea of the limited marriage, called natural family planning, but it's not really that, is the order of the day. And that's why we had diminished families. We used to have families of 6 and 8 and 10, 17. There's no such thing nowadays except amongst the Irish or the Puerto Ricans, perhaps, traditional groups, or the Orthodox Jews. But they also practice a certain amount of contraception. But that's why the population has gone down. Now, it also means this, though. If the purpose of my getting married to you, I'm a young woman and you're a young man, if that purpose is primarily to satisfy me sexually and sensually, well, you know, Bernard, nobody's sexual attraction lasts that length of time. It varies with age. And I'm going to finally lose interest in you because there's somebody else comes along and he's far more exciting. So if my purpose was to enjoy myself as a wife or as a husband, that's a sandy foundation, because I'm going to meet somebody who's far better than you, especially when we're both over 35 heading into 40, and I need extra stimulation, especially men. And that's why you find that men towards about 40, 45 start divorcing and getting remarried, and women too, but men chiefly, because they haven't got the tie that women have to a marriage. So this is direct. Remember that Pius XII declared it to be de fide, that is, of faith, that the purpose of marriage was only procreation, with the proviso of the adjumentum, the help, but only as a secondary thing. The primary purpose was procreation. Now it's a question of love, and therefore love, if I don't love you anymore, then I go to a marriage council in the diocese and they say, well, your marriage wasn't sacramental, you weren't mature, and they give me an annulment. And a far worse thing people don't realize, in the year 1968, there were just over 300 marriage annulments in the entire world. In 1997, as of date, do you know how many annulments there were in the United States alone? Over 58,000. 58,000 annulments. And we all know that this is merely divorce Catholic style. So you asked for an example of one thing changed by Vatican II. That's it.
So the difficulty with Vatican II is more than a problem of misinterpretation. The problem is right with the documents.
Right with the documents. For instance, take another one, very simple one, which is very important. The Catholic Church has always taught, and by the way, there's no major religion that hasn't taught the same thing. It has always taught that you have no right to be in error. You can't go around proclaiming your error as perfectly legitimate. That's the law of the Church. If you're in error, period. Vatican II said no. In its Doctrine on Liberty, you're totally free. And nobody can say you're wrong in supporting error about anything. The human liberty is such that it covers everything. That's against Doctrine of the Church, because that means that I can be erroneous and say, well, the Catholic Church is not the true church, or the priesthood is not the true priesthood, or this bread and wine is not the body and blood of our Lord after Mass, and I have a right to believe that. The Catholic Church says no, but the Doctrine on Liberty says yes, you have a right. And therefore that affects one big law. Outside the Church there's no salvation. That now is a hate crime.
Now, has this change perhaps led to the great inroads that Protestantism seems to be making in Latin America?
Yeah, of course. Of course it has. That's exactly what they're preaching. That's exactly what the Protestant churches and sects preach. They say, well, we're going to give you freedom. The Catholic Church is narrow and makes you think in one way only, and they only have salvation, and you're free. And you can, if you're, by the way, we both know, you and I as North Americans, we both know that in the Episcopal Church, for instance, it's a small church, it's only 4.5 or 5 million today, but in the Episcopal Church there's only one thing you can't say. You can't say that Episcopal Church is wrong. But you can hold anything else and still be a member in good standing of the Episcopal Church. Everything is permitted because you are free. And Vatican II adopted that also. So that's a very serious thing, because it also applies to governments. It applies, for instance, to the Catholics who voted for Bill Clinton, knowing well that he's an abortionist, knowing well that he has the morality of an alley cat, but they voted 57% of the Catholic vote went to Bill Clinton twice in the 2 presidential elections, because morality doesn't enter into it. He's free, and we're free.
But the bishops didn't speak out against him.
For the same reason. For the same reason. And it's like the Irish bishops, when they had a vote in Ireland about abortion, you know what the bishops told the people? Make up your own mind. Make up your own mind, but that's the fruit of this doctrine of liberty. That's the fruit. Actually, Bernard, the doctrine of the Church has always been, I am not free to choose error. Not only that, my liberty consists in the ability to choose to do what is right. It's not simply license. And this is the document of license, human liberty. And that's what the Supreme Court said in that case I alleged, Planned Parenthood versus Casey, which I would love to write a book about, but I haven't got the time. In other words, that you are free today, the court said, to make up your own mind about life, death, love, hate, war, peace. You're free. You need have no restrictions from anybody. You make up your own mind. That's human liberty today. And that's not the liberty, by the way, of the founding fathers of America. And it's not the liberty the Church has always proposed. But the Vatican II endorsed that.
Now, were you present at the Second Vatican Council?
Yes, I was.
And were there any events there that disturbed you, even at that time?
Yes, there was. In fact, that everything was arranged behind the scenes. We were carefully herded, and any counter movement, for instance, 500 or 600 of the bishops there composed a document for John the 23rd and Paul VI, the Pope who came after John the 23rd, asking him to bless their proposal to condemn Marxism. The Pope crushed that idea. There was no question of that being done. He wouldn't allow that. Why? Because he didn't want to offend Nikita Khrushchev. He didn't want to offend the Soviets. Then, for instance, they would go so far when somebody like Cardinal Ottaviani was the leader of the traditionalists, when he started speaking out against the conditions in which the council now labored, I remember his words, they cut off the microphone. He couldn't be heard. He couldn't be heard. And then the Pope was always on the side of the non-traditionalists, of the progressives, always. And he put the direction of the council in the hands of Cardinal Sunens of Belgium, who was so far left that you couldn't see his behind.
And this was true both of John the 23rd and Paul VI?
Both of them, it was. And you see, then there was this terrible thing that, as Paul VI said, the purpose of the council was to prepare the Church to help man to build his human habitat, his human paradise on earth. That was the purpose. And remember, that's the whole theme of Gaudium et Spes, the document composed by the present Holy Father, which is the blueprint for the modern Church, into which we should someday do a tape on that and that alone. We should do a conversation on that. But so Vatican II, also, you see, the nature of the Church. For instance, the Church was always composed of the faithful, headed by Peter, the Pope. And under him there were the bishops. And the bishops were subject to the Pope and could not go against the Pope in doctrinal matters. Vatican II changed all that. It said that the bishops shared the same power as the Pope. It changed the entire face of jurisdiction. The result was that a bishop like Bishop Untener of Saginaw, or Clark of Rochester here in the United States, or Mahoney in L.A., in Los Angeles, can thumb their noses at Rome. And Rome can't do anything about it. Because they now enjoy, according to Vatican II, the same power as the Pope, the same universal power.
Does this explain why Rome never seems to be able to take any real action against, let's say, heretics?
Of course, because there are no such things as heretics. You're free. Now, if you really go to extremes, there was this man in Ceylon, Sri Lanka there last year, Balasuria, who was making a complete fool of himself. And they had to say, come on, Jesus. But he was reinstated very fast. The only one excommunicated by the Church of John Paul II is Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre, the founder of the Pius X Institute. The only one excommunicated. Really. The only prominent man excommunicated.
So the only real crime then is to hold to tradition.
And to say so that the tradition dominates what Vatican II decided. There's this point about the whole thing which we must tell our listeners, and it's this. Vatican II was not a dogmatic council. Both the Pope, Paul VI, and John Paul II, and the council itself said openly and nakedly, this is not dogma, this is merely a pastoral council. We're giving our opinions, not dogma. Nothing is laid down that you must hold on faith. Nothing is laid down. The result is that the ambiguity is huge. And it infects both the new canon law, published in 1983 by the present Pope, and the Universal Catechism, which is full of ambiguity. You can really choose and pick cafeteria style. You can choose and pick what you want to believe. And they do. And they do. But now that has gone so far that it is safe to say, and this may surprise you or may sort of disturb you slightly, of the 1 billion Roman Catholics in the world, and remember most of those are in the Western world, 1/3 of them is in Latin America, due to the malfeasance of bishops and the neglect of 3 popes, John XXIII, Paul VI, and John Paul II, the majority of 1 billion, what's that? Oh, I suppose 700 million, are in apostasy and they don't know it. They don't know it. They've been taught the wrong doctrine. They no longer believe in the Blessed Sacrament as we used to. They no longer believe in the sacraments as such, like extreme unction, because the Church doesn't teach that. The bishops don't teach that any longer. They don't believe in hell. They don't believe in the devil. The bishops don't teach that any longer. You take this example in this country here. Do you think that if the 6 cardinals in America and the 270 bishops, if they took to the streets, they couldn't change the abortion law? Of course they could. And the homosexuals could do that and change the law, and the Jews can do that and change the Congress, but Catholics cannot do it because the bishops will not give the leadership. No, we're poorly led by a crowd of bishops who on the whole are terribly ignorant theologically and who are in it for a good time. And after all, look, Bernard, if you can lift the phone and call for a loan to the local bank and get it, ipso facto, if you've got a limo always at your disposal, if you've got money coming in, the nickels and dimes of the faithful, and you're honored, and somebody kisses your ring, and you're always, people stand aside for the bishop, hey, that's corrupting. That's corrupting. Because you're not really put to the pin of your collar to do anything.
So what has happened to the Church since Vatican II is essentially it's like a lion that's had its claws taken out for whatever reason.
Yes, and also that it's been de-Catholicized. They no longer believe that. They don't believe in the Blessed Sacrament. They just don't believe in the presence of Christ in the Eucharist. They don't believe that. And they believe that everybody goes to heaven. God is too good. And if you're divorced and remarried, it's okay. The bishops are a bit snotty about that. But de facto, that's quite okay. You can get married and have children and go to church, and many prominent Catholics do. But it's not emphasized any longer, you know.
So really, what you've described then is a situation where the Church, the institution of the Church, has become a facade.
Become a facade, but it's worse than that, really, because here's the difficulty. John Paul II's geopolitics, one cardinal principle of it was to be a member of the international community, the international political community. And therefore it is very important in his eyes to be a member of the United Nations, to be, at least to have observer status. It's very important that they maintain good relations with governments in the United Nations, like the European governments, who are all pro-abortion and who say there's nothing wrong with homosexual marriages and who support sterilization and who have no scruple whatever about school teaching. They don't want religion in schools, but we must maintain relations with them. But why don't we protest? Why don't we make life very difficult for them? Pius XI did, Pius XII did, continually hammered them through the bishops and themselves directly, the popes. But we don't do that any longer because we want to be along. So we're in it, we go along in order to get along. And that's John Paul II.
Now, I want to ask another question that relates to, let's say, John Paul II's geopolitics.
Yeah.
And we had mentioned Russia earlier. Is it true that Rome has signed some type of agreement where it has said it will not evangelize in Russia?
We have signed an agreement. We signed it in a town in Lebanon called Balaband. And the agreement is this, that no Roman missionary, no Roman Catholic missionary will ever try and convert Russian Orthodox or Greek Orthodox. It's a violation of their rights. The movement behind that is that we're all branches of Christianity. Leave them alone, they'll leave us alone. And the Israelis, as you know, have enforced the same law in Israel. There's to be no evangelization. There's no proselytism. If a Catholic priest is found trying to convert a Jew, he's expelled. It's a sin against the state. And we have signed that agreement with Israel. The Vatican has, that we will not violate that rule. So we're agreeing to have our hands manacled, our feet tied. We no longer are free, whereas they're free to propagate anything they want. Now, the Pope goes along with all that. He has signed those agreements. And what's his name? There's a Cardinal Cassidy there. He's an Australian. But he's in charge of ecumenical relations for the Pope. He has signed an agreement recently with the Old Catholics. Now, the Old Catholics don't believe in the papacy, in the papal infallibility. But he has signed an agreement with them, permitting them to have Holy Communion and Mass in Catholic churches. The entire facade has crumbled in Rome.
So the policy in Russia is just part of a larger policy, and it might also explain, let's say, why Rome doesn't try to take advantage of, let's say, the implosion of the Church of England.
That's right. That's right. That's right. There's no. It doesn't. The policy is totally fit in. Go along, get along in order to go along with them in order to get along with them.
So we want to be a member of the club.
That's right, and we are. We are a member of the club. We are a member of the club. For instance, really, did the bishops make any difficulty about this partial birth abortion? There's a terrible issue where a baby is half born and then you kill it in order to have its intact body for harvesting the organs. We really didn't protest about that. Not really. We didn't object to it. Father Marx did, HLI, Human Life International did, and single Catholic organizations did, but not the bishops. There's no unified stance on all that. And a man like Cardinal Bernardine, for instance, who's dead now, when he was Archbishop of Cincinnati, he actually forbade the Catholics to protest abortions. He didn't want anything like that. He must have smooth relations with everybody, including Planned Parenthood and the abortion mill owners and propagators. So there's been a total collapse of the church men, not the church itself, the church men. Because, you know, Bernard, in all this, let's remind our listeners of a very basic fact. The church is composed in its essence and its reality of three groups of people. People in purgatory who are in a state of grace but being purged of their sins, their punishment. People in heaven who have attained heaven and are purified and in the sight of God. And then us, poor miserable idiots on earth, the church militant, who are not yet dead and not yet in heaven. We are the church, and we are headed by the Vicar of Christ, and that's the Bishop of Rome. And we have an unbroken line of 264 people going back to the historic figure of Jesus and Peter. We have that's our big link with the historical Jesus. Without them, that line, we have no connection with Jesus, historically. We have that. The church then has bishops and priests. They're church men. They're not the church. And we're often talking about, why doesn't the church do this? Why doesn't the church do that? Why did the church do this? It's churchmen who've done it in their sins and their weakness. And so we must always make that distinction between the church. If you got off the boat in Alexandria in 120 AD with your little bag and said to the men at the quayside, where's the Catholic Church? They'd look and say, what do you mean Catholic Church? They didn't know it. And then when you talked a little more, they'd say, oh, yes, that's... They meet down there in the poor section. They're called fishermen and slaves and sanitation men and old women. And they have a celebration every Friday and Saturday and Sunday. And they read letters from somebody in Rome. They have a fellow in Rome, they say, is their head. And they have an episcopus, they have a bishop here, and a priest. And they sing funny hymns. And they don't sacrifice anybody, sacrifice any animals. They're not that type. They have something else. We don't know what it is. That was the church. That was the church active in that time.
Now, if you move, let's say, 200-300 years ahead, let's say in Alexandria itself.
Then you had the establishment of the church by law under Constantine, and then you had churches being built openly, and priests being ordained at a young age, because in those early days they simply took married men and ordained them. They had to have priests.
But in that particular area, you had Athanasius, who again had to operate pretty much like the Church of the Catacombs did 300 years before.
Because there was a heresy called Arianism, and it was taking everybody. It took 80% of the bishops. And Arianism said that Christ wasn't God. Only the Father and the Holy Ghost were God. Jesus wasn't. So he had to fight Arianism, which had penetrated 80% of the bishops. But they tossed that off because the people revolted against this doctrine. They knew Jesus was God and is God. And but they contended with that was the beginning of the apostasy. We are in a different apostasy. We're in an apostasy where the basic dogmas are eliminated from normal Catholic life. People do not believe any longer that Christ is the bread and the wine. They don't believe it any longer.
Does this explain, let's say, why you have situations in some churches where the blood of Christ is just dumped down the sink without any thought about it?
Well, one bishop we know, I can give this document to anybody who wants it, Bishop Weekland, Rembrandt Weekland of Milwaukee, he put out a notice to his parish priests and his diocese saying that when you have any wine left over after Mass, what do you do with it? You go to the cold faucet. You put on the cold faucet, you put the chalice beneath it until it dilutes the wine completely. Now don't tell me that he believed it was the blood of Christ. Don't even think it. He doesn't. He thinks it's sort of holy wine or something, and you should dilute it and send it down the drain. But they don't believe that. They don't believe the Pope is infallible. That's no longer believed. Then the idea of celibacy, well, that's sort of, that's sort of frowned on as being unmanly and inhuman. Everybody should be able to be married, according to the modern. This is Catholic. And then once we have 2 children, that's enough. We've done our piece. But there's a breakdown in faith and belief. It's called apostasy, and it means that you're outside the church living, and that's what's happened. Now, unfortunately, we are backing into the international organizations. We insist on being a part of it. We should be fleeing it as a church.
You've described a situation where many of the church men have apostatized, have left the faith. Now, suppose I get off the plane then in Milwaukee and ask where the church is. The implication seems to be is that it's not, let's say, in the Chancery office.
That's right. That's the implication. That's the implication. And the implication, though, is a bit horrific for the Catholic mind. But I'll tell you why I say the word horrific and why I say it is horrific. There are very good reasons today to think that the ordinations of certain priests are invalid, that they don't become priests, they don't receive the ordination rite, they cannot celebrate Mass, they can't forgive sins. And if that is so, that would explain, by the way, an awful lot the lack of grace. Why it is that people don't observe the law any longer, and they don't say prayers, and they have no devotion, they don't go to Mass frequently, they go when it suits them or when they have to, and their marriages are not blessed with harmony, and they don't say the rosary at night, and it's not a Catholic family any longer. Most of them are not. There's no Catholic tradition in them.
Now here's a very important question that you're leading into. You just have to pick up a newspaper and you see that the moral order of society is breaking down. Marriages are collapsing. Abortion and sex outside of marriage is running rampant. And I could list a long...
list. Yeah, we all know the list. We all know the list. We witness it every day, every week.
And you have a lot of table discussions and news reports that this is happening. But what nobody seems to be addressing is why. Why do you think that this is all happening?
I'll tell you why I think it's happening in the United States. And I'm in Europe, but I'm living in the United States, and I'm a citizen here, and I'm very near it. It's this. Unless supernatural grace is present, I am not going to observe the law of God. I'm not going to be faithful to my wife or my husband. I'm not going to be honest in my work, my business. I'm going to be selfish. I'm going to indulge my passions if I'm not practicing a religion. And I can't practice religion without supernatural grace. Now, supposing the sacraments, which are by the way, the sacraments are the only sources of grace. They're the only sources of sanctifying grace. If I do not go to Holy Communion, if I rarely go to Mass, if I have betrayed my baptismal vows already, if I have flaunted carelessness about the 6th and the 9th commandment, I've lost grace. I'm in mortal sin. In mortal sin, I don't receive any grace. And therefore, I'm going to go on like that, and I'll affect others. And I think it's the overall fact that in the church in America, in the actual church people of the members of the church in America, the level of supernatural grace has sunk because many masses are invalid, because many priests are invalidly ordained, many bishops are invalidly consecrated. I think the jugular vein has been cut.
So what we're seeing then is that the moral breakdown is really, at its root, a spiritual problem.
Sure. It's a supernatural problem. And the point is this: nobody can calculate, but you can think it out very carefully. Nobody can calculate the presence of a very dynamic, supernaturally minded group of people in a community. It transforms everything. You have to take account of these people. A very good example of that in America, whether it's in Canada or something else, but in America is this, that the one crowd of people who are immovable and you cannot touch or violate or in any way inhibit are the Orthodox Jews. Oh boy. And they are absolutely firm in their beliefs. Now, you can call them prejudiced, you can call them narrow-minded, you can call them ghetto-minded, insular, but de facto, they have a powerful influence. People will not misbehave themselves in their presence because they're always there and they're willing to fight you. And they live their doctrine, the Orthodox Judah. The other conservative and Reformed Judaism, that's something else completely. But the Orthodox Jew, no. Catholics, unfortunately, are not of that caliber. For instance, there's a play on at the present moment proposed in New York about Jesus and his 12 disciples. And Jesus in this play is a homosexual, and he sleeps with all his disciples. You try and do that about Moses and Abraham. Oh, no, sir. You won't get around the corner with that. Because they're there, they're a militant presence, they're absolutely firm, there's no deviation, and they have a grace about them. We have lost this grace, unfortunately. The Catholic Church in America, the people and the bishops, have lost that grace.
Now, what followed the Second Vatican Council were large changes in the Mass and in how the sacraments were done. Do you think that these changes in the sacraments and in the Mass have had something to do with the drying up of grace and the moral breakdown?
I do. I think that the ordination of priests is invalid on account of the rite used, R-I-T-E, the ceremony is used. I think that a lot of baptisms are invalid. It's very hard to make an invalid baptism, but you can do it. I think a lot of confessions are invalid because they don't use the proper words again. Marriage is probably safe enough because it's actually the two people marry each other. The priest doesn't marry them. He witnesses their marriage. But extreme unction, for instance, the new rite of extreme unction is certainly invalid. It doesn't ensure heaven at all. So that completes the picture of the sacraments. And if grace is lacking, Bernard, you are going to fall into sin. St. Thomas says that even the just man with grace is going to fall into mortal sin. And he can get out of it by confession, by repentance, sure. But he's going to fall into it. Suppose you haven't got grace at all. You don't go to the sacraments. You were baptized, but you renounced your baptismal vows a long time ago by your behavior, and you betrayed your marriage, and you don't go to Mass, you don't kneel down ever on your hunkers and pray, you don't do penance, you don't fast, you don't worship the body and blood of our Lord Jesus, you don't even receive it, you don't believe in it any longer. Come on, what chance have you got of sanctifying grace?
So what you're actually saying here is that by human means alone, one cannot fight off the wiles of the devil.
No. You are open, you're sitting duck, as we say in hunting. Once you haven't got grace. And that's why many people, faced with a crisis suddenly, when they've gone along blithely, not observing the laws of the church, suddenly find out that they're exposed to terrible temptations, and they get the grace. For some reason or other, they get grace. And they run off to a priest, run off to confession, run off to reform their lives, because they know they're on the edge of losing all contact with God. And I, as a priest, I meet that every day of my life. People who once upon a time were baptized, once upon a time were ordained, once upon a time were confirmed by a bishop, once upon a time used to go to Mass at least once a week, and confession once a week, and used to fast. It's all gone. And they don't care. And you see, and the terrible thing about it is this. If you lose your faith, you don't know you've lost it. Remember, it's not that you go around saying, gee, I lost my faith. No, you don't. You don't know you've lost it.
Does this explain why, let's say, there being all this falling away and, let's say, all these problems in the church, and you talk to most Catholics and they don't even realize that there is a problem?
They don't even realize it because, you see, most Catholics are in apostasy. They're no longer taught what is correct. They're no longer taught about hell, heaven, and purgatory. They're no longer taught about obedience to the Pope. They're not taught about obedience to the bishop because they don't esteem the bishop. They don't esteem the bishops or the priests any longer. And the tale of woe goes on further than that, because then you see the schools, Catholic schools are only Catholic in name. They don't real Catholics any longer.
So the situation almost that we're in, like you could say the same thing about the hospitals.
Sure.
That many Catholic hospitals have become corrupted too. That virtually any institution you look at now
is corrupt.
Yes.
Is corrupt. You find the odd nun or doctor or assistant who is a good Catholic, but they're not Catholic except in name alone. And in most Catholic hospitals I know, whether it's in the Archdiocese of New York or not, abortions are committed. Abortions are allowed on the QT at weekends and things like that, because it's in their contract. They signed a contract permitting abortions at certain times. So the situation then comes down to this, that this wholesale apostasy affecting more and more people, because apostates bear apostate children. Rarely do they bear children that are observant Catholics. Side by side with a spreading Satanist fashion and vogue, which is going all around through this community in America, all 276 million of them, side by side with that, with the slow demoralization of our politics, where nothing matters except winning, and nothing matters except money. This is really, it's the bell of destiny ringing and saying, you haven't got very long more to go. You can't have long more to go because you've deserted God.
Well, what many people find incredible is the lack of reaction let's say, we talk about the lack of reaction to all these wholesale apostasy within the church, or you have a political example where we know that there's been all this immorality at the highest levels, even in the White House in the United States, and almost no reaction.
More than that, Bernard, if there's no reaction, that's one thing. There's connivance. The majority of people know about the immorality. There's nobody in the wide world who doesn't believe that O.J. Simpson wasn't guilty. There's nobody in America who doesn't know that President Clinton is guilty, as charged. But there's connivance. The Senate and the Congress and the politicians and the commentators and the pundits, the newspaper writers and the commentators, they're not going to come out in the open because it's very unpopular. It's not American. You're being crabbed and confined and cabined in your outlook. So there's a connivance. There's a real connivance. And that connivance is fatal because it means that the conscience of people is dead or dying. And the last people in the world to come out about it are the bishops or the priests. They're not going to come out about it. They're very happy. Everybody's making money. Everybody's comfortable. Everybody has the necessary loans. Everybody can have good holidays and good food. So leave us alone. Don't make things uncomfortable for us. And if suddenly something happens like Keith Simons, the bishop in Florida, is suddenly found out to have been a pedophiliac, and then you know what he says, and what he says in public now is that he's going away to be cured of his disease. He calls homosexual molestation of boys a disease. So he has a physical disease. It's not a sin. It's a disease that afflicted him. And he's going to correct it now, at the age of 70-something. But it's the whole idea of sin is gone, and that's dead, and you can't mention that word. If you mention sin, you are not mainstream. You're a fanatic. You are a religious nut. Believe me.
And once again, it all comes back to the drying up of grace.
It comes back to the drying up of grace. And here's where, you see, you have to finally say, all this has happened in the 20 years in the watch of John Paul II. And as in every organization, the blame must go to the man who heads it. And by the way, let nobody think that John Paul II, from the year 1978, October, when he became Pope, let nobody ever say that he didn't know what was happening. We have covered his eyes with reports. We have filled his ears with tape recordings. We have occupied his days and his hours, night and day, with first-class reportage to him personally. But nothing was ever done, because John Paul II has another purpose in mind. He has had a geopolitical dream, which he hopes still to achieve in spite of his ill health and in spite of all the difficulties in his way. He has a geopolitical dream for the year 2000.
And what is this dream?
That dream is, it's a dream. It's this. He hopes to form a new dynamic, as he calls it, a new power on the international scene. The center of it will be Roman Catholics, 1 billion, that's a respectable number. Clustered around them are all other Christians, Protestants, all non-Catholic Christians. Clustered around them will be Muslims. There are almost 1 billion Muslims. And clustered around them will be the Jews. And that, he said, is the most powerful dynamic if he can only put them all together and get them to agree. And that was the day of Assisi in 1986. And that's the meeting he's going to hold in Mount Sinai, he hopes, in the year 2000, and go to Jerusalem and go to Baghdad, because Abraham came from Baghdad, came from around in Iraq. And he hopes to create this new dynamic that will change everything. In the meantime, he hopes to have formed a union with the Russian Orthodox and the Greek Orthodox Church. Now, a judgment on all that is that it is impossible, it will not happen, that it is a dream, and that in the meantime, his energy was not devoted to sanitizing his church, correcting the errors. Now, let's insist on one thing, Bernard, so that people know very well. This is the Pope. This is the 264th successor of St. Peter. He was validly elected. He does represent Christ. He is the vicar of Christ. He is the substitute for Christ on earth. And when he speaks infallibly, and he has never spoken infallibly yet, by the way, but when he speaks infallibly for all the faithful, in a definition, he will always tell the doctrine of Peter and the doctrine of Jesus. But that does not mean that I've got to follow any error in his thinking.
But it also, let's say, then doesn't mean that he's automatically lost his office.
No! On the contrary, his misery is that he is Pope, and he's responsible. He's responsible. And when he goes before Christ, Christ will say to him, you were responsible. It was under your watch that all this happened. What did you do about it? That's the dreadful thing.
Is that true also, let's say, of the bishops in the United States and Canada and other Western countries?
Sure it is.
That they haven't automatically lost their office because of their errors?
Right. Not automatic. Well, some of them are gone so far that you know they're in total error and they have lost their office, but most of them have not. But Bernard, there's something else here which you and I must reflect on. You're not an American, you're a Canadian, I'm an American. It is Catholic doctrine that a man like President Clinton is president because of Christ's will. Christ has willed this man to be president. And just as in Christ's time, as regards Pilate and as regards Caesar, the two people who condemned him, President Clinton has to account to Christ because he is the head of the superpower now. And anything that we really did wrong during his 8 years as president, he's responsible. Just as the Pope is responsible for what happened, he didn't correct in his church. And so Clinton, not merely personally as a man, faces Christ, he faces him as somebody in whose hands Christ put supreme power. Hey, he's a superpower. He commands armies and navies and atom bombs and money. Huge influence, so he's responsible. And that brings us to a very big question, which we should broach. And that question is, why has Christ allowed all this? Because it is Catholic doctrine that this misery of the church is allowed by Christ. He foresaw it, he could have stopped it, he didn't. He didn't stop Vatican II, he didn't stop the corruption of the bishops, he didn't stop the heresy of Cardinal Summens, he hasn't stopped the heresies of Cardinal Mahony, or the heresies of Cardinal Bernardine, who's now dead and gone for his judgment and is already judged by God. He didn't stop all that. And he hasn't stopped the invalid ordinations. And he hasn't stopped the invalid consecrations of bishops. He hasn't, and the invalid confessions. He's done nothing. He's left it all to, what is Christ about? What is he doing?
But is there a scriptural basis to it? Because also he didn't stop Judas from going to...
You'll put your finger on this, but we as Catholics, in the words of St. Anselm, we're intelligent, but we have faith, but we're looking to understand what is happening, because Christ is our Savior. Bernard, he's our Savior. He's not merely a historical figure. He is the one who says, I will save you. I will give you grace. I will wipe out your sins. I will bring you to heaven. I will help you on earth. Even if you're weak and unread and commit sin, come to me, because I will make your sins, scarlet sins, as white as snow. I'm your Savior. I can intercede with the Father. The Father will let me have what I want, because I am his Son. But what's he doing? What is Christ doing? Well, because he's doing something, allowing this corruption of an organization. Look, Bernard, you may not remember it, but I was born in 1921. And the church then, up to about 1960, 1955, 1960, was a monolith. A monolith. Feared by everybody who was outside it, to offend it. They were afraid to offend it. And it was respected. And by the way, it wasn't as numerous. There were only about, when I was born, there were only about 28 million Catholics in the United States. Now there are something like 66 million. But the Catholic Church was respected and was strong, and it had vocations, and it had convents and schools. And there were real Catholic schools, and real Catholic bishops, and real Catholic sermons, real Catholic books, real Catholic companies publishing these books. It was a monolith of strength.
But there must have been some reason that all of a sudden turned everything upside down.
Yes, there was. The Vatican Council was, and the corruption was. But my question is, why did Christ allow it to happen? Because he could have stopped it. By the way, if I'm going to commit a sin, Christ can, in principle, send me a grace to stop me. And please God, he always will, and always did. And now, I never wanted to kill anybody. But I mean, if I'm contemplating a mortal sin, he has sent me graces to... Why didn't he send graces and stop this destruction of a monolithic church, which was a shining beacon? That was such an example, and that could... remember, did you ever hear of the Legion of Decency? The way they could blackball a picture or a thing, and that was the end of it. You didn't offend the church. If you did, you paid for it, son. You really did. That's all gone. On the contrary, now, the church indulges a man like Andrew Greeley. He delights in things which make a mockery of Christian doctrine. He says that's liberty. And so the bishops, they don't object to it at all. So there's a big question there. What has happened? What has Christ in mind? And this is the mystery which Catholics find very hard to, especially Catholics of the older type like me, find it difficult to understand. And the only way you can understand it is by, there's a scene in the Gospels where Holy Saturday, when it's all over, and Christ is in his tomb, and the women are going out there with spices to anoint the body, because they think he's going to be permanently in the tomb. And two fellas say to him, two disciples of Christ, say to themselves, let's get out of here. It's all over. We're out of here. And they say, well, let's go to Emmaus. It's a town about 16 miles from Jerusalem. We know the innkeeper there, and we're friends, and we'll simply take refuge there because the Jews are going to go after us. The authorities will seek out every disciple of Jesus. So they start walking, and on the way to Emmaus, they meet this man sauntering along as if he was enjoying life. And they say, Shalom, Shalom Lachem. They greet each other. And he says to them, now why are you sad looking? They say, well, why are you happy looking? Don't you know what happened? He said, well, what did happen? So they walked, and they said, well, there was this Jesus of Nazareth who was mighty in word and act, and he cured the sick, and he raised the dead, and he opposed the priests, and everybody hoped that he would finally lead a crusade against the Romans, expel them from the land, and reestablish the tribes of Israel. And he said to them, well, did you ever read Moses? They said, we read it every week in the synagogue on the Shabbat. And he said, well, didn't Moses say that the Messiah had to die? And have you read Jeremiah? Have you read Isaiah? Have you read the Psalms? They all say the Messiah had to die. A horrible death. And that thus he would establish the kingdom. And by that time, it was the evening time, and the Bible says that he pretended to want to go on. They said, no, you come to the inn with us. There's nice wine and bread there, and have a good meal, and we'll talk more. Because their hearts were warming. They still didn't recognize the man. And they sat down at a table, and then they asked for wine and bread, and he blessed the wine and blessed the bread and broke it, and of course then they recognized Jesus. And then they rushed back to Jerusalem to see Peter, and what Peter said to them, forget it. I've seen him already. Peter was always being the boss. But the point was that the lesson Jesus said to them, he said, look, it behooved, it was necessary, it was right, it was meet and fitting, it was the only thing for me to die. I had to die. I had to go under, be humiliated. And was he humiliated? Because crucifixion is a terrible thing. To hang naked like that for 6 hours and then die, spitting your guts out. That's what Jesus, having scourged him and spat at him and sodomized him and beaten him up in prison. Now, the mystery is that apparently Christ is putting the church, the people of the church, through this death and resurrection. That's the only interpretation you can have, that it is fitting that we go under. And if you look at it properly, I think Christ, in this matter of the church organization, as distinct from the church, is like the scene in the Gospels when he was going up to Jerusalem with his disciples and they were hungry and they said, there's a fig tree over there, let's go over. And they found the fig tree was withered. And Jesus said, the Lord of the vineyard is going to condemn that fig and plant a new one and curse this tree. And same thing I think he's doing with the church itself. I think he's liquidating this organization because it's ended. It's all over. It's corrupt. It hasn't learned the lesson. It's not so much that it needs to go into the catacombs. No, it's not. It's not even that. It's going underground. That's for sure. And there are signs of the underground church all over the United States. The only people who don't recognize it are the bishops, because they're too content with their little paradise that they've created in their dioceses and parishes. But I think that's what Christ is doing to us. It's the Emmaus factor. The town of Emmaus is just a symbol now. But I think that's what Christ is doing to us. And he's going to humiliate us more and put greater difficulties, especially with those with families like you.
Would you say then that we're being put to the test?
Yeah. And you see, but when I was young, there were so many safety nets. There was the schools, there was my parents, there was the cops, there was the local people around. Everybody was considered a saving net. I couldn't go wrong. Nowadays, hey, the contrary is the case. And Christ really is saying, I think at the end of the Vatican Council, when he saw what the fathers of the Vatican Council had done, and when he saw the quiescence of Paul VI and then of John Paul II, I think he said, okay, that's what you want, go right ahead. I can manage it, I can deal with this. I can catch up with you down the road. But you want to destroy the church and destroy the organization, destroy the sacraments, destroy the priesthood, destroy the nuns, the religious orders, the Catholic schools. Okay, go ahead. If that's what you want, you're going to walk into misery. At the end of it all, I'll send my missionaries, I'll send my grace, and bring you back those who are worthy of it. I think Christ is as cold-blooded as that. And you see, Bernard, you know today, it's far easier not to be Catholic. It's far easier not to be observant. It's a liability to be a Roman Catholic.
You've mentioned that it's become more difficult, let's say, to be a Catholic. Could it be that our Lord is forcing us to become more self-reliant than what we've been in the past?
Yes. Although I'd have put it in another way, Bernard. What I would have said, but it's the same, comes to the same thing, is this, that I think he has decided that there's such a wave of atheism and materialism that he's got to separate the good from the bad. He's got to separate the men from the boys. He's got to have some form of triage. And the way he's doing it is that it's now become, it's a liability to be a Catholic, single or married with children. It's a liability. It's difficult to be a good Catholic. And he hasn't made it any easier by allowing grace to cease to be in the souls of many priests and many bishops. He's made it much more difficult.
So de facto then, many parishes have ceased to be Catholic.
They have ceased to be Catholic. In practice, they've ceased to be Catholic. And in those parishes, my experience in this northeast corner of the United States is that in every parish, in every such parish, there's always a few people at least who know, and they're young and old, by the way, not necessarily old Catholics, no, some of them are young, who know they're not getting served Catholicism, and they seek outside the parish, and they come to you. A great friend of mine was a victim of it. He lived in New Canaan, and he got a young man, founded his own brokerage firm, making a lot of money, a lovely family, and he suddenly got multi-local cancer of the brain. He was condemned to death. He was told in November, and he was dead in March. So we called up the parish priest, a Monsignor, and said, Ed has been ill again, and we think he should be anointed. And he said, no, if he's going to die, I can do nothing for him. I can do nothing for him. Because I've only got the sacrament of the sick. And we don't anoint dying or dead people. And he said, besides that, he said, remember this, Malachi, that I'm running a multi-million-dollar parish. I haven't got the time to waste. So, of course, I went out and anointed the man myself, because I'm a priest. But, I mean, this is his attitude. And Ed had to die anointed by me, not by his parish priest.
But this is the difficulty. How can you tell if a priest has lost his faith? Because sometimes then let's say they act in a way that they have lost it, like this priest did. Yeah. But if you actually question them, saying, do you believe that
Christ is God?
Or something like that, they'll say, oh yes, I still believe that.
Well, I'm 77, so I've made a rule for myself now, Bernard. It's this. I don't really mind what you tell me. It's what you do that matters to me. And if you, after you've distributed Holy Communion, decide to burn the hosts that remain over, you don't believe it's the body of Christ. If when there's wine left over in the chalice, and you pour it down the drain or dilute it with water, you don't really believe it's the blood of Christ. You're not a believer. You may have this phrase, oh yeah, I believe in the divinity of Jesus. Oh yes, I believe in Christ. But you don't de facto. You don't de facto.
An issue which is discussed a lot that we have to get into is the issue of the Mass, because a lot of people have questions about it. In many parishes, let's say North America, Europe, Australia, wherever, are there many Masses that are said invalidly in your average local parish?
If you ask me my personal opinion, I think that the majority of Novus Ordo Masses are invalid. For one reason or another. Either the intention is wrong, the priest's intention is wrong, or he's using the wrong words, or a mixture of both those things. That's my feeling and my persuasion. The majority are not valid. And sometimes because the priest hasn't been ordained validly. That may be the cause. We don't know. I remember we went over the, in dioceses, in some dioceses, when they have ordinations, they print out a little prayer fascicle for the people coming to the ordinations. And they have all the prayers and the ceremonies performed at the ordinations. We did a survey of those way back in 1978. And we found that it was very difficult to get them, by the way, because you had to have people go to every ordination. The bishop didn't give them out, like for sale. You had to be there. And we found that well over 50% were totally invalid as ordinations. There was no ordination. And this is a matter of form. You see, every sacrament, and ordination is a sacrament, has to be done according to a certain form, otherwise it's invalid, like baptism. And they were invalid. That was now in 1978. Has it got better or worse? My feeling is it's got worse from watching people. And so my advice to anybody is to, if you're really sincere about it, you really want to receive the body and the blood of our Lord Jesus, then get to know your priest. Talk to him. Find out. Does he believe? Where was he ordained? What does he think the Mass is? Is it a commemoration? Is it a memorial? Is it a meal? Or is it really... See, what Catholics should believe, and do believe if they're Catholics, is this. The Mass is an enactment, an exact enactment of Calvary. Calvary took place at one particular moment in history. And that moment is frozen outside of time into eternity, and every Mass is merely an enactment of that single historical act. And that's an act by which Christ is delivered to death, dies, and is resurrected. That's the entire Mass. And it's in the normal phraseology of the Mass itself. If a person doesn't believe that, if the priest doesn't believe that, if he doesn't believe and act as somebody enacting Calvary, he's not a believer. Period. So find that out about your priest. And then go over the prayers. For instance, there's a big difficulty with the Novus Ordo, and it's just a small thing. I'm sure this will strike somebody. The priest in the Novus Ordo Mass offers the bread and the wine as such, these gifts. God doesn't need bread and wine. And the Mass doesn't offer bread and wine. It offers Christ, the victim, whose body and blood this will become. Do you see the difference? It's very important. But how many priests are alert to that? Because the Novus Ordo thing says we're offering this bread and wine to you. No, we're not. God no more needs that than he needed the cows and the horses and the beeves and the sheep sacrificed in the old temples. It's a different whole idea.
I've noticed that on your website you promote the traditional Latin Mass, and you often have referred to it as the Roman Mass.
It is the Roman Mass, there's no doubt about that. And it will remain the Roman Mass, or the Gregorian Mass, because it was Gregory really in the 6th century who formalized it more than ever before. But it is the Roman Mass, and there's no other Mass but it, in spite of their back teeth. But I know several good, very good, solid, old now, retired Monsignori in this Archdiocese of New York. And I used to say to them, Pat or George, whoever the names were, used to say the old Mass? And one of them said to me, oh yeah, I saw that thing, but I don't miss it at all. I have no use for it. It meant that he had completely lost faith in the Mass as such. And he had great difficulties with his faith later on. But the Mass is key. And if you're going to go to Mass regularly, and you should, as a Catholic, you'd find out who says it, and what are his views on things. Does he believe in the transubstantiation? Does he really believe this is the body and blood of Jesus? Does he really believe that? Or is it a memory? Is it a sacred meal? And is Christ there because we believe he's there? And that's not Catholic doctrine, of course. If he believes that, then you're up against somebody who doesn't believe, who does not believe. And that's the difficulty. So if you're serious today, Christ expects you to go and find that out. Not simply be an automaton and go in because the priest is there, says this and does that you accept it. No, don't accept anything. Don't accept it, and listen when he preaches. And then listen when he talks. Listen, if you know your faith, you'll know if he has faith or not. You'll know it. You'll know it.
Now, many of the souls that have gone to parishes where it seems like the faith has disappeared have gone into what could be called the underground church.
They have. Yeah. The underground church is very extensive in the United States. Very extensive. I don't know about Canada so much as I know here. What's my advice? And then we have Pius the 10th organization and Pius the 5th organization. Roman practice is this. Wherever there's water and you're thirsty, dip your bucket in there. If it's valid sacraments. And these are all valid, every one of them. So gradually there's a small underground church being formed. Now they're getting 2 or 3 seminaries underground again, and they're going to ordain priests there.
Now you mentioned the Society of St. Pius X.
Yes.
It seems that what is interesting is the controversy over Archbishop Lefebvre is just as strong now as it was, let's say, 10 years ago when consecrations actually happened. And logically, it should have died out at that time.
That's right. It should have been wiped out.
Why is this controversy continuing and continuing and continuing?
Because the Pius X are succeeding. They're founding schools and seminaries and churches and convents, and they're utterly aggressive. For instance, Bishop Trotman of Erie, Pennsylvania, he let loose on them in some public letter and saying that they have no right to be in my diocese, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. And the head of the society in America wrote him a letter saying, Your Lordship, we are coming into your parish, your diocese, whether you like it or not. We're going to found our schools and our chapels, and you can't stop us. As blatant as that. As blatant as that. The Pius X is very aggressive, and it's increasing. It's increasing. And it's spreading all over the world. Now, by the way, let's be awfully frank about all this. There are about 1 billion nominal Catholics. How many of those are practicing traditionalists? About 10 million. Not more. Not more. But they're very, very fervent. They're very fervent, and they're very serious about it.
Is that why some bishops act so vehemently, even though traditionalists are a small number?
That's right, they're afraid of them. Look at the proportions. It's something you must be astounded at. There are 19,447 parishes in the United States. And every Sunday there are masses in the parish church. Only in about 400 is there a Gregorian Mass, a Roman Mass, a Tridentine Mass. Only in about 400. And yet the bishops go up in flames if they come across the Pius X, because they're utterly sincere. They're serious. They're going to take people away. They'll diminish the revenue of the parish priest, and that diminishes the revenue of the bishop. And they don't believe any longer what the bishop tells them to do, or the priest tells them to do. And that, they know, is the sign of destruction for them.
Now, alongside the underground church, represented by organizations like the Society of St. Pius X, we've also had the indult that was published in 1984.
That's right.
Is it guaranteed that this indult will last indefinitely, or
no.
could some future pope take it away?
No. The indult is only there to subtract people from the Pius X and now the Pius V organization. That's its only purpose. The moment that those two cease to operate, the indult is finished. And by the way, apropos of that, we all know that the present Holy Father is in the evening of his life and his papacy. And eventually, I'm sure, within our very near future, we're going to have another pope. The general impression in Rome about the next pope is that he is going to ban all form of the Mass except Novus Ordo. That's the general impression. And if that is so, then you have a very serious situation in the Roman Catholic Church.
You'd have almost the underground church then and nothing else.
Yeah, you have gross disobedience then, and total lack of cohesion.
Now, I have two questions. Now that we're on the subject, let's say, of the traditional movement and the indult, the lay of the land in that area, you've also seen the rise of the Institute of Christ the King.
That's right.
And I have a question related to that. Is it right that Cardinal Siri was a spiritual father of this institute?
He was.
Now, there is a lot of rumors that at one point Cardinal Siri was elected Pope. What is the truth about all those rumors?
The truth is he got sufficient votes twice to become Pope in 2 conclaves. But he refused it. At least 2, if not 3. But he refused it. And he made quite clear, talking to us after those 2 conclaves, that yes, the votes were there, but he refused to take them. He refused to take them.
Why would he refuse?
I think mainly out of fear. I think his family was at stake. He was a Genovese family. They were fishermen originally, very extensive family. And he felt that there was too much physical and social danger for his family if he bucked the system. And remember that the two conclaves I'm talking about is the conclave of 1958, which elected John XXIII, and the conclave of June 1963, which elected Paul VI. And they were very political conclaves.
So he felt that the liberals were too strongly entrenched for him to be an effective pope?
No, he felt that they wouldn't let him live. They were bent. Remember, the whole thing was planned. They were bent on changing the church. And they weren't going to allow Siri in, because everybody knew what Siri would do. He'd simply put on his coat mail, he'd take his battle axe and go out and cut off heads. Siri would never make a compromise. So I think that he said, no, I can't do that because my family will suffer. And he had a large family. So he wouldn't do it.
Now, you had mentioned that we're probably headed towards very soon the end of John Paul II's pontificate.
Yeah, in any human reckoning. In any human reckoning.
What are some of the dynamics in the Church as we head into this conclave?
Well, the biggest dynamic in the Church as we head into the coming conclave, and they're already preparing the conclave, by the way, the biggest dynamic concerns the Church's official connection with the international organizations, especially the United Nations and the World Government Federation and the other organizations. The Vatican, I should say, the Vatican policy has always been to be there and to be part of it. And that is a policy, I think, which is going to dominate the choice of the man, whoever he is who's chosen as next pope. It will be his standing vis-a-vis the international servants, the international organizations, because they maintain that the very existence of the Church above ground, the very possibility of flourishing in any country, east, west, north or south, depends on their being acceptable socially and politically. And that's why they fault John Paul II. He's acceptable politically, but he's not acceptable socially because his social mores are very retrograde according to them.
He still opposes, let's say, abortion and birth control.
Contraception and homosexuality. Although homosexuality he never emphasizes, but contraception and birth control. And then marriage, he wants marriages. He has not given permission for divorce and remarriage yet. But he will, or somebody will, soon.
What is the agenda of the liberals at this time?
The agenda of the liberals is to make the Church of Rome so acceptable that nobody will see a threat in it to their civil liberties, their political liberties, or their personal opinions, or their intellectual liberty, and that the Church will be accepted as a part of the modern society.
And this Church would, let's say, be something like the Church of England or the Russian Orthodox Church, and not put up a stink about issues such as abortion.
That's right, but not even like the Russian and the Greek Orthodox or the Anglican Church. Far more assimilated. Married priests, feminine priests, female priests, homosexual marriages, losing this emphasis on contraception. Everybody contracepts, the argument goes. So why shouldn't the Church of Rome permit a little contraception anyway, at least? And call it natural family planning if you want to. Just as they didn't permit divorce, now they do, but they call it an annulment. And it's really divorce Catholic style.
So now we've come full circle through our discussion. Yeah. We're right back to what the whole agenda is, and that's to make the Church a member of the club.
That's right. And if you don't want to be a member of the club, you are out. You don't belong. And you see, that's why you find sometimes the most cultivated and cultured and brilliant Roman Catholics, they've gone over to the other side. They say this medieval stuff has got to stop. We've got to be part of society. We can't stick out like sore thumbs. We must belong to the mainstream. For the love of God, let's modify all these medievalist policies and make life easy and facile in our modern society. And what has happened to us is this, very simply, the Roman Catholics. We've been outclassed. What do I mean by that? I mean this. Bernard, today in the Church of Rome, there isn't one prominent school of philosophy. Not one, respected by anybody. There's not one. There's not one prominent school of theology respected by all. Not one. Not one. There's no Catholic university outstanding and regarded with respect by the academia and by the intellectuals. Not one. In other words, we are intellectually, in this modern world, we're bereft of any name. Roman Catholics are. And on top of that, we've been overtaken by something we should have foreseen. Computeracy. The computer. The internet. This explosion of communications where we have no value, we have no position, we've done nothing. We should have specialized in this. The Jesuits, if they really were the Jesuits of the time of Ignatius, would have specialized in that. They've taken it over and Christianized it. We've done nothing. We're strangers. We're in chat rooms. We're on the internet in our little, like I am and you are, in our little websites. That's all. In other words, if you look at the modern state in America and Europe, and increasingly in Asia, and it will be in Africa too, but look at the modern state. There are three elements in the modern state, always nowadays. Three prime elements. One is government. Government is more important today than it ever was before. And secondly, there's the business community, sometimes more important than the government. It's certainly essential to the nation. And the third then is a gaggle, a collection of NGOs, non-governmental organizations. Everything from the International Firemen's Union to Mothers Against Drunk Drivers to the Catholic Church. We're in the marketplace.
So we've been marginalized.
Absolutely. We've been put down in the marketplace, screaming our heads up to sell our wares. We no longer belong anywhere in the important. We're not in government. We're not in business. We're not in academia. We're just one of the gaggle of NGOs, non-governmental organizations, clamoring for attention. That's all. So we're there, and that's where the churchmen have left us, because they decided, in the words of Paul VI, to enter the world and build man's paradise, as of 1965. And that's where we've ended up, just, on an equal par with everybody. We're not consulted about anything. We're not feared. We're not respected. Nobody seeks us out for solutions to problems. Oh, no. No more than they seek out the Mormons, or the Mothers Against Drunk Driving, or the International Firemen's Union. They're all NGOs. And we also belong to the United Nations in the same capacity. Nothing special. And if a Pope, in the ideal order, if either John Paul II or Paul VI were to visit the United Nations, and they both did, it should be such an occasion that would never be forgotten. Because what he should go and do is stand up in front of them and say, some of you know who I am. Some of you don't. And some of you don't want to believe what I am. But I am the representative of God. I am the vicar of Jesus Christ. And I come to you today to tell you that you need to be converted. That's the speech, the only speech a pope should make. They've never done that. John Paul II, in his last communication with the United Nations, addressed them a letter which started off, I, John, Son of Humanity and Bishop of Rome. And then the letter went on, Son of Humanity? What on earth has that got to do with the price of eggs? And Bishop of Rome, why not say that I'm the vicar of Jesus? I represent him and his power, and all you government people listening to me, you're going to be redevable to him. You're going to be responsible to him for what you do. That would be respected. But no pope has ever said that. They've always gone hat in hand, glad to be received, and received very well, because they're the Pope and a lot of Catholics in the world. But nothing commensurate with their dignity.
Now I have another question. As we head into the next conclave, newspapers love to put labels on people.
Oh, that's right.
Like this bishop is a conservative, this cardinal is a liberal, and so on. And many Catholics get confused by all these labels, because there was a recent issue of the Latin Mass magazine which pointed out, let's say, that you have liberals making conservative statements and conservatives making liberal statements, and they pointed out, let's say, that Cardinal O'Connor is usually classed as a conservative, yet in many ways he governs as a liberal. What sense is the average Catholic to make of this confusion?
Well, he can't make sense of it. He's just confused. He's just confused. The only what has happened, tackle the answer another way. What has happened is that politics has decided on the terminology in the church. Politics has determined who is going to be pope. Politics has decided the policies of whoever becomes pope. And that's fatal. The only test should be Catholicism. How deeply Catholic is this cardinal? How committed to the Catholic message? That should be it. But that's not the norm any longer in the papers, because that's not what the Vatican says. That's not what the Vatican representatives tell the newspapers. That's not what the cardinals themselves, who are candidates, the 4 or 5 prime candidates for Pope, after this Pope, they don't speak in language like that. They speak about their views on politics, on the East and West, on the atom bomb, on Russia, on China, and on world poverty, and world housing. And that's what they give their views on. They're not speaking about Catholicism at all. They wouldn't know how to, most of them. They wouldn't know how to. So that's the source of the confusion. Catholics who are believers know they're being served up a dish of warmed up food. They're not getting Catholicism, and they lose interest. They lose interest. Catholics who don't know their faith, whose faith has been so diminished that they're no longer really believers, think it's great fun. It's very exciting. My church is very important. Everybody's talking about the next Pope and all the names and the red robes and the opinions, and they feel that this is success. It isn't. It's the degradation of the church and of the papacy.
And in our next interview, we're going to discuss how exactly an individual Catholic, an individual soul can nourish their faith under these circumstances.
How they can cope with it all, yes. Because now it requires coping. It requires real coping. You know, there was a Jewish rabbi in the 11th century who wrote a book called Moreh Nevuchim, Guide for the Perplexed. For precisely his Jews of that time, they needed a guide, a manual of survival. And we need a manual for survival now.
Because we can't rely on the local bishop or parish priest.
No, we cannot. And on the local newspapers, Catholic newspapers, they're no longer Catholic. We can't rely on them. What then do you follow? What then do you do? What has been lacking, and what must we make up? What deficit have we got to supply?
We've mentioned in the last two interviews that the average Catholic family finds themselves very much alone in some ways, because they're not getting the usual leadership from the local bishop or local parish. What recourse then do they have?
Well, the big question behind the question you're putting, Bernard, is as follows. One big effect of the Vatican II teaching, the aftermath, was the elimination of devotions. You see, even in my parish church in Ireland, where I used to go to Mass every day of my life until I left to go abroad, I found in as early as 1972, they were destroying all the statues, they were removing the confessionals, they were taking down the Stations of the Cross, they wanted to remove the beautiful marble altar rail, get rid of it altogether, and turning the church around, turning the altar around to face the people. It was a huge, beautiful marble Italian altar.
What philosophy lies behind that? Because there have been many churches that have been just gutted in the way that you've just described.
A hatred of traditional Catholicism. A hatred, complete hatred of it. The culmination for me as a Jesuit was when the general of the Jesuits, Rupi was his name, Pedro Rupi, is dead now, wrote a letter in 1970-something, 78 or 79, to his Jesuits asking them what they thought of devotion to the Sacred Heart. And a good majority wrote back and said that they were disgusted by it. And that's such a change of heart, change of mind about a devotion which was confided to the Society of Jesus, to the Jesuits, by the Lord himself, through Margaret Mary and Saint Claude de la Colombière. What was born out of the Vatican II and the reforms, the so-called reforms, was a positive hatred of Catholic devotions. Anything like devotion of the 9 Fridays, devotion to the Stations of the Cross, to the wounds of our Lord, in other words, devotion to the Holy Souls, devotion to the saints, novenas, Corpus Christi processions, devotion to the Blessed Sacrament, exposition of the Blessed Sacrament. All that went down the drain.
Do the authorities realize the pain that they cause the faithful when they take these supports away?
No, because they had lost their faith. They want to get rid of it anyway. It didn't mean anything to them. and they sold it, and there were shops up to about 1985 or 86 in New York, they're no longer there now, which specialized in chalices and tabernacles and vestments and utensils for mass and candlesticks and candelabras and everything else. And they were all there lying on patterns, and they'd all once contained the body and blood of our Lord Jesus. They're all now in these junk shops. They're all simply sold for money, because they didn't need them any longer. They had plastic cups and plastic chalices, if they had any chalices at all.
So these new clergy just thought of all that stuff as being superstitious.
Yes, that's right, flotsam and jetsam, and get rid of it finally. And then statues to St. Anthony and St. Jude, and statues of Our Lady of Lourdes, and statues of Teresa of Lisieux, all that garbage in their eyes. All that was all garbage. They want to get rid of it, all devotions, and get rid of it. And the point was that the people who decreed that had lost their faith. They no longer believed these things. They no longer believed that the holy souls in purgatory were holy, or that they could help them, or that they needed help. Everybody went to heaven. And the idea of praying to a saint and making a novena to St. Anthony to find you a husband or a wife, or find a lost object when you're talking to St. Jude or something, that was all considered to be childish, and not even childlike, but childish and medievalistic and retrograde and not developed. And besides, the Protestants didn't like it, and the whole point was to be liked by non-Catholics, non-Catholic religion, especially the Protestants.
But is Catholicism, without its devotions, still Catholicism?
No, it's not. It's not. There's a very great secret there, a very great, not secret, but a very great essence of Catholicism, and it's this. If you think for a moment, you'll find that the essence of Catholicism is tied to the humanity of our Lord, his body and blood. His body and blood. And tied to the person of Our Lady. For Catholics, she has been assumed into heaven. Her body is so sacred. And her soul, of course. But her body, he wouldn't let it corrupt. And the common theory in the church is she didn't die. And the Pope, when defining the Assumption, never says she died. He says at the term of her mortal life. When God had decided she had lived long enough, he assumed her body and soul into heaven. But the church is, Catholicism as such, ancient, traditional, and solid Catholicism is built on attachment to the body and blood of our Lord Jesus and the bodily presence of Our Lady in heaven. Now, the only way the Catholics have found to cultivate those two physical entities is through devotions. And therefore there are devotions to the 9 Fridays and to his wounds and to his passion and to his cross and his crown of thorns and every one of his wounds on his feet and his hands and his side and his face and head. And to Our Lady is then to her Assumption into heaven and her Immaculate Conception and to her purity. But it's all physical, it's all devotional, it's physical, it's not abstract. I'm not praying to the Mother of God like the Greeks who would pray to the mother of Zeus. No, I'm praying to a living person. And I have a chapel in her honor. I put flowers there to honor her. And I make novenas in honor of her feast days, Immaculate Conception and the Assumption and the Purification in February and the May Day. And for him too, the same thing with our Lord Jesus, devotions, and similarly for Saint Joseph and all the other saints and the holy popes and the holy men and women saints and the martyrs. The whole thing is, it's always attached to the physical thing, because Catholicism holds that when God sanctifies your soul with baptism, he sanctifies your body. You may desecrate it later on, that's another thing completely, but you do become a symbol of God's presence physically. So your devotion must be expressed physically, your love must be expressed physically, and you do that by devotion.
So Catholics build the sacred or the supernatural into their day-to-day lives. It's not a distant thing.
No. And a mother sitting with a child says, has a picture of the child Jesus on the wall with the Virgin, and the child says, was he like me? And your mother said, no, he wasn't naughty like you. He brushed his teeth and did what his mother told him, and he was good. So Catholicism enters slowly into the life of a child, into their lives as children and then as human beings. It's a human organization. It's a human organization which worships God. And that's why devotions, if you find devotions die out, you'll find Catholicism dies out. If there's nobody devoted to Our Lady or to St. Joseph or the angels and saints, nobody commemorating and devoted to our Lord on the cross and at the pillar of scourging and in the Garden of Gethsemane, then you know that Catholicism is dying or dead. For sure. For sure. And those things that make you Catholic. So without devotions, there is no Catholicism. I think what we mentioned before between us how Cardinal Newman came to Catholicism partly through devotions. He was a very snobbish, prominent member of Oxford University. And when he was thinking of becoming a Catholic, he used to sneak off, unknown to anybody in Oxford, to a church in West End, London, which was inhabited by Irish and Italian immigrants, poorest church mice with their children, coming to Mass, to benediction, to rosary, and to confession. And he said, this is a family. These people are in love with the Mother and in love with their Savior and the saints, and they live here. This is their home. The angels are here. He just felt of the whole thing. And that was one of the big things that detached him finally from beautiful Oxford and made him renounce his life as an Oxford Don. So yes, devotions are essential, and if you have no devotions at all, then kneel down on your knees and ask God to give you life, because something has gone wrong somewhere if you have no devotion. If you have no devotion at all.
But could this hallmark of the Catholic religion save us in a sense during this crisis in the hierarchy? Because devotions are something that a family can continue on their own.
It is a family affair. It's a family rosary, family prayers, grace before and after meals, pictures on the wall, storybooks used, and conversation. All that is family. If there's a family, if they're not looking at TV and dumb and silent because TV is on, that must be regulated. But if all that is regulated, then devotions are the means of keeping the family together and highlighting the position of everybody, father, mother, and children, and the elder children and the younger children. But family life needs an awful lot of refurbishing because, for instance, one doctrine, we should mention it en passant in this tape, in this recording, we should mention, for instance, the doctrine of the Church is this, that a father and a mother have the power of giving a special blessing to their children. People don't know that. They can give a blessing as powerful as a priest's blessing because they're mother and father, and this is their flesh and their blood, these children. Even if they're adopted, they're still within the ambit of their blessing. Similarly, children can give a blessing to their parents. There's this great power, devotional power, between members of the family in the name of Christ. And they should always make the sign of the cross on the forehead of the child, on the forehead just over the nose. That's the famous "don't touch me" spot, as they call it in Latin. It's called that because that's where our Lord touched Mary Magdalene when she tried to embrace him. He touched her on the forehead and said, "No, don't touch me yet. I haven't gone to my Father." So it's called the Noli Me Tangere place. Don't touch. That's where you make a sign of the cross on your child, or your wife, or your husband, or your father and mother. But how many people know that today? That's devotion. That's devotion. And so a family needs devotion, because otherwise it's going to be dry and arid, and they're not together. They're not worshipping together. And they must worship together.
And would these devotions help them to get through the state that we're in with living in an immoral society and receiving very little support from the hierarchy?
Yes, they would. They would, because that will make each member of the family fervent, and will also get them to seek out a proper priest and a proper mass and proper books. It will help them. And they will also get an instinct for what is wrong and what is right. So that if some priest or some bishop says or does something wrong, they will know. And they won't accept him merely because he's a bishop or a priest.
So part of the problem in the church today is that many people's perception of reality, let's say, has become clouded.
That's right, it has. And you know, Our Lady in Fatima speaking to the children, said, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised or scandalized if you find that there's a disorientation of the mind amongst Catholics. They lose balance. They acquire a disequilibrium. They're unbalanced. That's the effect of Lucifer's reign. He'll be allowed to spread confusion.
Because people won't even realize what is right and what is wrong.
But they won't realize. They won't see this is wrong. And one of the great prayers to say to the angels is, please teach me what is right and what is wrong. Let me see what is correct and what is not correct.
Now, I'd like to discuss a bit about the angels. Do you think that devotion to angels is a devotion for our times?
Yes, very much for our times. It's a devotion which used to be very, very widespread, but fell out of usage. Now they have pictures about angels. They have a film series about it, but they're not angels; they're human beings, really. But it used to be very spread. Why is it necessary today? I'll tell you why. First of all, let's be very frank about this. You have two angels. Each one is two angels. You've got your guardian angel assigned to you when you're conceived. When you're just a zygote clinging to the endometrial wall of your mother, you have a guardian angel. The moment you're conceived, until you get to heaven or wherever you're going to go. And you also have a birthday angel assigned to you on your birthday. And that angel has only one preoccupation, your destiny. Because everybody has a destiny. Everybody. In relation to God and his or her fellow creatures. And that angel, that's what he's supposed to do. Now, they will do the essential, the two angels. But unless you cultivate them, they won't do more than that. You've got to cultivate them. And if you don't cultivate them, then you're going to lose. Because they will not give you special help, and they won't teach you to listen to them, and you won't recognize their voice. You've got to cultivate them. The only way I know of cultivating them is through the chaplet of St. Michael. This is a very important thing. There are 9 choirs of angels. And people don't know anything about angels. They think that, they always heard said, how many angels fit on the head of a pin? That's sort of a joke. But the angels, for instance, in this room where we're sitting, how many people are there? There are 2. How do we know that? We count 2 bodies. But there are no bodies to count in an angel. So how many angels are there? How do you differentiate angels? By their function. And there are 9 main functions, and therefore there are 9 main choirs of angels.
Now, is the Hollywood version of angels close to reality?
No, not the slightest bit. Far from it. Far from it. Angels, first of all, haven't got bodies. And angels certainly don't come down on earth in trials, and they don't sort of try to rebel or try to change the will of God, or are sorrowful because something happens to somebody, God does something to somebody, they're sorry that God did this to them. No, angels are not like that at all.
But isn't it interesting how the church will throw something away, let's say like Gregorian chant.
Churchmen
do that, or devotion to the angels, but then the world will pick it up.
It's very funny. I think this cultivation of angels in the TV series is a corruption, a satanic hoax. I think it deliberately deceives people as to the function of angels. Just deliberately. And therefore it's very easy to believe in nice angels that come and save you from a car accident, or from a breech birth of a baby, or from a cancer operation. That's not the essence of angels at all. It's a different thing completely. But you've got to find out that by cultivating angels. Most people don't. But those who do find out they can talk to angels. And they find out directions from angels. And they're preserved by angels.
Can angels, let's say, help a single person to find a husband or wife, as in the case of Tobias?
Yes, they can. Yes, they can. They can also, an angel can help you to get rid of your smoking habit. It can to get rid of your drinking habit, to get rid of your masturbation habit, to get rid of your drug habit. They can do anything you ask them, if you want to. They can do anything like that. They're all powerful. But they need your cooperation. They need your cooperation. If you cooperate with them, they can do anything. And you can always rely on them. And then you will know when they're warning you. But if you're not cultivating them, you won't see the warning signs.
So they're there, but one must make the effort to make use of them.
That's right. They'll do their job. They'll guide you through life insofar as they're allowed to by God, and they will make sure you're edging towards your destiny one way or the other, but they won't do you any favors unless you cultivate them. Why? That's the way they act. I don't know why.
But they don't save a person from themselves. Let's say if they drink too much, they won't come in and stop you.
No, unless the person has devotion to them, then they will stop it. They will really stop it. And very effectively, too.
Now, C.S. Lewis wrote a book called the Screwtape Letters.
That's right.
Does Satan assign a devil to try to tempt each individual?
Well, he assigns a demon who specializes in the weakness that the person has. So that if your weakness is gambling, he will assign you a demon who tempts you that way. If your weakness is lechery, a particular form of lechery, 3 or 4 kinds, 5 kinds of it, he will assign somebody that specializes in that. If you're an intellectual snob, an intellectual, he can get somebody to corrupt your mind. Sure.
Can an individual overcome the temptations of these devils that are assigned to you through their own natural means?
No.
Is that because angels and devils and demons or fallen angels have a greater intellectual power than what we have?
Far greater. You can't match them. They're very stupid in ways. And we find, for instance, in doing exorcisms, doing depossessing demons, we find that demons sometimes are very stupid about everything except one thing. About everything except one thing. About that, they're specialists. And you don't argue with them, you don't contend with them, you just elude the grasp. But they don't know everything, and they're dead afraid of you because they're in hell, and they want to drag you with them. They're in hell. They're suffering, and therefore they want to make you like them, but they're dead afraid of you, and they're dead afraid of the angels, your guardians.
So if you can't overcome the demons through natural means, that would explain then why so many people have fallen in the last, let's say, 30 years, because all these devotions have dried up.
That's right. That's right. They've no longer any...
They don't have their defenses.
And they haven't any knowledge of their defenses. It's not that they know they had it once and it's gone. They don't know about it. And when people... I tell you, as a pastor, with clients, with people, I'm always amazed at the wonder of people when they find out they've got angels to turn to. It's an amazing opening of their whole spirit, Bernard. They suddenly, a trapdoor opens, a transom opens in their mind, and they suddenly realize that there's abundant help for them if they want to take it. It's amazing.
So the way to overcome the temptations of demons is to call upon your angel.
That's right. That's right. And to have a devotion to your angel. And never to contend with the demon. Never. You never try to contend with the demon. Because they're far more clever. And they can outwit you. And they can outguess you and outtalk you. Now, there is, too, the fact that we who do exorcisms and are active in this area have found that there's a new phenomenon. There's the 20-somethings or 30-somethings in age who make a pact with the demons. I want this job, I want that woman, I want that money, I want that salary, I want this position. And they get what they want, and then they come along to an exorcist and say, he won't let me go. Please help me. And they're helpless unless they're helped by the church, by churchmen, or by the bishop, and by an exorcist. So, but you're quite right. The reason why so many people fall by the wayside, so many people are given over to things that are not godly, are because they no longer have angels. They no longer rely on angels. They have them, but they're not relying on them. And the angels won't interfere with your free will, whatever you do. I'm sure there are cases where the angels do interfere, like in the case of St. Paul. Knocked off his horse, because God had to have Paul. That was all about it. He was going to get Paul whether Paul liked it or not. But Paul himself was completely in the grip of some demon, out to kill all these Christians, get rid of them, put them in prison, torture them, kill them, get rid of them, cut their throats. And God said, no, I'm going to take him whether he likes her or not.
In general, what do the scriptures tell us about angels?
The scripture tells us some very, very profound things about angels. The scripture reveals, for instance, that the closest angels to God are the seraphs. They're the closest. And we only know one name of one seraph, Raphael. He's the only seraph we know. We know that as it were, the Praetorian Guard, the elite bodyguard, the elite group of angels are the archangels, Michael and Gabriel. We know two names only, though, Michael and Gabriel. We don't know any other name of any other archangel. And then there are 9 choirs of angels, each with a different function. We know all that. And we know what each angel is devoted to. And we know that our Lord constructed the Our Father with a view to the 7 seraphs that stand around the throne of God. Each of the 7 seraphs has one of those prayers directed to him and with him, to God. We know all that. And we know that angels, every city has an angel and every country has a special angel. We know about the angel of Fatima because he instructed the children in Fatima. And we know we've heard about the angel of New York and the angel of Rome. There are angels assigned to the big cities because they run the world. You see, originally, angels were created by God to deal with the cosmos. He doesn't deal directly. He deals only through angels. And they were created for that. Unfortunately, 1/3 of them revolted and became demons. And they're still in the cosmos, although they're suffering in hell. And that they are evil, and they're contending against the other 2/3, led by Michael.
Were men created to, let's say, fill that vacuum after...
No, they weren't. God had this very funny notion, or at least I find it funny, that he was going to create a being who was half spirit and half body. A very peculiar thing, because the angels are all spirit. So is God. But he's going to create something which was clay, earth, and in his original plan it was immortal. But of course Adam and Eve chose to do something which rendered them mortal. But the angels, he destined this peculiar creature called man, and man stands for man and woman. He destined this peculiar creature to be higher than the angels. Why? I don't know. God is purely arbitrary and has a very funny sense of humor. But for instance, one human being is higher than any angel. That's Our Lady. No angel comes near her. And she's human, completely human, body and soul.
So the difference between humans and angels ultimately is that one is pure spirit, one is a combination of body and spirit.
That's right. That's the difference. And the difference, and there's our big difficulty. Because when the angels revolted, they revolted with their will and their mind. And it's very hard for us to understand that battle between Michael and the good angels and the bad angels. But the only analogy that helps you to understand it is the following, and you must have experienced it, we all did, especially in school. You remember that there was somebody, a teacher, a headmaster, a nun, perhaps one of your parents, but anyway, somebody in authority who could match your will and break your will. And you said, no, I won't do that. You say, yes, you will do that. And not because you're going to be punished, but you had to bend to their will. That power of the will, the human will. And you know, in life, you meet these people, they got a huge, powerful will. You feel it. They can get you to do anything. They can do anything. They have a powerful will to drive through things, get people to move and do what they should do or do what they want them to do anyway. That's the power of it. It is in that area that the battle is fought, will and mind. And of course, the bad ones lost. And they were condemned to hell. 1/3 of the angels. The rest of them were confirmed in grace and became members of the God's court, God's heaven. But the closest to him in that are the seraphs, of which we know one named Raphael, who is the healer, the guide, and the counselor. And after that there's the archangels, then there's the other choirs of angels. There are 9 choirs, complete 9 collections, 9 assemblies of angels. And without them you're not really Catholic. If you're not having the devotion to them, you're neglecting a large part of your inheritance. It's like, I say, having $2 million in the bank and not using it, even enjoying the interest in it. These angels are perfect. They'll cure your lumbago and your drugs and your lechery and your headaches, and they'll save your wife in a breech birth, and they'll cure your child of stupidity, and they'll cure your child of devotion to drugs if you use them properly. That's their function.
In the Gospels, it is said that in the Garden of Gethsemane, there was an angel that comforted our Lord.
Yes, there was. The angel of the consolation. He's called in Catholic history. The angel of the consolation. We have him too. He's a seraph. He's a seraph. The 7 seraphs are mentioned in the Our Father, and he's the 6th seraph mentioned, the angel of consolation.
Could the angels be, for our time too, a consolation? Because many families and priests, single people too, go through immense hardships. Even if times are fine, there's a lot of crosses and
trials.
There's
a lot of hardship. There's a lot of trials, a lot of big problems and questions every day. Every day. This is not an easy life. No matter what you say about the prosperity and the capitalism is flowing and the goods and services are magnificent. We have new inventions, the cybernet, and we've got radio and faxes, and we've got planes and trains and marvelous holidays. We still have awful problems. We really have. And what do the angels do? They help us. They solve problems. If you ask them to, and confide the problem to them.
And so in addition to being an enlightener, they can also be a consoler.
Absolutely. They can console you when you lose your little dog, when you lose your favorite son, or your favorite man, or your favorite husband, your favorite wife, your favorite cousin. They can console you, but you must ask them to do so, and you must submit to their consolation. Running through the whole business of the angels, Bernard, there is this rule: submission. It's humbling. You literally ask a non-physical being whom you believe in faith exists for your good and for your attention. You literally are going to turn to them and rely on them. The moment you do that, the angel locks into you, because then he's got a humble being who is willing to accept direction.
Is it an aspect of the faith that God demands simplicity from us, even of, let's say, the most cultured academics?
Above all, yeah, it is an aspect of our faith. See, if you look at the whole history of salvation, finally, we all know at the back of every sin, at the back of every divagation, it's pride. I want to do this, and you're not going to tell me what not to do.
Is this at the heart of modernism? Really, it's a rebellion of pride?
That's right. They won't submit their minds. And I'm a priest. I've been a priest now since 1954. And I assure you, the best converts are those who go through the catechism with you, go through the beliefs of the church and the credo, the Nicene Creed, and say, yeah, I can understand all that. I accept that hell and heaven, etc., and I accept the Last Judgment, and I accept the Blessed Sacrament, but haven't I renouncing really my judgment in accepting all these things on faith? On faith. And the other point is that yes, you can justify all these things reasoning, say, yeah, they're reasonable enough, but accepting them on faith and living by them That's like a marriage. It's not merely that I admire you as a young lady, but I'm going to make my life with you. I've really got to make you my own as my wife, and nobody else.
And this is referred to, let's say, as the leap of faith that every Christian is required to make.
That's right, it's the leap of faith. And it's this utter simplicity you find that the greatest minds, and you meet them as a priest, greatest minds in women and men, they have this humble, childlike attitude when it comes down to brass tacks. When you hear their confession, when you're confessing them on their deathbed, when they come with a problem, they see this total unraveling of any prideful behavior or any top-loftical behavior, and it's all gone. Then they're little children asking for help. And when they have that, then you know they can get wisdom. But there's this humbling. It really is humbling. It really is. And that's the leap of faith, to believe it. I remember once having a convert who went through all the doctrine, understood it all. He had been a Baptist, an English Baptist, not an American Baptist. And for a long time he dilly-dallied. He didn't come back for baptism and for a reception into the church. And finally he came along and said, I want to chat with you. He's dead now, by the way. And I've always, when I was alive, I asked him for permission to tell his story anonymously. And he said, I haven't come back to you about all this. I made up my mind, I'm going to become a Catholic and accept baptism and reception into the church and go to confession finally and get confirmed and blah, blah. He was married and had grandchildren at this stage. Very prominent man. And he said, I haven't been able to do it up to this because I can't get permission from myself. He had been in command of a lot of things and very powerful. So he said, I've made up my mind that I won't ask permission from myself. This is the way he put it. I'm going to take that leap independent of my pride. I said, Bill, that's it. You're okay. You're in. He was in. But that was the way he put it. He couldn't get his prideful self to willingly submit, his prideful self, the one that had succeeded in banking and in the war. He was during the war, he was a marvelous hero, and had succeeded in marriage and in company life. He was a big CEO in his day. And all he could do was say, I'll abandon all that, I'll just turn away from it and take this leap. And that's what it was, a leap. Once he was like a child. He's transformed. And then he died a couple of years later. But so it's that's what it is. It's a leap of faith. And you see, look at it like this, Bernard. Be very simple. Look, I'm an educated man. I've commanded hundreds of men. I put down a huge salary. I'm very rich. I have a house in the country, and I have a house in Barbados, and I have a house an apartment in London, and I have friends everywhere. I need never lack anything. My wife is honorable. My children are successful. I have grandchildren. And now you are telling me, Malachi, take this crucifix made of wood with a waxen figure on it, kiss the feet, kiss the hands, kiss the head, kiss the side, and ask for forgiveness. I remember this man saying that to me. Do you realize what that means? I gave you his name, Bill, whatever it was, I've got to do this like a little child. I mean, as if nothing mattered. I said, yes, Bill, that's exactly it. And the last thing he did on his deathbed in the hospital was to kiss a crucifix. All 5 wounds.
You've mentioned now the devotion to the wounds of Christ.
In his day, you know what crucifixion was like? Okay, they brought you to the place of execution, Calvary in this case. They stripped you naked. They gave you vinegar to drink. Then they thrust you to the ground bodily, and a big Roman legionnaire sat on your belly, another sat in your chest, and one of them then, with a hammer and nails, proceeded to take your right hand. Your left hand was held by another legionnaire, another Roman soldier, and they hammered the first nail into your hand and onto the crossbeam. Then they turned and you couldn't struggle because they were sitting on top of you. And the blood was flowing already, and you had pain. The nail had gone through your wrist to hold it to the crossbeam, and they did your left hand. And then when they had done that, then They got off you, and they lifted you up, and they lifted you up bodily, nailed, and dropped you into a slot on the upright. And then they proceeded to nail your feet, one foot on top of the other with one nail. And they left you hanging there naked, shameful, bleeding, and not able to breathe. You stood on your feet in order to let your lungs rest, and you could only do that for a while because you got tired and fell down, and then your hands started paining, and your heart started giving out, and your lungs started filling with congestion. And you did that for, Christ did it for 6 hours. That was crucifixion. It was a shameful thing. A shameful thing. Every bit of shame. The only contemporary account we have of crucifixion in the time of Jesus, the Latin writer says that at a crucifixion, sanguis ubique. Everywhere there was blood. Ubique sanguis. There was blood everywhere. He repeated this about 3 times. He was a very ancient Latin writer. This was so humiliating. And now you ask me, a cultivated 20th century man, I had a shower this morning, I'm clad in good clothes, and I've never submitted to anybody. You ask me to kneel down like a little child and kiss these wounds in a waxen figure. Why? Because this very particular minded God who created us decided that it was through such things that you were forgiven your sins. It was an arbitrary decision. And therefore the wound in his left hand, and the wound in his right hand, and the wound in his left foot, and the wound in his right foot, and the wound in his side from the lance of the Roman soldier were portals of salvation. And that blood flowing cleansed you forever and made you possibly a son of God and an inhabitant of heaven. It was an arbitrary decision. And that's why the wounds are terribly important, because they bring you back to reality. The reality of the means he chose. It's purely arbitrary. He could have come down to the temple any one day in his adult life and said, I forgive everybody, you're all forgiven, you all go to heaven. He didn't. He chose this funny way of suffering. And you see, one more thing must be said. He was wearing a crown of thorns. And what happened was, the gospel tells us quite plainly, the soldiers, once they knew a person was going to be executed the following day, they could have their jollies, their fun. And they probably sodomized our Lord. They violated him in prison, as prisoners do, and as jailers do. And then they said, well, he's supposed to be the king of the Jews. So one of them went out wearing gloves. There was a thorn bush. Well, we know the type of thorn bush. And he made a crown of thorns and planked it on our Lord's head and hit it with the end of his sword to hammer it into him. And then they said, King of the Jews. And they put a robe on him. And then they struck him and said, who struck you? If you're the king of Israel, you can tell us who, etc. They made a joke of him. That signifies the abasement and humiliation of his kingship. And thereby he made reparation for all my pride, for all my sins. Now, if I am afflicted with thoughts of adultery, if I'm afflicted with thoughts of murder, and by the way, every second day I have to talk to somebody who wants to kill somebody. You have no idea how common it is nowadays. Or if I have thoughts of stealing, my refuge in Christ's dispensation is to flee to his wounds. How do I do that? By kissing a crucifix, by looking at a crucifix, by remembering a crucifix, by saying, in virtue of your wound of your right hand, please stop me killing somebody. In virtue of the wounds in your feet, help me stop running for an adultery. Help me to stop stealing. He will do all that, but it's by his wounds. And there's a humiliation there and a humbling that we have to go through. That's devotion to the 5 wounds. And it's very powerful. And if there's any devotion somebody should cultivate, it is the 5 wounds of our Lord.
Now, do the 5 wounds of our Lord, are they a devotion for our times? Do they correspond at all to the crisis of the church?
They do. They do in this sense that, and Christ himself in several appearances to saints in the recent couple of years has made this very clear. What is being attacked today is the kingship of Christ, that he is the Lord and Master of the nations. And the newest devotion is King of the nations, Christ as King of the nations. Of course, that's anathema to the world. And properly speaking, when the Holy Father went to the United Nations, he should have made a speech about the kingship of Christ, instead of calling himself I, John, Son of Humanity, and Vicar of, and Bishop of Rome. So he should have done that. He should proclaim the kingship of Christ and tell the nations that if you don't submit to his kingship, he's going to destroy you, because he says that in the Bible, and he said that through our saints. But he has never done, no Pope has ever done that. But that's the message of Christianity. That's the message of the Roman message, Roman Catholicism. So it's very important, and then it's also important for me personally, because I have hands, I have feet, I have a side, I have a head. With all those things I commit sins. His wounds in those parts of his body prevent me from committing sins with those parts of my body, and other parts of my body too. So it is prime importance, but it's very peculiarly Roman Catholic. You don't find this amongst Protestants. You certainly don't find it in Muslims or Jews. No, they have no devotion like that. We're tied to this. Bernard, this is something that everybody should keep in mind. We're tied to the humanity of one particular man who lived at a certain moment and who died and rose again and has now gone to heaven and has left his body in the Blessed Sacrament and has his body and blood there for us, for our reception, for our nourishment. But we're tied to that. We can't have an airy-fairy Jesus. There's no such thing as a glorious Jesus waiting for the rapture. No. We have this living man whose wounds are our nourishment and our encouragement and our consolation and our strength. And he's the only, finally, the only consolation we have, because, I don't know you as a man, but every man comes to the point finally, whether he's married or not, whether he's a member of a religious order or not, whether he's a bishop or a priest, or if he's a single man or what, you know you are alone. Finally, you make your decisions finally. Even your most beloved people, they can't finally help you to make a decision. They help you, but they can't make it for you. And the only one who can stand with you, with his wounds, is Jesus. And he can. And he can strengthen you and give you the light you need and the strength you need and the sweetness and the consolation. But it's through his wounds. This is a crucified Lord.
There seems to be a common thread between, let's say we discussed the devotion to the angels. Mm-hmm. Now we're discussing the devotion to the wounds. Mm-hmm. There's a common thread in that it seems like our Lord is asking us to, in both cases, to undergo some type of act of humility.
Yes, it is that. Because finally it's pride that undoes us. And it's pride that makes me, and pride also makes me give in to laziness. Because why should I be disturbed? Why should I get up in the morning and go to Mass? Why should I get up in the morning and say prayers? And when I do get up, why bother saying these prayers anyway? I have enough to do. It's pride. It's pride of laziness, pride of my own comfort. Pride is at the back of it all. It's when you meet that in somebody, when they're overweening pride, walk away because it's going to be very difficult, because they're going to create difficulties. It is the sin, and there's pride in the devil. When he revolted, when the archangel Lucifer revolted against God, it was pride. I will be like unto God. And Michael shouted back at them, who is like unto God? Michael, that's his name, Michael, who is like unto God? And that's what Adam and Eve said, we're going to be like gods. In pride. Christ comes along and says, look, I'm bleeding for your sake, and I'm going to die of the bleeding. I'll shed every drop of blood I have, and they'll only find water in my body finally. Now you've got to kiss my wounds. You've got to treasure them, and in the light of them resist your temptations and be a good husband, a good wife, a good father, a good mother, a good priest, a good bishop, a good whatever you're supposed to be.
Now this is a devotion which seems difficult for the modernists to accept. Perhaps it's an embarrassment to them, because you notice, let's say, in the modern churches, they throw away the corpus of our Lord on the crucifix that's all covered with wounds, and they put up a resurrected Lord.
That's right, they do. The resurrexif, they don't call it crucifix, they call it resurrexifix. And there he is, looking glorious. That's the whole idea. That's the whole idea. Do away with the wounds. There's nothing dearer to the heart of Lucifer There's nothing dearer to the heart of the devil and the bad angels than to get rid of those signs of their victory, of their being overcome. That was one of the big marks of the diabolization of the church, that they got rid of the sign of our salvation. For me, it was one of the biggest signs of the presence of the devil.
Is the modernist attempt to try to build a church without the cross?
It is, to build a church, but the ultimate thing that's happening is to build a church with no reference to the supernatural. Because the only reason that I do adore the wounds, that I do prostrate in front of them, that I do kiss the wounds, is because they are supernatural signs. If I can get rid of that, the whole idea that the shedding of this man's blood in a period of 6 hours on a Roman crucifix in Jerusalem, that purchased heaven. If I can get rid of that idea, I get rid of the idea of heaven. So the whole idea is to get rid of the supernatural, signified by the value of these wounds. If I can do that, then I have conquered. I have all I need. And that's the difficulty. That's the purpose of it all. And that was the big sign in the so-called reform of the churches after the Vatican Council. They were doing away with all the signs of the supernatural. The confessional, confessing sins, the altar.
Did that happen in the Mass? To do away with the supernatural?
That was the idea. And as I say, in the Novus Ordo, all you do is you offer bread and wine to God. God doesn't need bread and wine. He needs the body of his Son on the cross.
And is that the reason behind, let's say, the transformation of the Mass from sacrifice, a reenactment, to a meal? To
a meal, that's right. It's a holy meal we celebrate, and by celebrating we bring Christ down by our faith. This is the new doctrine. And it's transsignification, they call it, not transubstantiation. And Christ is present because we desire him to be present. He's not really present bodily, but he is in the sacrament, he's present bodily. And that's the big difference. But the whole purpose of that Mass, that's the Mass of Luther, by the way, was to eliminate the idea of the cross, eliminate the idea of his real body and blood being present, which Luther considered to be an abomination, because he lost his faith.
Do these errors that creep into the church, are they recurrent? Is the devil trying to trick us again and again, the same methods, or how does it work?
No. There have been temptations against the doctrine of the faith and the doctrine of the Blessed Eucharist. There have been errors about his real sufferings and his salvation, single errors like that. But never have we had such a vast span of believers, priests, bishops, cardinals, ordinary people, abandoning supernatural belief. They have abandoned supernatural belief. They don't believe it any longer. They're in apostasy. Apostasy means that you take a dogma of the church, and you step away from it and say, I don't believe it. And most people never say verbally, I don't believe in that. They just do not any longer believe it. And you find out that very easily. For instance, if a priest, for instance, when there was a papal high mass in New York a couple of years ago, they told about 400 priests to come with their ciboria full of hosts. And at the proper time, the priest distributed the hosts to the people, because there was a huge crowd there. Then they had a large carton into which the priests were told, put the hosts that remain into that, and they burnt that carton. Don't tell me they believed that was the body of Christ. They wouldn't burn it. So it's by what people do that you know they don't believe. They've abandoned their apostates. They've abandoned this belief.
So this trial that we're going through in the latter part of the 20th century is unique in many ways.
It is unique. We've never had an apostasy like this. We've never had an apostasy. We've had an apostasy, the Arian apostasy, which only touched the bishops mainly, didn't touch the people, but not to this degree. Here you have active apostasy, official apostasy, by bishops and cardinals and priests and nuns and theologians and faculties and seminaries, en masse, all disbelieving and saying, no, we don't believe that any longer. We don't believe in the divinity of Jesus. We don't think he knew he was God. We think he was an ordinary man elevated by God. And we don't believe that the Calvary is reenacted or is enacted at Mass. It's just the people believe it and they bring him down by the force of their will. And we don't believe in original sin. And we don't believe in hell. God is too good. He wouldn't condemn anybody to hell. Everybody gets a second chance. They have abandoned the belief.
And where do you, as a conclusion, where do you see us headed? Because of this apostasy, is the church doomed to die?
This organization is on the way out. This organization is on the way out. The church will not die. There will always be the core of believers in heaven, in purgatory, and on earth. They're the church, the mystical body of Christ. But this organization is finished. It's finished. It's going to be transformed into various intermediary stages, and finally, when I hope, playing a harp, long after, because I'm 77, I think they're going to have another format for the organization. More faithful and purified, and purified in blood. Because there's going to be we now have a dry martyrdom, we're going to have a very wet martyrdom, as they say. Blood will be shed. Blood will be shed. The blood of many. And out of that will come another format for the church. The organization, though, can't last. Bernard, it's finished already. It doesn't function. It just doesn't function any longer. It's barely turning over. There's no evangelization, there's no vast conversion, there's no zeal, there's no movement. No, we're retracting in everything. We said we won't try and convert you. You can reach heaven just as good as we can. Salvation is not limited to the Catholic Church. You're all right. You're Muslim, you're Buddhist, you're Protestant, you're Mormon, you Voodoo. You also can go to heaven as a Voodoo, as a Protestant, as a Muslim, as a Buddhist, as a Shintoist, as a Greek Orthodox, as a Russian Orthodox. You needn't touch the Catholic Church. That's just us. That's the present attitude. And that's apostasy. That's apostasy.
And the means that the faithful need to get through this crisis are those devotions that we've been talking about.
That's right. Basically the devotions. Because the devotions imply dogma. If I kiss his wounds, I believe in his passion. I believe in his forgiveness. I will then go to a priest and confess my sins, or a good priest. I will then go to Mass and receive his body and blood from a valid Mass, from a validly ordained priest. I'm safe then from error. And then also I will have my angels, and I will consult them, and they will put books in my way and people in my way, and help me out of my difficulties, my lechery, my gambling, my smoking, my boozing, my drugging, and my masturbation, and all my faults, and my viciousness, and my uncharity, and my cruelty to my children, or my neglect of my wife. All that will be remedied by my angels.
But a critical point is that nobody is going to do this for us.
No, nobody. You must do it yourself. And you've got to also stand up and say, I've got to find out what I should believe. Most people don't know what to believe. Therefore they go and get a catechism. They go to a good priest. They seek out a good priest. Find a good priest is sometimes very difficult. But they find a good priest and say, listen, Father, I know nothing about my faith. I suddenly realize that I'm not living a good life. I need help. But find a good priest. Find a good book. Find a good way of going. And you can do it if you want to. The angels will help you. But it requires effort. There's a funny situation. I think we touched on this before, Bernard. There's a funny situation there where Christ is that we're standing back and saying, okay, now act. Do what you should do. You know you have responsibility. You know you can get help if you want to. Go and get it. Show me that you want to be saved.
Thank you, Father, for taking part in this interview.
It's been a real privilege.